The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976 Mood. Batman contacted the police as quickly as possible and informed them of the Joker's trick. Unfortunately, before Batman finished speaking, a series of explosions resounded throughout the city again. The Joker's trick worked. 15 of the 72 marked locations exploded. The city was completely out of control. As if the end of the world had come, countless people ran out of their homes and ran to the streets. Most people didn't actually know what they were doing, but fear urged them to do something. They were afraid that the disaster would befall them. And some people felt unprecedented excitement. They were free. That's right, the shackles of order that bound them were broken, and they could do whatever they wanted now. No need to care about the police, no need to fear the law, no need to consider morality. All the dark desires in their hearts completely exploded at this moment. They howled, drove the crowd, and forced them to vent their anger on everything that could be destroyed. Looking at the howling city. At that moment, Kai suffered an unparalleled sense of frustration. He and his companions spent countless efforts to protect the city, but the city fell into self-destruction at this moment. At this moment, Kai really had the urge to walk away. After all, he found that he was doing useless work. We were defeated by a madman, Kai whispered softly in the studio, unaware of the camera beside him. At this moment, others seemed to be able to feel Kai's frustration. At this time, with the help of others, Kellen broke free. He walked quickly to the window and looked at the city with flames, dumbfounded. He didn't understand why a madman could turn his city into hell. God, have you abandoned your people? Kai looked at Kellen in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a believer. But the next second Kellen threw his God aside. Officer Wayne. Save this city. Save it. Don't you pray for God's blessing? Kai said this sentence inexplicably. Unexpectedly, Corin reacted faster. Fuck God. Now, you are the only ones who can save this city. Kai was stunned, and then laughed. It's not that Corin's words really had any deafening effect, but his performance gave Kai a little hope that a savior should have. As the saying goes, mud can't be supported on a wall, so no one is willing to support it. When the person being saved doesn't want to be saved, then why do other people bother? But Corin gave Kai another answer. He hopes to be saved. This performance made Kai realize that he seemed to think too much. Even he himself felt a little strange. He's a warrior, and he cares more about how to do it, rather than thinking about what the meaning is after doing it. Where do all the whining come from? Kai found that the clown was really poisonous. Even he was polluted by his spirit. Fortunately, this guy died. Yet, it's time to get started. Fuck, I've been away from Los Angeles for a long time, I'm here for vacation. Why am I still doing all this? The Los Angeles Police Department must give me a big subsidy. Otherwise, I'm losing out. After saying that, Kai jumped out of the window. Chloe hid behind the police car and kept shouting into the communicator, number 23 Baker Street. We need support. We need support. How many times have I said it? Why haven't the support arrived yet? The operator at the main station was on the other side of the communicator, Officer Decker. Now the entire police station has almost been sent out except for us, even the cleaners. I can only say, please hold on, support will be here soon. Fuck. 3 of my colleagues are injured. If they don't get support, they won't be able to hold on. There was a young policeman next to Chloe, lying pale behind the police car, his hands tightly covering his abdomen, and a pool of half-dried blood had gathered under his buttocks. His body was shaking slightly, obviously. He had lost too much blood. If he didn't receive treatment, he might not be able to hold on. Not far from Chloe, there were 5 police officers behind the other 2 police cars. 2 of them were not in good condition either. They were also shot, but fortunately they were not on vital parts, so although they were in a state of depression, they were still a little far from death. I'm sorry, Officer Decker, we have informed the nearby police officers of your situation. As for whether they can arrive, it all depends on God. Go to hell, God. Chloe smashed the communicator fiercely, and then continued to fire at the gang of gangsters. Chloe didn't need to encounter this, she had already left the city. Her mother used to be a Hollywood star, and she was the kind that was very popular. Although she gradually faded away later, Her mother was obviously different from those stars who went bankrupt once they faded away. She was very good at financial management, so her mother was a rich woman. In other words, Chloe was an out-and-out rich second generation. As for why Chloe became a police officer, that's another story. Her mother has a lot of real estate in California. She could have lived in her mother's house in Orange County peacefully during the chaos in Los Angeles, and come back after everything calmed down. After all, Dan had arranged everything for her, so there was no need to worry about any future troubles. Unfortunately, this rich second generation had a strong sense of responsibility. After settling her daughter and handing her over to her mother, the policewoman rushed back immediately. Then it became like this. I have to say, it's really mean. There are troops in the city. Unfortunately, the mayor of Los Angeles only agreed to allow 1,200 soldiers to enter the city for fear that the troops would affect the normal operation of the city, and most of them were randomly arranged to be stationed in important locations. What are important locations? Government buildings, various wealthy communities, Hollywood and other places. Civilians? Huh? When have you ever seen American soldiers protecting civilians? For example, when the American hurricane occurred, the American soldiers entered the disaster area, and the first thing they did was not disaster relief. In fact, from beginning to end, they did not participate in disaster relief. Instead, they confiscated all the weapons of the locals at the first time. Well, they call this maintaining order. In short, American soldiers are government employees, not some kind of warriors gathered together because of some metaphysical belief. Don't think they will serve the people. So don't expect soldiers to go to disaster relief. In addition, 1,200 soldiers sounds like a lot, but compared with a city with a population of several million, these 1,000 people thrown into the city can't even make a wave. Not to mention controlling the city, their role is to protect high-value people and deter others. Telling others that there is an army here, so be honest. But now it seems that their deterrent power is almost non-existent. The army can't get here, let alone the police. American big cities are always in a state of lack of police force. This is related to public security and economic conditions, and more importantly, it is related to people's lack of trust in the police. For example, plans to increase the budget of the police department are often rejected. Not only that, once the budget needs to be cut, the police department is often the first to be thought of. Young people are also not very willing to join the police. After all, the money is small and the work is heavy, and the social status is not high. Now the city is in this situation again, and the police force that can be mobilized can be imagined. Chapter 977, The Troublesome Times. There were more than a dozen gangsters facing Chloe, all of them were equipped with automatic rifles. The firepower was very fierce. If it weren't for the fact that these guys were so bad at shooting, Chloe and her companions would have died here long ago. This is how the United States is. It's usually okay. After all, the existence of order is the biggest constraint, and those gangsters don't dare to make too much trouble. But today is different. The whole city is in chaos. Who can do anything to them? When the chaos is over, they hide their guns and live a comfortable life with the money they robbed. These gangsters are not professionals at all. Just a few days ago, they were small characters buying powder in the slums, but the earthquake changed everything. A smart guy in the gang slapped his Ford and decided to go to the gun shop. Gun stores in the United States are like chain supermarkets, everywhere. But generally speaking, few people are willing to rob there, because the owner of the gun store usually hides a loaded big gun under the counter, such as a shotgun, a rifle, etc. Although there are so many guns in the store, they are separated from the bullets. Shooting a fire stick without bullets is not much better. And if you rob a gun store, you usually deserve to be shot dead, because you go to rob dangerous items. What's there to complain about being shot? Even the Virgin Mary is unlikely to speak for such idiots. However, they succeeded. The gun store happened to be hit by the earthquake, and the owner was killed by a falling cement block. So strictly speaking, they didn't rob at all. It would be more appropriate to say stealing. But who cares? They got weapons, a lot of ammunition. So this small gang began to expand. They decided to become bigger and stronger, and create more glory. So they kidnapped a few girls, robbed a few gambling dens to get a batch of drugs, had a good time, and drank a lot of wine, and decided to rob a bank. A dozen of them robbed Morgan Bank. What would happen if a group of novice robbers who were still affected by alcohol and drugs rushed into the bank? A tragedy. This group of people did this for the first time, so they didn't plan in advance or plan a route. Their method was very simple. They drove to the bank, rushed in, robbed the money and went back to the den to get more drugs and alcohol. As for what happened next, haha, do you think such a group of scum would consider what happened next? The farthest thing they could think of with their barren brains was where to go to have fun 3 days later. Their pitiful IQs were powerless to think of anything further. It was inevitable to be nervous when robbing a bank for the first time, just like it was inevitable to be excited and scared when doing something bad for the first time. An idiot, with a shaking hand, fired a gun. Then a dozen idiots followed suit. They didn't know what happened, they were just scared and fired wildly. The scene was littered with corpses, including 2 of them who were accidentally killed by themselves, and 3 others were also shot. They were already dead in the car. They were about to escape, but they were stopped by Chloe and her men, and they died. After all, being timid for the first time is like the creatures in nature. Courageous creatures are actually safe for humans, such as bears. Courageous bears often don't hurt people. Some timid bears, such as brown bears, don't look at the brown bears as big, but they are actually not very courageous and are easily frightened. Once frightened, brown bears will behave very aggressively. Many people think that brown bears attack people because they are brave and brutal, but in fact, it is just the opposite. The same is true for these gangsters. If they were old gangsters, they would have retreated in an orderly manner by now, and they would not be blocked in the alley because of their confusion. But it is precisely because they were blocked that these people fought desperately. They knew what they had done. After killing so many people, they will have to spend their whole lives in prison. There is no death penalty in California. For freedom, these people became particularly brutal. Just when Chloe couldn't hold on and fell into despair, suddenly Kai flew over from nowhere. He swooped down from the air and kicked a gangster holding an AK away. At the same time, the armor on his face opened, and a beam of destruction hit a car. The car exploded immediately, and the explosion directly swallowed the 2 gangsters behind the car. The 2 people confessed without even a groan. Then Kai's figure was close to the ground, moving forward quickly, and swung a punch. A gangster raised his gun to defend himself, but he only made a tragic "ah" sound and was beaten into pieces by a punch. Then he backhanded a swinging fist and hit a gangster who was attacking him. The gangster's hands holding the gun bent from his forearms, and he looked at the transformer-like arms and let out a tragic "ah." His hands fell weakly, and the rifle slipped. The gangster desperately shouted, my hand, my hand." In fact, Kai really didn't use much force this time. If his hands were properly treated, he could still save them. Of course, he would never think of such difficult jobs as shooting people with a gun in his lifetime. Kai was like a tiger into a flock of sheep. He knocked down the gangsters one by one in almost a blink of an eye. The speed was very fast. The attack was very cruel. A gangster held a rifle and swept wildly at the dark golden giant flying around, shouting, "Go to hell, go to hell. You nosy guy, go to hell." He had gone completely crazy in extreme fear. Everyone has different ways of responding to extreme pressure. Some people will be scared to the point of being unable to move, some will cry loudly, and some will fight back crazily. This is him. After Kai and his group beat a bandit into the trash can, he slowly turned his head and looked at the guy who was shooting at him. Go to die. Go to die. Why not die? Kai slowly stretched out a finger and bounced it. Dong. With a crisp knocking sound in the dullness, the bandits fell down with white eyes. Kai didn't take his life. Well, it should be said that he didn't take his life immediately, but he probably would have to lie in bed forever in this life. If God really blinded him and woke him up, he would probably have to be an idiot. After almost 3 minutes of the battle, Kai did not leave immediately but walked towards Chloe. Chloe saw Kai approaching and immediately retreated reflexively. She has performed many tasks with Kai before. Although she spent most of her time on the periphery, she has also seen Kai's ruthlessness. But no matter how you say it, Kai then used guns to fight. Although he was merciless in every action, it was the first time he was so cruel. The same goes for several policemen. After all, watching someone like him get punched into a meat pie, it is not a comfortable experience. Seeing this, Kai stopped. If he had known it would be like this. Kai had made up his mind today to suppress the riots in the city with thunderous means. Violence is not the best way to solve the problem. But it is definitely the most direct way. Only extreme violence can calm down these idiots in the upper echelons. But this kind of thing will naturally have disadvantages. Even if it is a gangster, even if he kills gangsters in the process of saving people, if too many die in one night, some saints will hang up and criticize him. In this society, people will go to protest the cruelty of killing a chicken in a fast food restaurant. Killing so many people, Kai will definitely be labeled as a murderer. Even this will be taken out by some people with ulterior motives to make a fuss. From a realistic and logical point of view, this situation will happen sooner or later. After all, in the United States, if the police rescue hostages and cause hostages to be injured, they will be sued in court. In fact, there are many such things. It happened in Los Angeles before, and it happened to the SWAT team. In the end, the SWAT police who were accused were forced to suspend their duties, and the police station paid compensation. Because those outsiders can always tell the court from various angles that the police have a better way. These people are so arrogant. In that emergency, if the police really pursued foolproofness, the hostages would have been dead long ago. But this is the reality, because in hindsight, most people think that things are very simple, as if everything can be solved with just a flick of the finger. This is still the normal law enforcement of the police, so Kai will become the executor. If it were other superheroes, even Batman, things would be worse. They are all vigilantes. They are exactly the kind of people that the law dislikes the most. The law is the product of procedural justice. Vigilantes, on the other hand, are people who bypass procedures and seek justice on their own, pursuing result justice. The contradiction between the two has been mentioned before, so I won't discuss it here. In short, it is most appropriate for Kai to carry out such a task. As for the future, Kai has contacted Natalie and got a good answer. Natalie analyzed that Kai would be scolded at most, such as being blocked at the door of the police station to protest or something. Well, there are many such idle people in the United States. But that's all. There is no way Kai is an official superhero. Will the authorities fire Kai? What are they thinking? It's so hard to have someone on their side. Why do they go and fire him? Kai is not some lonely ghost. He has the support of two major financial groups, and has extensive connections in both the military and political circles. In the eyes of the American upper class, he is definitely one of their own. They can't do such a stupid thing as turning a domesticated into a wild. Some people say, "You are talking nonsense. Kai doesn't listen to the orders of those American upper class people at all. Why should they help Kai so much?" Those who say this are outsiders. Kai really doesn't listen to them, but the problem is not that way. Who can order a billionaire? Have you ever seen the government order Tony Stark? Why? Because Tony Stark is one of the shareholders of the big company, the United States of America. If the United States is regarded as a listed company, then the President of the United States is the CEO of the company. It looks glorious, but in fact the appointment of the CEO is approved by the Board of Directors. And Congress is the Board of Directors. The people sitting inside are certainly not shareholders. How many shareholders would stay in the company for meetings every day? The people sitting inside are all shareholder representatives, or professional managers. They will plan the company's policies according to the wishes of the shareholders. The House of Representatives is the inspection committee, which specifically supervises the implementation of the board's policies. And who are the shareholders who actually hold shares? In the early days of the establishment of the United States, the shareholders were actually the states. The United States is a federal country. What is a federal country? It is a country formed by the Union of States. In other words, the United States was actually founded by a group of small companies in the early days, and they owned shares, so the Civil War was actually unconstitutional in the North. After all, when they joined, everyone said that if they were unhappy, they could withdraw their shares. As a result, Lincoln regretted it. This is why the southern states are still unhappy with the Civil War. Nima, I come and go as I please. Why not? In modern times, capital began to invade all aspects of the United States, and shareholders naturally became capital. Tony Stark is one of the larger shareholders. The same is true for Kai. In the eyes of those upper-class people, Kai is fundamentally different from those wild superheroes. Others have a good family background and the United States has a good flag. Is it a problem that he doesn't obey orders? Have you ever seen an employee commanding a boss? As long as Kai's class attributes do not change, he will always be one of us. Are you worried that the capitalists will overthrow the capitalists? So Kai has a golden ticket in this regard. It's just a dead person. Don't look at those people shouting happily, but how many people actually care? At most, they will be scolded for a while, and the US government will pretend to be dead, and then it will naturally pass. How much waves can the common people make? The simplest example is Australia. The descendants of this group of criminals made such a big news in the Middle East. But apart from some people in China who care about it, what did the international media say? Australia even said with confidence that their soldiers are great and those news are slanderous. Damn, they were exposed by their own people. But so what? Who said what? It's still the same. Try changing to the Russian bear. You can scold the Russian bear's ancestors for 180 generations. In short, some things are a huge trouble for others, but for Kai, at most he will be scolded. If Kai is willing to spend money and let the media find some other news to blur the view, he won't even be scolded much. But seeing Chloe taking a step back, Kai was really unhappy. I saved you. Fortunately, Chloe quickly walked up. Boss. What are you doing? Just knock them down. Even if you kill people, don't be so cruel. You will be scolded to death. Kai felt better after hearing Chloe's concern. It's okay, I did it on purpose. The current situation is like this, and it won't scare people if you don't do it. Kai didn't hide it. As Kai said that, he saw the dying policeman. A young man, no more than 20 years old. So young. Kai sighed in his heart, walked to his side, and cast a recovery spell. Derek, Chloe saw the young policeman's face getting better, and immediately walked over in surprise. Boss, Derek is saved. Kai shook his head regretfully. I'm not a professional. This is all I can do. As for whether he can survive, I don't know. This kind of thing depends on talent, and my talent in this area is very poor. Whether he can survive depends on God. After saying that, Kai cast a recovery spell on the remaining 2 injured policemen. The 2 were in much better condition, and the effect of the healing spell was also better, but that was it. They still had to go to the hospital. Just like doctors, healing spells require extremely high professionalism, and in the profession of mages, professionalism means talent. But it's different from science. Even if you work hard in science and can't become a master, you can still apply it completely. Spells are much more stringent. If you don't have talent, you don't have talent, and hard work is useless. Kai is very strong, and he has even become a god, but so what? The healing spell is still as bad as it should be. There is no reason to explain. Chloe became depressed. Derek is still a child. You should find a way to send them to the hospital as soon as possible. If it's too late, they will really be hopeless. After saying that, Kai flew away. There was no need for others to ask Kai to take them to the hospital. At least they still had someone to take them to the hospital, and they could still be saved, but other people in the city were not so lucky. Kai couldn't waste his time on this. Chapter 978. It's all business. Batman didn't show up. Tonight belongs to Kai. When Kai descended on Los Angeles with an unparalleled brutality, people realized how restrained Kai was before. When the blood-red sun rose the next day, the city gradually returned to calm. The mayor of Los Angeles urgently contacted the governor last night and asked the National Guard to drive directly into the city, a full 3 divisions. This also included a Federal Marine Corps division. This may be the first time that Los Angeles has welcomed so many soldiers. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the mayor urgently issued a curfew order and announced that he would accept federal martial law. The federal government, under the authorization of the White House, launched an unprecedented martial law order. This is really rare. No one expected that a small person could cause damage to the city. That was no less than an earthquake. Los Angeles fell. This was the front page headline of major newspapers and media the next day. A large number of photos of the scene were exposed, and all Americans knew that Los Angeles had become a battlefield that night. This time, it was not a natural disaster that attacked Los Angeles, nor was it any other monster, but an antisocial lunatic. Of course, correspondingly, Kai was also named a butcher by many media. According to the statistics of the media last night, at least thousands of people were killed by Kai last night. Yes, that's right, killed. Obviously, this kind of thing was immediately criticized by major media. Kai and the Joker, after Batman, became the most popular in the United States. Regarding the Joker, after the report was broadcast, a magical thing happened. Such an antisocial lunatic who treated the entire city as a toy actually received sympathy and admiration from many people. Don't be surprised. Americans especially like things like serial killers, and they also like to use such cases to shit movies or something. Many blood level B-level movies are made in this way. American journalists are really quite awesome creatures. They can write a lunatic into a modern Don Quixote who is oppressed by society and rises up to resist. Of course, the Joker's experience is indeed pitiful. He was ignored and controlled since childhood. When he grew up, he was always a loser, looked down upon by others, and suffered from mental illness. In the end, under the pressure, he fought back desperately, and finally let the world notice his talent. Apart from some trivial things, isn't it very consistent with the concept of American heroes? An ordinary person, in a desperate fight back, created an impossible miracle. Those screenwriters in Hollywood simply love him to death. In fact, many people who are frustrated and unhappy like this very much. Who doesn't want to be a loser today and suddenly become a big man that people look up to tomorrow? The author also dreams every day. Tonight, when I go to bed, I wake up the next day and Mr. Ma and Mr. Wang land behind my garden in a helicopter and tell me that they are my real fathers and ask me to go back and inherit the inheritance. I righteously tell them that that is not what I want. I want to write for the readers and I am unwilling to accept a 100 billion fortune. Then the two people begged and cried to give me the inheritance, and even fought. In the end, they died together. My name was written on the will, and I couldn't refuse it. Seeing the life of the Joker. Did those American losers feel involved all of a sudden? Especially when the loss report of Los Angeles came out, those American losers were almost climaxing. Those places that exploded before. The hospital, that was the hospital where the Joker's mother died. A social welfare office building, where the Joker has been applying for assistance, especially from a psychologist. As a result, the welfare agency has been playing Tai Chi in the face of the Joker's application for assistance. At most, they just prescribed some medicine for him to take. After his mother died, the place even rejected the Joker's continued application for help. A library, where the Joker has always had a habit of reading, and he hopes that he can write the best jokes and skits. But because he can't control himself and often laughs for no reason, he was kicked out by the library and was not allowed to enter again. An apartment building, where the Joker's mother's house is located, and also where his ex-girlfriend lives. A theater, which is actually where the ex-girlfriend's director-boyfriend works. A performance company, well, the one where the Joker works. In short, those places that exploded, without exception, are places that have hurt the Joker and added to the Joker's despair. He blew them all up. From a certain perspective, this is very satisfying. Do you think those American losers are happy? In other words, those country bumpkins have never read online articles and have no knowledge, so they are about to have an intracranial orgasm. Today you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you out of reach. That's probably how it feels. What boss bullies me? Believe it or not, I will learn from the clown and blow up the company. The teacher corporal punishment on me? Believe it or not, I will blow up the school. Woman, you look down on me? Believe it or not, I will blow up your house and you as well. In the United States, after a student is bullied, he can take a rifle and start a massacre. And this thing is contagious, with more and more school shootings happening. Do you think that Americans would not love this kind of venting and domineering method? So with the help of the unscrupulous media, well, it's not intentional on the part of the media, it's mainly because readers love to read this thing, and the media will naturally develop in this direction if they want to pay attention. So the trend was formed. Since the clown is worshipped, then the person who kills the clown will naturally become the villain. He has become the synonym of institutional oppression. He is the spokesperson of American capitalism and the embodiment of this cold and desperate society. Well, Kai has become the villain. To be honest, Kai is ready to be called a murderer. But, who am I doing this for? How did I become a villain? Seeing how the Joker treated him differently from himself, Kai didn't know what to say. He's also the spokesperson of capitalism. Damn, I received more than 30 years of socialist education, how did I become the spokesperson of capitalism in a blink of an eye? This disgusted Kai. These people are just bored. Of course, this does not mean that Kai's massacre is not mentioned. On the contrary, this voice is surprisingly loud. For example, after the third day of the incident, a huge march appeared, protesting Kai's disregard for human lives. African Americans became the main force. There was no way. Kai didn't want to kill black people. But the problem was that black people were the ones who caused the most trouble. Then I don't know what happened, the topic was forced to be about Kai's discrimination against black people, and then it was extended to white people's discrimination against black people. In short, those relatives and friends of black people, or other monsters, all came out to accuse Kai of violent law enforcement, disregard for human rights, and so on, and by the way, promote racial discrimination. Even many inexplicable organizations stood up and stood on the commanding heights to spray Kai. Kai had expected this, and besides, who is Kai? Damn it. He is the spokesperson of capitalism. How could there be no way to deal with it? There are many experts in this field in Washington. Many political lobbying groups and public relations companies provide this kind of service specifically for those in need. How does capitalism do things? Of course, it is to throw money at it. Kai is not short of money, nor is he short of friends and connections. For example, the Stark Group. It is absolutely impossible for the Stark Group to publicly participate in such marches on human rights and speak for Kai. But Tony is also loyal enough. He directly donated money to a political lobbying group in Washington. To the outside world, this group is a kind of political research group, similar to a think tank. Then the Wayne Group secretly found a public relations company in Washington. Then the top American bosses also began to contribute secretly. It's not that Kai's popularity is really that good. The main reason is that this trend makes them feel scared. There is no way. Although the Joker is dead, the residual poison he left behind is too terrible. He told people how much damage a person can do when he throws away the shackles on his body. Who is the most afraid of this kind of thought spreading? It won't be Kai anyway. The most afraid, of course, are those who profit from order and rules, the vested interests. As mentioned before, class attributes cannot be betrayed. Maybe there are those individuals who will violate the interests of the class, but as a whole, a class cannot violate the interests of its own class. Even if many capitalists know that exploiting workers is not good, how many capitalists do you see who don't exploit? Because if you don't exploit, while others exploit, your cost must be higher than others. If the cost is high, you will definitely not be able to compete with others. Do you think that the workers are treated well now because the capitalists have a change of heart? Bullshit. It's all the efforts of the communist ancestors. Now there are all kinds of slanders against the Soviet Union and the martyrs in society. A bunch of idiots. Without those martyrs, those idiots would have to work 14 hours a day in black factories until they die of exhaustion. And they all started with child labor, because child labor is cheaper, and even this led to the fact that factories were unwilling to use adult workers, the conscience of capitalists. Look up the experience of child laborers in the British Industrial Revolution, and you will understand why communism is great. Do you know why during the Civil War, Southerners said that it was humane for them to retain slavery? Many people think that this statement is a self-flattering statement by Southerners. But in fact, if you check the data and look at the mortality rate, average age and average life expectancy in those factories in the northern states, you will find that in that environment at that time, the southern states were right. Growing cotton on a black slave plantation in the southern states is better than working in a factory. This is also the reason why both imperialism and capitalism later frantically encircled and suppressed communism. Because communism is too intimidating. If they really let it develop, the capitalists will really have to hang street lamps. And now the clown's ideas have also threatened those vested interests in some ways. Of course, the clown's poisonous ideas are not even a little bit better than great socialism. But those people are afraid. If they really let it go, who knows what will happen? So the war of public opinion started. Money, power and connections. Isn't it more powerful than the combination of black people and losers? So on the fourth day, the war of public opinion began, and the media changed their direction so quickly. One by one, conscientious critics and experts stood up and criticized the atrocities of the clown, and directly pointed out that those who called for the souls of the clown were people with ulterior motives. They ignored the pain of Los Angeles. They ignored life. They are a cancer. Americans' ability to think in opposition is actually very poor. After all, the Americans are really good at playing public opinion. They say both black and white. Then the opposition was born, and a large group of Los Angeles people stood up to march and protest. The wave of public opinion was so great that even the black uncles who protested against Kai had to give in. This made some so-called hellhound fighters who didn't understand the situation and used black civil rights to gain benefits very unhappy. Those people are not good people either. Refer to the funny people behind Black Lives Matter to know that they are all businesses. These people thought that this was a challenge. As a result, the two groups started to fight. Then the topic naturally turned to the debate on Kai's Thunder's methods. As a result, those hellhound fighters suddenly found that something was wrong. Our buff was useless, and the racial discrimination topic that had always been successful in the past was not effective at all. They were sprayed to death. How could these scattered soldiers and brave men compare to the professionals who spent a lot of money? A group of media, from the legal level, from the evidence, from personal emotions, and from the manipulation of public opinion, hung up those hellhound fighters and beat them. In addition, although the people of Los Angeles are a little saintly, they are not really stupid. Don't they know who Kai is for? It's okay that no one took the lead before, but now someone is taking the lead, which is naturally another matter. In fact, sometimes, it's not that those unreasonable people are really powerful, but that many people don't have time to deal with them, and the public opinion environment is like that, which has fueled their arrogance. But once someone takes the lead and someone organizes, those people are really not worth looking at. It's not that no one opposes them, but that the people who oppose them didn't take to the streets. Kai and Tony's huge money went directly into Los Angeles, and people immediately organized themselves. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about. Then, those Los Angeles residents who still had a conscience, led by a group of conscientious Los Angeles residents, directly launched a large-scale support activity. A hero should not shed blood and tears, right? Although Kai did not shed blood at all. In short, those unreasonable hellhound fighters suddenly found that their previous tricks were useless, and now the whole city was against them. Needless to say, the police were hired by their police. To protect Kai's reputation is to protect themselves, not to mention that Kai's identity as a policeman is naturally supported by them. So those who made trouble found that when they confronted Kai's supporters, the police were so partial, it was simply naked. But the problem is that everyone pretended not to see it, and even sang praises to the police. In the past, they could still fool some fools to make trouble with them, but now, let alone fools, even many black people themselves are unwilling to make trouble with them. After all, most black people are not assholes. When Kai saved Los Angeles, did he really only save white people and forget about them? Of course not. Kai saved more people. And twice. Twice. Those black people would not have followed them if they had any conscience. So soon some smart people discovered that public opinion had reversed. Kai went from being a butcher to an image of a man who endured humiliation and carried on. He suddenly became tragic and heroic. Facing the misunderstanding and boycott of the world, he remained silent and just guarded silently. Family members, doesn't this kind of hero deserve respect? Disrespect is not American. Look, this is Kai's solution. Although Kai felt a sense of absurdity after watching the whole process, I have to say it's very cool. In this messy environment, a media person suddenly raised a question that embarrassed both parties. That is, have they forgotten someone? For example, a boy with $1 million? At this time, people finally remembered that the second-generation rich man that the clown used to pry the entire city seemed to have not been found yet. It's been a few days. It's cold, right? Chapter 979 Weird. Really, many people have completely forgotten about this important person who messed up Los Angeles twice. It wasn't until a bored reporter discovered the blind spot and asked this question on social networks that everyone suddenly realized, yes, where's this stupid second-generation ancestor? Of course, the police were not among those who suddenly realized. In fact, the FBI and CIA had already sent a lot of people to Los Angeles to search for this guy's whereabouts. Of course, as time went by, their enthusiasm became lower and lower. He was over 24 years old, so he would have died long ago. If they found him, it would be a corpse. This caused the Los Angeles police to be very dissatisfied with this group of idlers. Damn, your criminals have made Los Angeles into this kind of virtue, and as a result, a large number of you hang around our headquarters building all day long, wasting your time. And our Los Angeles police are exhausted. This is unfair. But wasting your time is wasting your time. The FBI and CIA are still capable. Just 2 days after the topic spread on the internet, the Los Angeles police announced that they had found Alex. Why not the FBI and CIA? Nonsense. Now the Los Angeles police must establish their own authority. How can the Los Angeles police let go of such a credit at this time? The FBI and CIA are of course unhappy. But no matter how unhappy they are, it is indeed their problem this time. If they hadn't lost the person, things would not have developed like this. In addition, The bigwigs above also feel that the Los Angeles police must establish their prestige, otherwise if the city continues to be in chaos, no one will have a good life. So this credit was taken by the Los Angeles police. Of course, this is just a title. The rewards from above will be whatever they want. So even if the FBI and CIA are a little unhappy, they will not have too much opinion. After all, the face is given to the Los Angeles Police Department. Los Angeles has to give an explanation no matter what, and they will not lose the inside. It is equivalent to getting 2 benefits for 1 credit. Compared with that little bit of false reputation, it is not important. As the news of Alex's death was announced, some people with delusions went home. Many people lamented Alex's suicidal behavior. You are a second-generation gangster, aren't you happy to be a local emperor in South America? If you have to come to Los Angeles, just come. We have all heard about the habits of rich people, but why do you want to go to hell and drive fast after drinking? If you want to drive fast, then drive fast. Why do you have to be caught by the police? If you are caught, just go to jail honestly. Anyway, you have money and it is not impossible to get out. After all, this guy did not commit a crime in the United States strictly speaking. If you do some work, such as being a dog for the CIA, it is not impossible to return home safely. Even the American people know the reputation of the CIA in this regard. This group of people has no moral integrity. As long as there is profit, let alone letting criminals go, even drug trafficking in the United States is no problem. CIA drug trafficking is almost a household name in the United States. Many Hollywood movies have played it. As long as it is a traitor, it is basically from the CIA. The image of the CIA in the United States is basically equivalent to villain. But this guy came up with a reward of $100 million. This thing, as long as the CIA leader is not stupid, he will never dare to cooperate with him. Please, this $100 million is not just a provocation to the Los Angeles police, it is a provocation to the entire existing order in the United States. If the CIA really dares to do this, the Department of Justice will throw the CIA director's desk out. So this guy actually basically determined his fate when he announced the $100 million. No one can save him. If he is really rescued, the national identity of the United States will be challenged. The United States at this time is not the United States that later withdrew its troops from Afghanistan. At that time, the authority of the United States had obviously declined a lot, and even holding a summit with the United States became a joke. At this time, the United States is still an undisputed superpower, and those small ones are below. In this case, can the US government tolerate the provocation of a second-generation gangster? No. If he stays in prison honestly, at most he will be in prison for life. If he cooperates a little, it is not impossible for him to walk out of prison in his lifetime. But if he is really rescued, he will just wait to be shot. So even though Los Angeles is so lively this time, in fact, the bigwigs of the real dark world have not made any moves. For example, the top underworld forces such as the High Table and Kingpin have not mixed in, because these long-standing underworld forces are extremely clear when they can show off their power and when they should be honest. So, this guy is completely courting death. Of course, there is no need for the police or the government to shoot him this time. This guy died in a sealed box buried underground in the most miserable way. There is also oxygen in it, just enough for him to use for 24 hours. In this regard, the Joker did not cheat. Unfortunately, when the FBI and CIA finally found him based on the tiny details in the video and the little clues from some of the captured Joker's followers, they were completely cold. He had been struggling before his death. According to the description of the detective handling the case, the entire sealed box was full of scratches left by him, and many of the scratches were bloody. He watched himself die bit by bit in despair. The end of this second-generation ancestor did give Los Angeles people a little comfort. In addition, there is a heated debate about the treatment of a group of people. The followers of the clown. These people are people that the clown has contacted through the internet. They were originally just a group of ordinary people who loved to watch the clown's prank videos. Among these people, there are unemployed vagrants, students, working class, and white-collar workers. In short, these people are not the kind of people who were imagined before, that they are all social scum and psychopaths. On the contrary, these people were very normal before. However, now these people are not very normal. They have all been poisoned by the clown. Everyone regards the words of the clown as a criterion, and even if they are caught, They do not think that the clown has failed. On the contrary, they are extremely excited about the clown's performance. When they were interrogated, everyone was very excited. They regard the clown as a life mentor and clamor to spread the gangster to other places. In their words, everyone can be a clown. They also want to have their own grand performance. The frightened police quickly asked the psychologist to evaluate what happened to these people. As a result, the psychologist's evaluation was very pessimistic. The three views of these people were completely changed. The psychologist had never seen such a situation before. Later, doctors conducted a comprehensive examination of these people and found that the banned drug content in their bodies was completely excessive. In other words, the Joker used his theory and drugs to completely change these people from a physiological and psychological level. What is even more troublesome for the police is that these people have been classified as mentally ill in a medical sense. In other words, it is meaningless to prosecute them. They can only be locked up in a mental hospital. God knows whether the mental hospital can hold these crazy people. Oh, if only St. Elizabeth's Hospital was still there. St. Elizabeth's Mental Hospital, one of the most terrifying mental hospitals in the United States, is famous for admitting mental patients and never leaving the hospital. It is said that this hospital has a total collection of 1,400 brain specimens and 100,000 brain tissue slices. And this hospital has only admitted 120,000 patients in more than 100 years. In addition, this hospital is famous for admitting political prisoners, such as the assassin who assassinated the president. In short, this hospital is so crazy that even their client, the U.S. government, can't stand it. In 2006, the U.S. Department of Justice investigated this hospital, and the entire 65-page report was all about complaining about this mental hospital. Although St. Elizabeth's Hospital still exists, the government's investment in it has been reduced a lot, resulting in the size of this hospital being reduced to 1/10 of that in 1955. It has lived up to its former glory. As for why this hospital is gone? Nonsense, it's like this now, it's no longer the same, isn't it gone or what? Now the Los Angeles police hope that St. Elizabeth's Hospital is still there, even if that hospital is in Washington, but so what? Even if it costs some money. Spend some. Now the way to deal with this group of people is still under debate. Some saints think that these people are just misguided and should be tolerated. Well, this is California, it's not surprising to say so. And such voices are very loud. But the question is it really so? A bunch of antisocial lunatics, the mental hospital may not be able to lock them up. Of course, these have nothing to do with Kai for the time being. Because of this series of public opinion storms, Kai has magically faded out of people's sight. Even the higher-ups don't even want to discuss the treatment of Kai. Americans are very familiar with this. One thing caused public outrage? Okay, let's give the public bigger news to divert their attention. Anyway, there is no shortage of news in this world, and people will soon forget about this matter. Don't overestimate the memory of Americans, they can't remember at all. Then let the rest of the matter go with the wind. Anyway, the government will not take the initiative to touch this matter. Even many people in the government are secretly regretful. Why doesn't Kai just do it and kill those antisocial lunatics together? Kai has been staying in Los Angeles these days. It's not that Kai is happy to stay here. It's really Director Vaughn's strong request. They are really a little scared. There was an earthquake and tsunami in front, and clowns in the back. It's just like the saying, there are so many disasters. So Kai should stay for a while. And the Los Angeles Police Department is so generous this time that it makes people cry. All of Kai's expenses will be reimbursed by the Los Angeles Police Department. By the way, the Los Angeles Police Department also gave Kai a check of $3 million in the name of activity funds. And there is no need to pay taxes. All tax issues will be solved by the Los Angeles Police Department. There is no need to worry about this. Tax avoidance is legal in the United States. The richer the person, the more likely they are to avoid taxes. For example, a former president has not paid taxes for 10 years. Kai did not refuse the reward. He did not think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, if he did not accept it, many people would feel uncomfortable. This is not a joke, but a political need. This is also Natalie's idea for him. Sometimes, if you act too saintly, you will stand on the opposite side of most people. Even though everyone knows that Kai does not lack this little money. But accepting money and not accepting money represent two different attitudes. The US government and capital tycoons would definitely want to get rid of Batman, a saintly superhero who sacrifices himself for others. After all, it is definitely not a good thing for them that Batman has such a great reputation. On the contrary, it is Kai. I kill people, I am cruel and ruthless, and I also accept black money and exchange interests. But I am still a good superhero. It makes those big guys feel more at ease. We are all one family. We have the same logic of doing things. Look, how good it is. You solve our problems, and we help you solve your problems. Mutual benefit, everyone is happy. At least those big guys are not worried, even if Kai is full of justice and takes care of them. This is why those politicians and big guys are so supportive and permissive of Kai. A week later, Kai came to Professor Lawrence's house. Since the early warning was successful, Professor Lawrence became the top earthquake expert in the country overnight. Of course, he was originally one, but who would pay attention to who the top earthquake expert in the country was before? The correct way to say this is that he became an academic star, and he became the most well-known top earthquake expert in the United States. Geology is a subject, no matter what it is still a passerby role for ordinary people. Professor Lawrence is the first household name. After becoming famous, he did not get carried away, but became more cautious. After all, he also understood that the weight of his words was different. This time, Kai came to give him money. After all, others were not only arrested by the FBI, but also interrogated, and were frightened and exhausted. Kai himself would be embarrassed if he didn't give him some benefits. When Lawrence saw Kai, he was very surprised. Don't refuse. This is also Batman's compensation to you. He thinks your research is very valuable and can protect more people, so he hopes you can continue and improve your early warning system. Lawrence was a little overwhelmed when he saw the 7-digit number on the check. I don't lack funds now, to be honest. $3 million is really not a lot of money for an authoritative expert like him. As we all know, scientific research is a very expensive business. It is normal to have millions of dollars for a random research. This is just because his major is a little unpopular. If it is a popular major, such as biotechnology, it would easily cost hundreds of millions. Go check it out. Scientists really make money. Some people even use their own projects to directly finance. The so-called poor scientists are just for fun. Real scientists are not short of money. Hey, I should have become a scientist earlier. What's more, after becoming famous, Lawrence doesn't need to apply for funds himself. Others are now forcing him. For example, the University of California where he works. At the moment when Lawrence's prediction came true, the board of directors of the University of California directly approved a sum of more than 60 million yuan for him, and the school also re-established a laboratory for him. For the university, Lawrence, who has strong professional ability and is a household name, is as popular as James who came out of the Cavaliers. Any club, university, is scrambling for him. Research funding and laboratories are not a problem. The University of California is also afraid that Lawrence will come up with a trick if I want to bring my talent to XX. So the salary is directly maxed out. No, this money is for you privately. As for research, the Star Laboratory is under my control, and they will contact you about this. After that, they talked about the problem of earthquakes. As an outstanding representative of the technical school, he is not very keen on becoming famous. He prefers research, so the observation and investigation have never stopped. He privately speculated that major earthquakes should not occur again, but small earthquakes of magnitude 3 to 5 will occur from time to time in the future. He may issue this result after repeated confirmation, but he may never announce it on TV. After all, his prediction is correct once, which does not mean that he will succeed every time. This kind of thing still needs to be cautious. With his current fame, a wrong prediction will cause far more serious consequences than before. Kai supports his caution. However, Professor Lawrence himself actually attaches more importance to the origin of the earthquake. In Lawrence's view, there is a reason why this earthquake was so sudden that no one else detected it. This is an unconventional event in itself. And when he went back to check all the data of this earthquake, he found something he couldn't explain. That is, the wavelength he detected before the earthquake was very strange. Those fluctuations are very, regular. If it is only a short-term situation, it can be said to be a coincidence. But he has been observing for a long time. This is a bit unreasonable. It's like I detected an electrocardiogram, This is how Lawrence described it. Kai didn't care much about this at first, because he didn't understand it. But seeing that Lawrence was so serious, Kai asked for the data he had monitored before, intending to let Harrison Wells' Star Laboratory study it. Chapter 980 Wu Wong. Shortly after Kai left, Lawrence had just returned to the room when a black man came out. "Who are you?" Lawrence was naturally startled to see a stranger suddenly appear at home. And his daughter and grandson were at home. The other party was a black man. So Lawrence did the most appropriate approach for the scene. "You can take the money, don't hurt us." The black man's face became even darker. "Are you discriminating against my skin color?" Lawrence explained a little flustered. "No. I'm just afraid of you. After all, the other party didn't look like a good person. This is California. The average temperature is now over 29 degrees, and it's more than 30 degrees during the day." A black man, wearing all black, a leather windbreaker, and an eye mask. How can this not look like a good person? Lawrence even thought that this guy had a problem with his brain. Isn't he afraid of heat stroke with the stress on such a hot day? What's more, the other party broke into a private house without permission. The black man's face looked even worse. He knew that his dress was a bit scary. But what can he do? This is his style. He just likes black, and thinks black is a noble color, symbolizing mystery and dignity. As for leather jackets, he didn't care much about it. After all, most of the places he went to had air conditioners. Who would have thought that this old guy didn't have air conditioners at home? There are always some magical legends on the Chinese internet, such as foreigners don't use air conditioners. I don't know who spread it first. Anyway, most of the people who spread it have no common sense. In fact, if you don't install air conditioning in California, you will be killed by the heat. The reason for this unreliable rumor is that many people look at foreign houses and find that there are no air conditioners hanging outside the house. In fact, this does not mean that Americans don't install air conditioners, but they don't install that kind of hanging air conditioners. First of all, that kind of air conditioner is expensive, really expensive. And it's not just the air conditioner itself that is expensive, but also the installation fee. Most European and American countries have extremely expensive labor. So many families prefer window air conditioners. That thing is much cheaper and easier to disassemble and install. Third, if you live in an apartment, the apartment building has central air conditioning. Then it's not worth buying one yourself. Of course, there are also people who really don't like air conditioning. Lawrence is one of them. This was something the black man had not expected. After all, he was a university professor, but he did not install an air conditioner for himself. "Hello, Professor Lawrence. I have no ill intentions," the black man said. "How are my daughter and grandson? Why can't I hear their voices?" When Kai came, Lawrence sent his daughter and grandson upstairs. Although it is a bit bad to say this, Lawrence does not like his family to have anything to do with superheroes. After all, his own experience is the best lesson. He does not have any bad opinions about Kai or superheroes. On the contrary, he is very grateful to superheroes. But who likes their family to get into trouble? After all, superheroes are often associated with trouble. Will superheroes wander around for nothing? They will only appear in occasions where they need to appear. And such occasions often mean the occurrence of trouble. For example, this time, if it were not for the earthquake, would so many superheroes from all over the United States gather together? Now Lawrence is a little regretful. If his daughter and grandson were with him, he did not believe that this black man would dare to do anything to them. "Don't worry, I just used some tricks to make them fall asleep. Don't worry, there are no side effects," the black man patiently explained. "I'm not a bad person. I came to the Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." "The purpose of my coming here, what bureau?" The black man was silent for a while, and said helplessly, "Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. This joke is not going to work, right? I know this name is long. You don't need to remind me. Anyway, we are a secret department. This time I came to you to find out more about the earthquake fluctuations you monitored last time." "Wait, didn't you take my information?" "That's right, when he was arrested, all his information was taken away by the FBI. What he gave Kai before were all photocopies. Originally, before the earthquake, the FBI didn't plan to return the information to him, and it was even more impossible after the earthquake. Allowing him to bring back the photocopies was a favor." "Ahem, I think you misunderstood a little. We are not a U.S. government department, Spy? Soviet Union. No, you are Russians. The black man looked at Lawrence speechlessly. Why didn't I know that this old guy was so naughty before? I'm a black man, and you say I'm Russian? No, we belong to the World Security Committee, the United Nations. Lawrence was much more relaxed now. The United Nations is quite favorable to these naive scholars. After all, scientists always have some right-wing ideas. Yes, your research is very important to us. So, but I have already given all the information to Kai. Sorry, Lawrence said a little embarrassedly, I asked Kai to make another copy. The black man didn't know what to say for a while. When Kai was here before, the black man didn't dare to approach at all, afraid of being discovered. But unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Phil to come one step ahead to take over the information in person. He knew that the information was taken away by the FBI, but he didn't care too much. But it was taken away by Kai. Although he didn't want to admit it, this guy Kai was too weird. God knows if he would really find something. But it's too late to say anything now. Can he still snatch it back from Kai? So, Professor Lawrence, on behalf of SHIELD, I formally invite you to participate in our project. Lawrence was stunned. What the hell are you inviting me to? This, although I don't quite know what you are talking about. But please allow me to refuse. My own laboratory is already very busy. I don't have time to participate in other projects. No, you'll. The black man took out a document and handed it to Lawrence. Lawrence took the document in a daze and opened it. He almost threw it on the black man's face. What titan? What monster? Is this the script of a special film? He is a scientist, not a fantasy novelist. But with the detailed data behind, Lawrence almost bit his tongue. Is this true? Those data are very exaggerated and look magical. But what shocked Lawrence is that the correlation between these data is very strong. It is impossible to make them up casually. Someone is so bored to make up so much data. What else can't he do with his time? Fraud is more promising than this. Yes, Professor. What you are holding in your hands now concerns the safety of the entire world. Now that you have read the information, you must participate even if you don't want to. We will not allow this data to be circulated, the black man said confidently. But I am just a geologist. What you have here is beyond what I have learned. Lawrence instinctively felt trouble. Well, no need for instinct. As long as you have a brain, you will know that if this thing is true, Darwin's theory of evolution will be thrown into the garbage dump, and it will have a devastating impact on the entire world situation. Normal people can see how much trouble this contains. Lawrence is an honest scholar and really doesn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. No, we need the best scientists in the world. You have seen these data. They are not the work of experts in a certain discipline. Among these people, there are radiation experts, biological experts, experts in the field of electromagnetics, etc. Even geologists like you are needed, the black man said in a bewitching tone. We need your wisdom, Professor Lawrence. Under such absolute power, the only thing we can use is human wisdom. This is related to the survival of our world. I will tell you another secret. Do you think there are only 2 such monsters? The black man whispered. What? Lawrence was really scared. Yes. According to our speculation, there are still many such monsters. They are sleeping now. So we need to know where they are and in what state they are sleeping. This is extremely important to our world. This, Lawrence looked down at the information. If there are more of these monsters, the destruction of the world is really not nonsense. Very good, welcome to join, Professor Lawrence. Let me introduce myself formally now. My name is Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The black man revealed his name. It was Nick Fury who had been in Japan before. As the predictor of this disaster, how could Nick Fury let Professor Lawrence go? Toilet paper has its own uses, not to mention such a big name in the academic world. It's just that Nick Fury had been in Japan before and had no time to come, so he only delayed for a few days. He wanted to use the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to invite Lawrence, but the problem was that the Monarch organization was too confidential. Phil was in Finland at the moment and had no time to come back. He didn't trust anyone except Phil. Of course, this only trust also needs to be questioned. But for now, Phil is indeed the most trustworthy person. After all, he has seen the Monarch organization. Professor Lawrence is missing? Kai learned the news on the third day. His daughter found Kai, hoping to know the whereabouts of her father. Kai was confused. He was in the Star Laboratory at the time. There was a reason why the Star Laboratory was so expensive at the time. After all, the land of the Star Laboratory alone was worth a lot of money. Not to mention the buildings and equipment above and so many high-end talents. In addition to these, the living facilities in the Star Laboratory are also very complete. Kai simply moved there from the hotel, at least saving some money for the Los Angeles police. He was waiting for Professor Lawrence to come here, but something is wrong. The FBI and CIA should not have the courage to trouble Lawrence. Lawrence's daughter was afraid that the FBI and CIA had taken her father away again, so she was very scared. So she found Kai. She knew that Kai had visited her father. But Kai didn't believe that the FBI and CIA had the courage. Lawrence can be said to be a national hero now. The FBI and CIA are too tired to provoke him? There is no reason. Did he disappear suddenly? Kai asked. No, Dad told me yesterday that he was going to a place to do research. Then he disappeared. I asked the school, and the school only got a vacation application from Professor Lawrence, and didn't know anything else. After that, I couldn't contact my father again, so I found you. To be honest, Nick Fury didn't guess this kind of thing. He asked Professor Lawrence to arrange everything himself yesterday, but he didn't expect that the geologist would arrange it this way. Isn't this a mess? I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he is really not good at lying. Wait a minute, I'll make a few calls. Kai picked up the phone and called a few friends in Washington. But after a round of calls, no one knew where Professor Lawrence went. Many people involved were more surprised than Kai, because they didn't go to find Professor Lawrence. Kai didn't suspect that they were lying, because there was no need. Lawrence was unlikely to attract the attention of those institutions for other things except the earthquake. But this matter has passed, and there is no point in them holding Lawrence. Those cold politicians are not interested in wasting time on such a person. Your father should know where he is going, otherwise he wouldn't tell you like that. Tisk, if you put it that way, he took the initiative. So you don't need to worry about his safety. But who is so bored to take your father away? At the same time in Finland, Arthur just saved a boat of fishermen. And on the shore, Phil was waiting for him. How is it? Is the trouble solved? Arthur walked out of the water, calling for people to rescue the fishermen on the boats, and asked Phil who came to his side. Well, it's solved. We have collected the Berserker staff. But the Asgardian visitor doesn't want us to disturb him. This matter has to start with the appearance of Thor. The bombings of Thor and Ares made many people understand that myths are real. As a result, a group of inexplicable religions appeared, and the hardest hit areas were Greece and Northern Europe. In Greece, to be honest, it's pure nonsense. The people living in Greece now are not the same as those in ancient Greece, let alone the Olympians 10,000 years ago. They are doing Greek gods there, which is purely self-entertainment. Even if the Olympian gods really come back, they will never admit it. The worship of the Asgardian gods in Northern Europe is more reliable. After all, Odin brought people back to Earth and fought a battle with the frost giants, leaving some things behind. It's not too far from now, just 1 or 2,000 years ago. Among them, the crouching dragon and the phoenix really found something. The Berserker staff is the trouble caused by these crouching dragon and the phoenix. A group of cultists, delusionally want to find the weapons left by Asgard on Earth. And then let themselves be included in the immortal class, become one of the gods of Asgard. I don't know what they are thinking. Others in Asgard become gods by bloodline. It's not that a group of mortals can become gods with the weapons of God. This group of guys caused a lot of trouble. They even planned to have a large-scale blood sacrifice, to attract Odin's attention. So mentally ill people have broad ideas, and mentally retarded children have more fun. Odin is the master of a higher civilization after all. Asgard civilization is much higher than Earth civilization. You can attract others' attention by doing such a low-level thing as a blood sacrifice? Chapter 981 Help. It is normal for such an organization to attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. say? Now they are low-end solvers in the supernatural world. They cannot solve supernatural events that are too awesome, so they either outsource them, such as the Aquaman in front of them and his partner King Shark. Or they just play a supporting role, such as the previous earthquake and the Battle of New York before that. In short, their positioning is very low, but fortunately, everyone is a public servant. It is better not to fight desperately if they can. Everyone has children and it is not worth it. In short, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still able to deal with this kind of gangster-level cultists. However, after the incident started, there were a few small changes. Although these people are nonsensical, I don't know if they are lucky. They actually found the artifact of Asgard. Berserker Staff. Speaking of artifacts, this thing counts. But the power is definitely not comparable to those in Kai's hands, but it is not something casual. This thing can give people power, and they can get infinite power, but it also brings endless troubles. This thing is a mind reflector. The more you pray for power, the darkest things in your heart will be discovered, and the more you will be exposed. It's almost like your psychological shadow is going berserk for you. So the Asgardians themselves don't like this thing very much, so they say it's a berserker's staff. Any warrior who gets this staff will become extremely violent once the battle begins, and sometimes even cut their own people when they go crazy. So this thing disappeared, and the Asgardians were too lazy to look for it. After all, there are too many good things. As a result, it was cheap for the cultists. During this period, Phil's team accidentally found a history professor who specializes in Norse mythology. It is said that he knows Norse mythology very well. From them, they learned the details of the berserker's staff, and Phil's subordinate ward agent discovered a bigger secret. Although the professor looked fine, he used luxury goods that he could not afford. For example, the pen he used was an antique pen, which was very precious and could not be afforded by a history professor. At the same time, Ward also found that the professor himself was full of problems. His identity was forged. At the same time, they also found out that the professor had forged identities in many universities, and the earliest identity could be traced back to the end of the 18th century. How could this be an ordinary person? So Phil sent Ward to test it and found out. This person was really not a human. He was the Asgard berserker. And he was a pure love warrior. Because of love, he sobered up from his endless anger and got the peace he had not experienced for a long time. So he divided the scepter into 3 parts, hid them separately, and then hid in the human world until today. Those cultists were naturally easy to deal with. After all, they were all ordinary people, and they were solved in a few moves. But S.H.I.E.L.D. obviously had ideas about the berserker who was stranded in the world. Well, by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. also had ideas about the scepter. Mr. Berserker didn't care about the whereabouts of the scepter. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to take it. It can only be said that Phil's mission was only half completed. Arthur shrugged. He was not surprised by the Asgardians' choice. After all, what others pursued was inner peace. It was not what Arthur wanted to drag others into those unnecessary troubles. Of course, it was not his decision. After Phil and Arthur chatted casually for a few words, the people around them gradually dispersed. Phil winked at Arthur and motioned him to go to a deserted place. Is there something that needs to be so secretive? Arthur took a bottle of vodka and followed Phil. A secret mission needs your help, Phil said very carefully. Then tell me, is it necessary to do this? Arthur felt that Phil was a bit redundant, as if they had left him idle during this period. In addition to chasing Black Manta, basically the rest of the time was spent working for S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for doing good things, he would have quit long ago. This matter is extremely confidential. Apart from me and the director, no one else in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about it, Phil said seriously. These words made Arthur stop drinking. He didn't like Nick Fury. This guy was too mysterious. He had only seen him a few times. The team led by Phil seemed to be deliberately separated from S.H.I.E.L.D. They didn't have much contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Apart from specific things, Phil's team had its own independent logistics support base. For example, Aquaman had never been to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Now that Phil suddenly said it so seriously, Arthur also became serious. What kind of thing is it? Phil turned on his watch, and the watch immediately broadcast a virtual screen. But soon Arthur interrupted and said, "Come on, I graduated from high school because of my sports specialty. Since I was a child, I have a headache when I see words. You should just say it directly." Arthur's father was not the kind of person who wanted his son to be a man who wore a suit and sat in an office. On the contrary, he preferred Arthur to be close to nature and the ocean. After all, his father himself was a sailor. Under this guiding ideology, Arthur's childhood was full of self-indulgence. He was a complete academic failure who was lucky to be able to recognize words. Titans. Phil pulled up photos of Titans. Then he began to talk about the origins of these monsters. Bang! Arthur's bottle of wine fell to the ground, and he stared at Phil in amazement. Are you Serious, do you think I would joke about this? Phil asked back. Gulu, but this kind of monster, how could it be? Then Arthur stopped talking. It really exists, the sea monster Karazhan. Let me sort it out. Are you saying that there are still monsters of this level on Earth? Yes, and the earthquake in Los Angeles was also caused by the awakening of such a guy, Arthur continued to ask. That's right, Phil said. Arthur immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, don't go. Phil hurriedly grabbed Arthur, and Arthur did not refuse, otherwise he could throw Phil out with a wave of his hand. What are you doing? Aren't we just chatting? You want me to fight monsters? Come on, big brother, I've always been confident in myself. My dad says I'm a little arrogant. But I didn't expect that you are more confident than me. You actually believe that I can deal with this thing. What do you think? If you step on this thing, I will have to see God. Well, I'm an Atlantean, yes, I should go to see Poseidon. But no matter what, I don't want to go. I haven't lived enough. Anyway, can we stop making trouble? Arthur certainly didn't refuse this task. As I said, this is a good thing. He has no reason to refuse. After all, the world is destroyed, which is not good for him. No, we are not crazy enough to kill those titans. We just want to find them, mark them, and then observe and monitor them, so that we can understand them better. For these creatures, our only advantage may be our wisdom, right? Find them. Arthur was relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't have to kill them himself. You want me to mobilize the power of the Atlanteans? No, Phil said immediately. What we have to do is to hide them as much as possible. You know, if anyone wants to use them, it will definitely be a disaster for the world. Whether it is Nick Fury or the Monarch organization, it is impossible to share these existences with others. Even if they can't hide it, they have to wait until the day when they can't hide it. Of course, this is not completely selfish. After all, if this thing is really known by a bunch of ignorant people, who knows what trouble it will cause? For example, those cultists before. God knows what these people think? We have started to investigate now. Some locations are okay. But the seabed. You know, the seabed is still a restricted area for us now, so I can only ask you, Phil said. He didn't say it clearly, but Arthur should be able to understand what he meant. After all, there is really no shortage of extremists who are dissatisfied with humans among the Atlanteans. But I am alone. Arthur can understand Phil's concerns, but how big the sea is, don't they understand? Not to mention one of him, even if 100,000 of him were thrown into the sea, there would be no waves. Don't worry, we have gathered many experts in this area. Phil and Nick Fury never expected that when Phil was looking for Arthur for help, another Atlantean found Kai. Mira. Kai was a little surprised that Mira suddenly came to his door. Mira has not appeared on the surface since she represented the 4 underwater countries to negotiate with the land countries last time. Mr. Wayne. Mira was still wearing bohemian clothes and carrying a cloth bag, looking a bit hippie. Unlike many Atlanteans, Mira likes human culture very much. Although Atlanteans are far superior to land humans in many aspects, humans themselves have unique problems, and to be honest, compared with cultural diversity, Atlantis is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of human society. Humans have hundreds of countries, but what about Atlantis? In short, Mira is indeed a rare Atlantean who likes human social culture. Kai invited Mira into his room. Behind her, Cisco, Caitlin Snow, Barry and Harrison followed in excitedly. Kai looked at them speechlessly. A group of people looked at Kai expectantly, and the desire in their eyes could not be concealed. Atlanteans. Alive. Purebred. Not mixed blood like Arthur. This is a topic that no scientist wants to let go of. Although it is a bit rude, who is not interested in the legend of Atlantis? When the Atlanteans appeared that time, they strongly promoted the Greek mythology fever. Of course, there are still many idiots who want to explore Atlantis by their own strength. Of course, such people either disappear directly in the sea or are sent back to the sea by the Atlanteans. The Atlanteans hate these land monkeys very much. This group of people actually want to travel to their city. There are indeed people marching to ask governments to open routes to Atlantis. Unfortunately, the governments of various countries have no way. Others Atlanteans don't want humans to get involved in their field at all. Because of this, the maritime laws of all countries have been changed. The high seas are no longer public waters. They belong to the Atlanteans. Even many countries' territorial waters have been forced to be divided into large pieces. As for deep-sea oil fields and other facilities, they are all banned. This has also accelerated the development of clean energy for mankind. If countries are unhappy, they can fight the Atlanteans. But all countries have wisely chosen to shut up. Nonsense. The chance of winning a war with the Atlanteans at sea is zero. Although many countries' oil interest groups are very unhappy about this, and even lobbied various countries at one time, unfortunately, everyone can tell that the Atlanteans are not a country in the general sense. The human political system is useless to others. So this craze gradually cooled down. No matter how good Atlantis is, it is useless if you can't go there. Countries are also very interested in the Atlanteans themselves. Unfortunately, the Atlanteans are not interested in handing over the bodies of their own people to humans for research. Even if countries want to recruit volunteers, they don't know where to start. Now that a living Atlantean appeared before them, everyone in the Star Lab naturally wanted to study him. Of course, they didn't want to dissect Mila. They wanted to, but unfortunately, Mila was a princess. If they dared to hurt her skin, they might be directly destroyed by the kingdom of Zabel. But with such a rare opportunity, they would not forgive themselves if they didn't do something. As for Barry, he was a scientist after all, so what? Aren't forensics scientists? In fact, among these people, he was the one who came into contact with corpses most frequently. Well, corpses. Kai looked at these guys who were obsessed with scientific research with a speechless face. After thinking about it, he didn't care about them. I can probably guess why you are here. Kai poured a glass of wine for Mila, and then said bluntly, for the trident of Poseidon, right? Mila took the glass, didn't say anything, and just looked at Kai with expectation. The trident of Poseidon is more important to the Atlanteans than the trident of Neptune. That is a weapon of God. Its significance is not only a weapon, but also has an incomparable religious significance. Yes, I did find the trident. Kai couldn't lie about this. After all, Mira also knew about the inner world. Unfortunately, Kai didn't plan to return the trident. Apart from anything else, the power of this artifact alone was enough to make Kai act cautiously. The Atlanteans didn't like humans very much. But, Mira, you should know. Artifacts will choose their owners by themselves. This is nonsense, but not nonsense. Kai really doesn't know whether artifacts have self-awareness. But artifacts will only fall into the hands of the most suitable person. Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's really the artifact's own choice, who knows? You mean Poseidon's trident chose Batman? Yes, Kai nodded shamelessly. He and Poseidon are friends. Although Poseidon's trident is not actually suitable for Kai, because Poseidon's divinity does not resist Kai, Kai can still use it. Of course, these are just excuses. The problem is that no one can expose him, right? You should know what Poseidon has done for this world. I'm not surprised that his artifact would choose Batman. The expectation in Mila's eyes quickly dimmed, but she still wanted to try. Can I talk to Batman? I will inform him, but don't have any expectations. This guy seems to have social phobia and rarely communicates deeply with others. Chapter 982 Titan. Mila was naturally dissatisfied with this, but the problem was that Kai was determined not to hand over the trident of Poseidon to Atlantis, and she had no choice. As for attacking the human world to take back the trident of Poseidon, if Atlantis had an absolute psychological advantage over the land humans before, then after the appearance of the trident of Poseidon, the Atlanteans needed to reevaluate. Perhaps humans did not understand the power of the trident of Poseidon clearly, but the Atlanteans had a very clear understanding of this. The person who got the trident of Neptune was the Lord of the Seven Seas, while the person who got the trident of Poseidon was the agent of Poseidon, holding the power of Poseidon. The reason why these Atlanteans who lived on the seabed were able to remain safe and sound after the Atlanteans sank to the bottom of the sea was because of the blessing of Poseidon. What if the agent of Poseidon was unhappy and took back the blessing? Atlantis' technology is flourishing. They will naturally pursue their own evolutionary path, but no matter how they study, the answer they get is that normal evolution can't allow Atlanteans to adapt to the marine environment so perfectly. From the physical form of the Atlanteans, it can be seen that they are authentic land creatures. There is a force that forcibly helps them adapt to the marine environment and live in the deep sea. This is why the Atlanteans can still maintain their human form and live in the deep sea. As for the evolution speed of the fisherman's kingdom and the saltwater tribe, it is also abnormal. Who can evolve from a human form to that kind of look in 10,000 years? And all of this is attributed to the blessing of the sea god. Otherwise, it can't be explained at all. This is also why, although the Atlanteans do not have a well-organized religious organization like Christianity, their faith is extremely firm, because every Atlantean knows who they can live in that state. So don't look at the Atlantean scientific prosperity, but in fact everyone is a fanatic. If you want to use force against Poseidon's agent, let alone whether you can win or not, you can't even get past a barrier of faith. That's why the Atlanteans didn't use official channels to threaten the land people to hand over the Poseidon trident, but instead secretly sent Mara to negotiate privately. What if, by some strange chance, Batman returns the Poseidon trident? That would be a big win. Then can I ask, after Batman dies, can he return Poseidon's artifact to the son of Poseidon? The son of Poseidon refers to the Atlanteans. Mara's meaning is very simple. Since the Poseidon trident has chosen Batman now, they, Atlantis, will not forcibly change the will of the artifact, but what if, one day Batman dies? Atlanteans can live for hundreds of years, which makes humans more pitiful. So for decades, the Atlanteans can wait. This is quite tricky. Sure, Kai said without hesitation, I can agree on behalf of Batman. Nonsense. With Kai's current condition, it's no problem for him to live for another few hundred or thousand years. We'll talk about it later. Milo looked at Kai strangely. Don't look at me like that. I gave the trident to Batman. I can still do this. Kai shrugged, indicating that he had no pressure. The others looked at Kai in amazement. They didn't expect that there would be such a tortuous process. I still hope to meet Batman. Milo didn't comment much on this. She still wanted to have a meeting with Batman. No problem, I'll notify him. Kai was not angry either. Anyway, it was him. What difference? By the way, I came here this time because of one thing. Mila still believed in Kai's promise, so she naturally talked about another thing. We sensed the disaster in this city. Speaking of this earthquake and disaster, in fact, many people, whether in the private sector or the government, speculated whether this was the work of the Atlanteans. After all, Atlantis had done it once before on the East Coast. Are you afraid that we will suspect that it was you Atlanteans who did it? Kai shook his head. Don't worry. Although some idiots are used to finding someone to blame, most people are still sober. I know this incident has nothing to do with you, besides the fact that the Atlanteans have this ability, which is worthy of doubt. Those who attributed the earthquake to the Atlanteans are more likely to pass the buck. When Batman and Lawrence were shown as whistleblowers, many people jumped up and scolded them. Many of these people will face a reckoning. When Batman and Lawrence called on people to leave the city and take refuge in other places, these people stood up to stop them for various reasons. This led to many people believing their words, resulting in a super disaster with more than 1 million people affected and more than 100,000 casualties. These people have not had a good life recently. Those public figures are basically dead this time. But the problem is that they are not willing to accept punishment, so they launched traditional arts. Pass the buck. They need to use more shocking remarks to attract people's attention so that they forget their sins. On this point, the politicians in Europe and America have simply played this trick to the extreme. In order to get rid of their responsibilities, they even go to war. So it is completely fine for them to throw the blame on the Atlanteans? What about really going to war with the Atlanteans? So what? Do they need to go to the battlefield themselves? Anyway, if the war is not going well, they can stand up and criticize the government and the army for not fighting well. Do you know why the political correctness in society is so powerful now? Because this kind of political program that only needs to be talked about is oh damn cool. Anyway, it is just talking, and you don't need to really pay anything, so naturally everyone is happy. This is like the so-called King Liu in ancient dynasties. The reason why the King Liu has grown, in addition to its good reputation, is that you don't have to do anything. Anyway, you just need to scold people, write articles to get promoted and make money, and you can also get a good reputation, so why do you have to do things honestly? Not only is doing things tiring, but you also have to offend people. So it's better to talk. The current situation in the American political arena is also like this. There are fewer and fewer politicians who are willing to do things and offend people. After all, in this era where you can get support by stacking buffs like crazy, why bother to do things? Isn't it good to talk big? Do those anti-Atlantean politicians really hate Atlanteans? Bullshit. Atlanteans have nothing to do with them at all. They themselves don't believe that Atlanteans are related to earthquakes. But so what? As I said, they don't need to go to the war. On the contrary, if the war affects their interests, these people can turn around and accuse the government of starting a war. In short, talking big doesn't cost money, but it can attract some stupid supporters. Of course they have to do this. After all, doing so can allow them to continue to protect their interests. But how to say it? This time the matter is too big, and everything is basically on the surface. No matter how much these people talk, they can't wash away the stains on themselves, so the big purge is imminent. Unexpectedly, Mila looked at Kai with a strange expression. She never thought that this matter could be related to the Atlanteans. Kai blushed a little. It's embarrassing. Although Kai never thought that he was in the same group as those unscrupulous politicians, compared with the Atlanteans, who were outsiders, those bastards were also part of the human race, weren't they? Really? Ahem. Anyway, it's just a bunch of idiots who took too much drugs and just talked nonsense, Kai said, a little embarrassed. The others were in the same tone, which was so embarrassing. In fact, they didn't care much at first. After all, the Atlanteans didn't pay attention to the people on the land at all. They didn't have any reporters here, and they didn't watch American TV stations. Whatever those people said, the Atlanteans wouldn't know it at all. They just watched them for fun, watching these people talking nonsense on TV, and some idiots even seriously planned how to use some means to bring the backward political system of the Atlanteans to the light of the oil dish. But now a living Atlantean is standing right in front of them. That feeling is like social death. Several people wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground with their feet. It was so embarrassing. Mila looked at Kai's embarrassed expression and laughed out loud. Too cute. A smile can bring out 100 charms. Maybe this is what Mila is like. Barry and Simmons were hit hard in the heart by this smile. Kai was okay. After all, he had seen a lot. We don't care about your human politics, because that thing is meaningless to us. According to our observation of the human world, if a war really breaks out, we can disintegrate all the armed forces of the country in front of us in a week. We have also learned about your destructive weapons such as atomic bombs. I have to say that your weapons are too crude. You actually invented a weapon that destroys the enemy and destroys yourself at the same time. This is ridiculous. I still remember when our TV station announced your weapon, our people almost thought it was a joke. The Atlanteans had been exposed to nuclear fusion a long time ago, and even mastered the controllable nuclear fusion technology a long time ago. However, due to the high pollution of this weapon, it has been eliminated long ago. They have their own destructive weapons, which are absolutely environmentally friendly. One shot can destroy a city, but it will not cause any adverse effects on the natural environment. Of course, this does not mean that nuclear weapons have no deterrent effect on the Atlanteans. On the contrary, the deterrent effect is quite large. After all, the pollution of nuclear bombs is much more threatening to the Atlanteans than their power. In short, no matter whether Mila said it was true or false, they took it seriously. If you are not as skilled as others, it is useless to say anything. Fortunately, they have superheroes. I came here for another reason. There is something strange about that earthquake, Mila said to Kai seriously. Kai's eyes immediately became sharp. This is the second time he has heard such an argument in these days. The last person who said this, Lawrence, was missing, so Kai had to pay attention to it. On the day of the earthquake, our Atlantis monitoring system detected a very strange fluctuation, Mila said. You know, our 7 countries in Atlantis all have their own sea monster weapons. How can there be no monster units in the sea? After all, the marine environment is special. Especially the saltwater kingdom, which started with monsters. The kingdom of Atlantis is technology-oriented and has created many giant sea monsters with biotechnology. In order to guard against these sea monsters, each country has a very complete early warning system. This system collects powerful biological energy fluctuations to warn. This earthquake, their seismic measurement system was blind, because this earthquake was not a natural change in the Earth's crust at all, but an abnormal fluctuation in the monster early warning system. Although the time was short, they did collect very powerful biological energy fluctuations. Only the sea monster King Karazhan could barely compare with this level of fluctuation. This made all the countries under the sea feel very nonsensical. How could there be a monster in the world that was more powerful than Karazhan? Only Mira and Atlanta knew something. That should be a titan. Wow. Kai stood up all of a sudden, and even the wine glass in his hand was knocked over. But Kai didn't care. How is it possible? All the titans have been appeased by us. How could a titan run out? Simmons listened in confusion. He secretly elbowed Barry. What are they talking about? Barry was also a little confused. Atlantis should be considered as the ancient Greek mythology. After all, Eris has been proven to be true. Then it's not surprising that the Titans exist. After all, according to the myth, the Titans were defeated by the Olympian gods. Should they be considered enemies? Kai didn't care about the two funny guys' whispers. Atlanta is not sure either, but there is no other explanation except the Titans. In fact, there are only 3 people in Atlantis who know about the inner world, and Atlanta is the only one who knows about the existence of Titans. If it weren't for this accident and Arthur was not on the underwater kingdom, Atlanta would never tell Mira that there are such monsters in this world. Damn it, Kai cursed in his native language. Harrison Wells raised his hand. Can I ask what a Titan is? The others also looked at Kai eagerly. After all, no scientist would want to miss this opportunity to get in touch with the truth of the world. Kai took a deep breath. How to explain? Let's put it this way, they are equivalent to the world restart system and the last defense system. Once the Earth is determined to be unable to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations, they will appear and clean up the entire world. Do you understand it? It's really not easy. I almost didn't type it out. I'm too tired to go to bed first. Everyone, please vote. Chapter 983 Tony is attacked. No one can predict the counterattack of fate. The ancient immortals used all their wisdom and finally decided to create those biological weapons. First of all, these weapons do not need to worry about the lifespan, because they are biological beings and can reproduce. They only need to implant unchangeable instructions in their underlying genes, and they will never worry about them having problems. Secondly, in order to ensure their power, the immortals gave them unparalleled power and unlimited size. They can grow very large. Once these monsters are released, they will destroy all the creatures on the surface of the planet. Of course, the immortals also made safety valves for these Titan creatures, fearing that these biological weapons would be activated prematurely due to some unpredictable errors. Therefore, there is a kind of creature among the Titan creatures called balancers, which are used to ensure that biological weapons only do the right thing at the right time. The world restarts. Harrison looked at Kai with a little shock. He thought that this statement was a bit too sensational. Kai ruthlessly broke his luck. I can tell you responsibly that those Titan creatures do have such abilities. You know, the immortals are planning to use Titan creatures to fight against the celestial gods. How could it not be strong? To be honest, if it is just about strength, Kai can only retreat when facing those Titan creatures. Who would set up such a thing? Barry couldn't understand who it was and why he would set up such a thing on Earth. Isn't this putting the whole world on the crater? The guardians of the Earth, Kai said to Barry seriously. They are the truly selfless guardians. They sacrifice themselves and let the Earth get the most important thing, freedom. Humans can choose the future according to their own will today, thanks to them. If it weren't for them, the Earth would have become a scorched earth more than 10,000 years ago. If it weren't for them, we would still be kneeling in front of those gods in various temples today. So don't doubt their greatness, Barry. They are the cornerstone of the world's development to this day. The immortals may not care too much about false reputation. After all, when they decided to sacrifice themselves and devote themselves to the world, they no longer care whether they will be understood by future generations. Harrison is smarter than Barry. Those gods. Harrison has always been curious why those gods stay away from the Earth and never appear in front of the world. Afraid of humans? This is ridiculous. From the little information known, Harrison can tell that a Proto civilization from 10,000 years ago can crush the human world today. Not to mention that those Proto civilizations will also progress. The gods have no need to do so and are afraid of humans. Did the Protos leave the Earth by their own will? Harrison heard something from what Kai just said. Kai said as a matter of course. The Earth gave birth to those Protos. Why would they leave their homeland for no reason? Who can force those powerful civilizations to leave the Earth? This is not something you need to know. Kai did not want to announce the arrangements of the immortals, which would not do any good. But according to you, since these guardians are to protect the world, why do they leave such terrible weapons? Barry did not understand. You have to understand one concept. The world is not equal to humans. Although they believe that the era after them belongs to humans, if humans fail to live up to their expectations, then it is natural that they will be destroyed. Besides, when the Titans really come out, humans will almost be GG, So you don't need to feel unhappy about it. They are just the last resort to ensure that the Earth still maintains free will, and humans are not within the protection, Kai explained patiently. Strictly speaking, the immortals are very distantly related to modern humans, just like the relationship between humans and the gods. They chose to hand over the world to humans, which is already very internationalist. Letting them become the nanny of humans is a bit too much. By the way, if humans commit suicide and destroy the Earth too seriously, so that the entire natural ecology collapses, it will also attract titans. Kai suddenly thought of something and said again. Huh? Environmental protection is really saving lives. A group of people looked at each other and suddenly felt that the strong rise of Atlantis did not seem to be a bad thing. At least the environmental situation on Earth is much better. Finally, Barry suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly, but the current situation of the world should not be to the point where it needs to be restarted, right? Why did the Titans appear? Kai sighed when he heard this question. Hey. This is a question I have been looking into recently. In fact, I can proudly tell you one thing, that is, I have saved the world once before. You're welcome, Harrison asked tentatively. Is it because of the Titans? Yes. Although I don't know how it was done. But someone did launch the World Restart program. It took me 3 months to finally stop this program. After that, the Wizards of Camelot and I have been looking for the cause of that incident, but we found nothing. Now it seems that someone really started the world-destroying program on purpose. Damn, why do I always run into such a lunatic recently? Isn't it good to live a good life? Kai's mood suddenly became as bad as it could be when he said this. Those Titans. Who the hell would provoke them for no reason? Find them and shoot them all. Compared to those people, the Joker is a pure and kind person. Her Majesty the Queen has already started the investigation. I believe there will be a clue soon, Mila comforted. I hope so. Anyway, find the Titan as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know how much trouble it will cause, Barry asked cautiously at this time. Should we warn the government this time? Warning. How to warn? We don't even know where the Titan is. How can we warn? Kai knew the nature of the government too well. If this group of people is not at the critical moment of life and death, they will definitely make trouble. If the monster comes to the United States, it's okay. If it comes to other countries, Kai really can't guess what these politicians will do. So just don't say anything and wait until there's evidence. Regarding the Titan, Kai and Mila were not willing to say too much, so everyone had to give up. Simmons asked Mila to give her a physical examination. Mila almost killed this wretched guy with magic at that time. In the end, Kai came forward and asked Mila to give some face and let them study it a little. After all, Kai felt that this was completely necessary. The Atlanteans and the land people did not know each other, but in comparison, it was much easier for the Atlanteans to study the land people. It was not easy to just catch a few specimens at sea. On the contrary, it was much more difficult. There were few Atlanteans, and they did not like to go ashore. Even the human countries did not dare to kill the Atlanteans. After all, it was very easy to cause a serious diplomatic incident. Let me be a guinea pig, okay, but you have to compensate me. Mila did not mind giving them a check. Anyway, it was impossible to really study anything. For the Atlanteans, bloodline brought a lot of surprise, and Mila alone was not representative at all. What compensation? Kai asked casually. Compensate me for shopping, Mila said very excitedly. Kai looked at Mila speechlessly. The others also had gossipy faces. Mila and Kai played in Los Angeles for a few days, but there was actually nothing to do. Recently, Los Angeles was still recovering, and even Hollywood was quite quiet. But Mila had a lot of fun. It wasn't because Los Angeles was really that fun, but mainly because Kai was with her. Unlike the average Atlantean, Mila never looked down on humans. On the contrary, she was very curious about humans, and what made the gods willing to give the world to humans. The Atlanteans are now very proud of standing on top of the world, and they think it is a blessing from the gods. But Mila knows very well that humans are the race with destiny. The reason is simple, that is, it is impossible for the Atlanteans to go ashore. Except for the royal bloodline that can resist the defect of lack of water on land, other Atlanteans can't live on land at all. This is the blessing of the sea god, but isn't it also the limitation of the sea god? But the Atlanteans can't abandon the blessing of the sea god. Let's put aside the cultural and religious things. The most important thing is that once the blessing is taken back, they will all drown. But humans don't have such limitations, their future is unlimited. This made Mila change her strategy very quickly, and she abandoned Arthur, who was not very satisfied with her. She hoped that the kingdom of Zabel would have an heir with the advantages of both races. Arthur's existence perfectly proved that it was possible for humans and Atlanteans to be mixed-blooded. And it combined the advantages of both. In Mila's opinion, Arthur was not a good marriage partner. He was too simple. Even if he acted like a jerk, he was still simple. His thinking was only at the level of a sailor, and he was asked to manage a country? Overthinking. Moreover, this prince did not like the Atlanteans. The Atlanteans did not like him either. What's more, Atlanta also returned, and the expectation of manipulating the kingdom of Atlantis through marriage naturally fell through. So Mila quickly changed her target. Kai was the target he chose. First of all, Mila knew Kai's identity. He was not a landman at all. He was a real ancient. He even traveled to Atlantis before it sank, and was a good friend of Poseidon, the god of the sea. He was powerful and had excellent genes. What's even better is that Kai still can't interfere in the politics of the underwater kingdom. Is there a better marriage partner than this? She is the only heir to the throne of the kingdom of Zabel, and she is extremely strict in choosing her marriage partner. She must be wary of the tragedy of the kingdom of Atlantis. Atlanta is the queen, and she married a great noble in the country. What happened? She was exiled for 30 years, and the power of her kingdom fell into the hands of other families. Even the royal family's surname was changed. Mila obviously didn't want to go through this. In this way, not marrying a great noble in the country became a consensus between father and daughter, so the choice was much smaller. And Kai was obviously the best choice. First of all, because of Arthur's existence, the Atlanteans' acceptance of mixed blood is much higher than before. In addition, the kingdom of Zabel is not the kingdom of Atlantis, and Nereus and Mila are not Atlanta. They are sure to control public opinion. In addition, Kai is not a sailor like Arthur's father who is nothing. In this way, Kai is simply the best candidate. Otherwise, does Mila, a princess, really like shopping? This is just a means. Soon, Batman and Mara's meeting arrived. There were only 3 people in the meeting, Batman, Mara and Kai. The conversation was naturally smooth, but just when it was about to end, Kai's super smartwatch received an emergency call. Frank, it was Frank's economic contact. Kai? Tony is in trouble. What? What's going on? Kai appeared in New York early the next morning. In Stark Tower, Tony is now receiving treatment in a sci-fi treatment cabin. Outside the treatment room, Pepper, Peggy Carter and Steve Rogers are waiting outside. Looking at the unconscious Tony, Kai asked Frank with a bandaged arm with a sullen face. "It's Sebastian Shaw," Frank said with a gloomy face. Didn't Tony help Frank and others design a space locator to track space transmission at Kai's request? In fact, the design has been out for a long time, and the only trouble is how to load the system onto the satellite. After all, only in this way can global coverage be achieved. This is why it takes so long. Even the Stark Group cannot launch several satellites specifically for this thing. They can only load modules on the existing satellites. This takes time. Just 2 days ago, Tony told Kai that his space locator had been loaded and ready for acceptance. Kai was busy at the time and had no plans to go back. He just notified Frank and asked him to take over. Yesterday was the handover time. As a result, they were attacked. Sebastian led the team personally. For Tony, Sebastian is simply a natural nemesis. His weapons and energy weapons are useless to him. When the support arrived, Tony was seriously injured and unconscious, and Frank and his ex-team were more or less injured. How did they know that Tony was designing a space locator for you? Frank was silent for a while before saying, "There was a problem with the government. There is a mutant in the Hellfire Club who can detect memories, and they found the information. Mutants are like this. No strange abilities are uncommon." At this moment, the door of the ward opened and a beautiful Asian girl walked out. Dr. Cho? How's Tony? Pepper grabbed the girl and asked anxiously. Helen Cho, a Korean-American scientist, is also the host of a laboratory under Stark. Helen Cho's intelligence is not even lower than Tony's. She once said to Tony, "Your old and bulky mechanical suit is going to be laid off. The future is nanotechnology." Iron Man also agreed. Tony's next generation of mecha is going to develop in this direction. Tony was seriously injured. But fortunately, the regeneration cradle has practical capabilities. His condition is now stable. He only needs to be repaired in the regeneration cradle for a period of time before he can recover. The regeneration cradle can be said to be a self-manufacturing technology that integrates regeneration and self-generation. Based on the human body's own tissue cells, it integrates genetic technology, nanotechnology, and intelligent technology for comprehensive application in the medical field. It can repair trauma, regenerate tissues and organs, and even regenerate the human body. This thing is very magical. Once completed, it means that most of the difficult and complicated diseases of mankind can be overcome. If there is any disadvantage, it is expensive. Let's put it this way, relying on this machine to repair a small wound requires hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even more. A repair like Tony's would cost at least several $100 million. There was no other way. Everything else was fine, except for the expensive consumables, which were all laboratory-grade materials. They simply could not be mass-produced. Of course, this expense was nothing to Tony. That's good, that's good. Pepper's body softened as she spoke, and she almost fell. Fortunately, Peggy Carter was beside her and held her up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 984 Treatment. Kai also breathed a sigh of relief, but he was not as obvious as Pepper. After all, as long as he's not dead, it is not a big deal. Even if he is paralyzed, Kai has a way to cure him. It's good that he is fine. When can he wake up? Kai asked Dr. Helen directly, bypassing Pepper. These foreigners always get Helen's last name wrong and always call him Dr. Helen, but it doesn't matter, it's just a title. Anytime, I can wake him up now. But I don't mind doing this. His spine is broken and he has lost consciousness below the neck, which will cause great psychological trauma. I think it's better to wait until the regeneration cradle repairs his injuries before waking him up, Helen suggested seriously. No need. Although he has always been like a spoiled prodigal, I believe his willpower will not be defeated by this little setback. And this is also a good lesson, so that this guy always relies on his intelligence to look down on this and that. Pepper heard the specific injuries of Tony, and she was not well. After all, from a normal point of view, Tony's spine was broken, and this person was useless. But Kai still downplayed it. Kai, Pepper yelled at Kai in dissatisfaction. Okay. Pepper, calm down, didn't you listen to Dr. Helen? He will recover. Kai scratched his ears that were itchy from the shock. Even if the regeneration cradle can't fix it, I'm still here. As long as he doesn't die, I have a way to cure him. If it doesn't work, find a vampire to give him a first hug. Anyway, his chaotic life will kill him sooner or later. It's better to fix it all at once and make him a vampire. You won't have to worry about him dying suddenly in the laboratory anymore. Tony's living habits are a mess. If this guy wasn't rich and could use the best technology to maintain his body, he would have aged prematurely. In this regard, vampires are quite suitable for him. At least it allows Tony to have fun. Of course the regeneration cradle can completely cure Tony. Hearing that someone doubted a regeneration cradle, Dr. Helen immediately became unhappy. My regeneration cradle has a bright future. It's just a broken spine. It only takes a little time for the regeneration cradle to heal him perfectly. Yes, can we wake him up now? Kai walked to Tony's side. The regeneration cradle. To be honest, it doesn't look very auspicious, just like a crystal coffin. Dr. Helen walked to the side of the regeneration cradle angrily, operated it for a while, and said, it only takes 2 minutes for Tony to wake up, because the regeneration cradle itself is sealed. It doesn't care if there are people in the room. Others also walked in as if they were seeing something strange. Pepper and Peggy looked at the coffin nervously. After a while, Tony opened his eyes. He was also startled to see a large group of people looking at him. But soon he found that he couldn't move. Hey, Pepper, don't make such a joke. Let me go quickly. I can't move. Tony instinctively felt that something was wrong. He now only hoped that he was being pranked. As for why he didn't tell Kai is a serious person, and he can make jokes, but he probably doesn't have the face to do pranks. Pepper's surprised face froze. Then he stammered, you are injured now. The doctor said you can't move around. Okay. Pepper, Tony's IQ is much higher than yours. This kind of lie that looks fake at first glance can't fool him. Kai waved his hand to interrupt Pepper's lie, and then said to Tony directly, "Your spine is broken and you are paralyzed." Tony looked around blankly at first, as if hoping to get a different answer, but soon learned from the dying expressions of everyone that Kai was not joking. Then his expression suddenly became very strange, unbelievable, sad, angry, in short, very exciting. Kai has recorded it. Tony himself didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Pepper couldn't bear it anymore and planned to comfort him. But Tony opened his eyes and said, "Let me be quiet." He wanted to roar, but his physical condition made it difficult for him to do so. He couldn't even vent his anger. What's the point of living like this? Pepper rushed forward and threw herself on the crystal cover of the regeneration cradle, intending to tell him the truth. Tony closed his eyes, looking like he didn't want to talk. Suddenly, the regeneration cradle shook. Tony opened his eyes angrily, but what made him even more angry was that the bastards around him actually took out their mobile phones. Kai and Pepper were still good, they didn't do that. "Who are you pretending to be dead for?" Kai said disdainfully. "You are paralyzed, not lame. Please, we don't trust you. Who can be bothered by this little trouble?" A little trouble, Tony was about to swear. But immediately, Tony thought of Kai's magic. Apart from anything else, dragon bones can revive the dead. It should be no problem to treat paralysis. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Thinking of this, Tony suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Damn, I seem to have been cheated. He looked at the others and found that everyone was very excited and not worried at all. Tony didn't know why, but he felt relieved. Fuck, I said my popularity wouldn't be that bad. I'm going to die, and a group of people are still gloating. It's terrible. Ahem. I'm just a little tired. It's not. Then everyone laughed happily. Shut up. I've said it, Tony still insisted. As a result, the laughter got louder. Fuck. Okay, I admit that I'm a little embarrassed, but this is the reaction of the normal person. You are the weird ones. I'm paralyzed, and you bastards can still be so happy. Tony was a little angry. At this time, Jouhalen was unhappy. Boss. Are you looking down on my invention? The regeneration cradle is great. Who are you looking down on? Tony realized that Jouhalen was also here at this time. Yes, even without the keel, Helen's regeneration cradle. It's okay. Tony naturally knew about this project. After all, he was the sponsor. But didn't he forget about it just now? I just didn't expect you to have made a prototype. It was just a mistake. After a group of people left, Kai got down to business. They thought that by taking away the control system of the locator, they could stop the system from working. This shows that they are just a bunch of ruffians who don't understand the working principle of technology at all. Tony originally wanted to continue explaining the principle, but now he couldn't even turn his neck, so he simply omitted the unnecessary explanation and shouted directly, "Jarvis." "Yes, sir." Jarvis' voice appeared immediately. Jarvis's core system is now hidden in this building. It can be said that this building is Jarvis's host. All sensors, monitors and various facilities inside this building are extensions of Jarvis. Start the laboratory equipment and make a new locator. By the way, open the G12K79 design and make a space lock. Understood, but I need to remind you, sir. The G12K79 design has not been tested, and you cannot confirm its effect. Jarvis executed his own program, including reminding Tony not to do stupid things, which was also one of the tasks assigned to him by his core program. Then start the experiment as soon as possible, Tony shouted. Start the underground K3 laboratory. Pepper was stunned when she heard it. She never knew that Stark Tower had these things. Tony. What on earth did you do without telling me? Tony said embarrassedly. Not too much? You know, the more you know, the more insecure I feel. You see, I am like this now because I didn't do enough. If you asked me to transform the entire Stark Tower, those terrorists would have no chance to turn me into this. You are crazy. This is the group building. It is an office space. How many employees work here? You plan to install your so-called defense system here. In fact, after the New York War, Tony felt very unhappy that his building had become the source of evil. He began to secretly transform the building from that time. But many things in the initial design were rejected by Pepper. Although Stark Tower is private, it is also the headquarters of Stark Group. Thousands of employees work here every day. Pepper must be crazy to agree to Tony to transform it into a military base full of various weapons. Tony's financial power is now completely controlled by Pepper. This poor man even needs to apply to Pepper to make a little toy. I don't know if Tony has regretted it. But looking at his flattering and pleading expression, he should not regret it. When Tony was finally tired, Pepper gradually stopped talking. She stayed quietly beside Tony. Before Tony fell asleep, he saw the gentle Pepper and suddenly felt that it didn't seem to be a bad thing to get hurt occasionally. But immediately, he thought of the pain when he was seriously injured. Forget it. Hellfire Club. Wait. This young master will definitely make you look good. Jarvis, how long will it take to give us the space locator? Kai and the others left the ward and walked to the corridor when Tony and Pepper were arguing. Kai called Jarvis in the corridor. According to the efficiency of the laboratory, the first space locator can be completed in about 3 hours, Jarvis answered seriously and responsibly. Kai used to come to Stark Tower often, so Tony gave him a lot of authority. Where is the space locker? Kai asked again. It will take at least 3 days, Jarvis said, and explained the power supply of the space locker, Mr. Stark has developed a locker through his research on space teleportation. It can interfere with space for a certain period of time and achieve the effect of preventing space teleportation. However, it is only in the theoretical stage at present and needs experiments to verify it. The Hellfire Club not only has a mutant who can teleport on a large scale, but also has mutants like the Red Devil who can use small-scale rapid teleportation. In this way, this space locker is still useful. 3 days, very good, no need for experiments. We will conduct experiments in actual combat. Then Kai turned his head and said to Frank, how are you doing? We will start the action in 3 days, I have no problem, anyway, I am the only one who is injured. Frank frowned and asked, do you want to participate too? They know Tony is my friend, but they still attacked him. Naturally, I have some expression, Kai said as a matter of course, and then Kai looked at Frank's bandaged arm and asked, how is your injury? Frank is an ordinary person without any special abilities. Well, it is completely right to say that. This guy's killing skills are also at the pinnacle. But anyway, he has no special abilities, and he is not young anymore, he is in his 40s, and he has already been injured for a long time because he has taken revenge without taking his own safety seriously. In the past, he was still supported by the obsession of revenge, so even if he was injured, he gritted his teeth and survived. Now that he has taken revenge, the obsession is gone, and he has rested for a few years, but he has become even older. Frank now has gray hair and wrinkles on his face. Obviously, the consequences of overdrawing his body in the past are beginning to show. The old man is not good now. He has to bandage a little when he is injured. In the past, he used to staple the wound with a stapler. Still holding on, Frank did not show off. As a soldier, it is also responsible to tell your teammates about your own situation without reservation. After all, on the battlefield, if you fail, it may affect everyone. Old, it really feels like a hero in his twilight years. But, it's not bad. Maybe I am not born to retire. Kai was a little entangled. According to his original idea, Kai was going to let Frank retire. He still had several decades to live, so it might be a good thing to take a break now. But the problem was that he had overlooked one thing before, that is, Frank had always been a soldier. After his wife and children passed away, it seemed that this was all he had left. Simply letting him retire, was it really good for him? Kai could understand him. Not to mention now, let's say in his previous life, when Kai was still a policeman, he didn't think dying in a hospital bed was a good fate. In his heart, he still thought of himself as a soldier. Although it was a bit hypocritical to say this, for a soldier and a soldier, this was undoubtedly the most boring way to die. In his previous life, Kai had never thought about the day when he would retire. It was not that he couldn't think of it, but that he didn't want to think about it. Dude, retirement is actually not bad, right? Kai asked tentatively. Retirement. I always feel that it's not suitable for me. Frank shook his head. In the 2 years in GA Town, Frank was indeed relaxed. But relaxation does not mean that he is really happy. After his wife and children died, his life actually had nothing to do with happiness. In GA Town, he just looked calm. If he really wanted peace, he wouldn't have gotten into these troubles again. Okay, follow me. I'll show you something. Kai probably understood what Frank was thinking. In that case, as a friend, he had to help him a little. Otherwise, who knows if you would die in the next operation. Soon, Kai brought Frank to a secret laboratory of Tony. There was a tube of dragon bone fluid made by Tony, which was a diluted dragon bone derivative. Although it couldn't bring back the dead and rejuvenate like the real dragon bone, it could greatly restore the body's functions, which was just right for Frank's condition. Chapter 985 Hellfire. In the basement of a bar in Brooklyn, New York. Can this thing really locate us? A purple-haired girl holding something that looked a bit like a handheld game console said to a short girl next to her. The purple-haired girl looked very strange, with invisible pupils, light red skin, pointed ears, and tattoo-like marks on her face, a bit like the night elves in World of Warcraft. The girl didn't look very old, she was white. Judging from her face, she should be an adult, but she was very short, only about 1.5 meters tall, and she looked even shorter than the purple-haired girl, who was 1.8 meters tall. Of course, this is the information I found from the minds of those government lackeys. The short girl snatched a handheld game console and tossed it twice in her hands, then said arrogantly, "You really should go with us and see how badly that playboy is beaten up by us, humph. Don't be complacent, Katie, don't forget, when those annoying T-Mex come after you, you still have to rely on me. Then I will leave you alone to them. Let you be caught for experiments." The purple-haired girl wrinkled her nose and said unconvinced. "Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid. I can pass through any object, no one can catch me." The girl named Katie was not afraid at all, but said provocatively, "It's you, I heard that those people in T-Mex hate you so much. You should be more careful." Not far away, a woman in white shouted to Sebastian Shaw with an angry face, "Are you crazy? Do you know how much trouble it will cause to attack Tony Stark? I have received news that Kai has returned and is now in Stark Tower. And Captain America, they also went there. You will attract the attention of all superheroes. You will destroy us." The woman in white is the second person in the Hellfire Club, the White Queen Emma. Emma is a special multi-powered mutant and one of the most outstanding people in the Hellfire combat power. She is also the staff officer of the Hellfire Club. Many action plans have passed through her hands. But today something went wrong. You were in Russia at that time, and we didn't have time. Facing Emma's anger, Sebastian did not show much anger, but said patiently. Speaking of which, thanks to Frank's maneuvering, Hellfire has not had a good time recently, although it can escape Frank's pursuit every time. But don't forget who Frank has under his command. Wolverine, Sabretooth, Deadpool, Red Tank, and Beast, who is responsible for IQ, provide technological support. Basically, as long as the Hellfire Club is caught, it will lose a group of people. In addition to people, there is also property loss. Every secret base of Hellfire is discovered, which is equivalent to their permanent loss of that part of the property. These accumulated are enough to hurt the Hellfire Club. Although Hellfire is led by Sebastian, the leader is the leader, and under this kind of loss, the leader must also be responsible. So Sebastian's status has declined significantly. Although she is still in her leadership position, she is no longer the one who has the final say like in the past. In the final analysis, Hellfire is still an organization, not Sebastian's personal servant. His slogan of gathering mutants is for the future of mutants. If he treats it as a private organization, the only possibility is that the organization will fall apart. Maybe Sebastian has great ambitions, but the problem is that Hellfire is still needed now, so he must abide by some rules. For example, if he is not capable, then he will have to hand over the leadership. So far, although Sebastian is still the leader, his power has been greatly divided, otherwise Emma would not have the power to yell in front of Sebastian. "No. With the Red Devil here, you can find me wherever I am." Emma obviously did not accept such an explanation. "You are panicking now." Sebastian was silent. Although he did not want to admit it, Emma was right. He panicked. Their biggest advantage over the US government is that they can transfer their abilities on a large scale at any time. Once this ability is restrained, then they will only be passively beaten. Sebastian cannot tolerate such a situation. Everything is off track. Originally, a few years ago, when Sebastian found Clarice Ferguson, Sebastian realized that their time had come. Oh, by the way, Clarice Ferguson is the mutant who can use the ability to teleport, that is, the purple-haired Asian girl just now. Clarice Ferguson, codename Flash. She can create portals by distorting space, and can teleport multiple people to the place she specifies at a time. She can also teleport over long distances, such as between the moon and the earth. Blink can also infuse her energy into a small javelin, and then throw it at the target, teleporting the target away. In addition, Blink is also very good at throwing javelins. She was not born with mutant abilities, but suddenly awakened a few years ago. As soon as her ability awakened, she scared her family. Later, because of her ability, she hurt the people around her, which caused the young girl to suffer extremely serious trauma. At this time, Hellfire found her. It was Emma who used her ability to seal Clarice's memory, so that she would not be tortured by her own memory. It was also because of this that Clarice became a loyal believer of Hellfire. After getting Clarice, Sebastian realized her value, and her appearance made up for their biggest shortcoming. What is the biggest shortcoming of Hellfire? Of course, there are too few people. This makes them limited in strength, and they can't start a war against the human world at all. But it's different with the Blink. Her supermobility allows the mutant army to appear on multiple battlefields in a short period of time. With her, the battlefield is controlled by the Hellfire. They can appear in large numbers at the heart of the enemy at any time. This gives them an unparalleled advantage. So Sebastian decided that it was time for the Hellfire to surface. They can make their names public, publicize their own programs, call on more mutants to join their cause, and expand their team. The appearance of the clone Solomon in Chicago was guided by this policy. Unfortunately, Solomon was quickly killed by Kai. Kai's clone ability was obtained from this guy. Oh, by the way, because of this, Red Tank was also involved. In addition to being friends with Frank, Tank also came out this time to cause trouble for Hellfire. When Hellfire found Tank, Sebastian was furious. In short, he originally wanted to show his strength. Unfortunately, the world is changing too fast, so fast that Sebastian and his team can't keep up with the rhythm. First, various superheroes emerged one after another. At first, these mutant rebels were thinking about whether to win over those people. After all, most of the superheroes have superpowers, so they should also be considered mutants, right? But as time went on, they gave up on their own. Superheroes and them are not on the same channel at all. Others are helping others and fighting crime. What are they? It is not an exaggeration to say that the bad things that Hellfire did privately are too numerous to mention. They can't piss in the same pot. Superheroes are widely loved, but what about them? Then there was the battle in Los Angeles, and the gods came out, and then the battle in New York, and the aliens came out, and then the Atlanteans. Mutants. Mutants are nothing. Which of those guys is not going to destroy the world? Mutants are just a small fight. More importantly, the emergence of these crises has forced the attitude of governments towards mutants. In the past, governments of various countries mostly took an attitude of imprisonment and hostility towards mutants. This stems from the discrimination and fear of humans themselves due to their lack of understanding of the aliens. But look at the enemies that appeared before: gods, aliens, Atlanteans. Compared with them, the trivial things between mutants and ordinary people are nothing. Can the conflicts between one's own family and the conflicts with the outside world be the same? Faced with so many threats, governments of various countries suddenly discovered, hey, mutants are also very excellent fighters. Since superpowers can be superheroes, why can't they be used by the government? The public's fear of mutants has also changed greatly. No matter what, mutants are also ordinary people. One family. Compared with those monsters, aren't mutants more trustworthy? In this way, everyone from the public to the government began to face mutants. Those grandpas in the government may always do some stupid things, but that is just the opinion of the people. Those politicians do that based on their own interests. So when they understand the role of mutants, they will naturally know what to do. Just like decades ago, no politician would be willing to ride in the same car with black people, but now a large group of white people stand up and shout for black people. Once there is profit, these grandsons change faster and more cruelly than anyone else. This is naturally a good thing for mutants. But it is not the case for Hellfire and Sebastian. Mutants and ordinary people are good friends hand in hand. What should he do? What about his dream of using mutants to rule the world? Hellfire and Sebastian are very embarrassed. He is not afraid of strong enemies, but he is afraid of having no enemies. Sebastian was really panicked, so there was a raid on Tony Stark. We can't fight the government and be hostile to superheroes at the same time. Emma is also very sober. She is different from Sebastian. She is the kind of person who really fights for the rights of mutants, but she has no intention of leaving Hellfire, because she feels that the existence of Hellfire is the best guarantee for the status quo of mutants. She needs to let everyone know that mutants are capable of resistance. Only in this way can those people really face mutants. Only with a sharp blade in hand can people be cautious. In fact, she didn't trust those governments either. She always believed that mutants should have their own country to better safeguard their own interests. Rather than being a vassal of humans, even if they could be treated preferentially and not discriminated against for a period of time, who knows what will happen in the future? It must be said that her idea is really special, and it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. After all, the Hellfire Club is now a terrorist organization. Their activities may make more people fear and hate mutants, thereby deepening the contradictions between them. You didn't kill Tony Stark? Emma asked seriously. If that's the case, then the Hellfire Club's course of action will have to be adjusted again. Sebastian's eyebrows jumped. He knows what he did. Emma saw his expression, and a bad feeling filled her heart. You won't, Sebastian said with a sullen face. The playboy's mouth is so annoying. Katie was provoked by him, so. Anyway, by chance, I seriously injured him, Tony's mouth. Really? Fortunately he was born in the richest family, otherwise he would never have lived to this day. When he was fighting, he also liked to chat and provoke the enemy. It seems that he also enjoyed the feeling of making sarcastic remarks. Katie is the short girl who talked to Clarice before. Katie's real name is Katie Pride, codenamed Phantom Cat. Born in a devout Jewish family. Mutants born in such families often don't live a good life. If the family thinks she is God's favorite, then it's okay. But I'm afraid that a brain is cramped and thinks that their child is possessed by the devil. Unfortunately, her family obviously doesn't think that their family will be blessed by God. Katie ran away from home when she was a child and was later adopted by Hellfire. Such an experience must have made her more sensitive than an average child. It was not surprising that Tony's mouth irritated her. Then Tony was in trouble. Her ability allowed her body or anything she touched to pass through any object. Remember, any object. She could even pass through the air, that is, she could see the air as an obstacle and pass through it, which allowed her to fly, but not very fast, just like walking. By the same principle, she could also pass through a person's brain and find the information she wanted from it. Mutants, sometimes, are so unreasonable. This is also one of the strongest mutants in the Hellfire Club. Her ability is widely applicable and is a very useful spy skill. The reason why they were able to discover that Tony Stark was inventing equipment to deal with them was due to Katie's ability. When Tony irritated the little wildcat, Katie used her ability to penetrate the mecha and directly pulled out the arc reactor on his body. Then Tony was seized by Sebastian and seriously injured. But he shouldn't be dead. If he was dead, the outside world would be in chaos now. What he said made sense. Tony Stark not only represented himself, but also represented a huge interest group. His sudden death caused turmoil in the capital market that was comparable to the New York War. At the same time, Sebastian didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. I actually just want to kill him. After all, he is helping the government to fight us. If he continues, who knows what we will face in the future. This is indeed a headache. As we all know, in addition to Tony's crazy personality, his most famous thing is his head that has been kissed by knowledge. He is too smart, in every sense. With such an enemy hanging over their heads, it would be strange for Sebastian to be at ease. Then do you know who is standing behind him? Batman, Kai? Maybe even the Night King. How confident do you think we are in dealing with these people? Emma obviously had different ideas from Sebastian. At least before, those superheroes and Hellfire were not hostile. She didn't want to push these people to the opposite side of herself. You can't always count on others' charity. Emma. They are never the same as us. Chapter 986 Raid. In Sebastian's opinion, Emma looks mature, but in fact she is just a little girl who is not familiar with the world. This can be seen from her ideals. She is so great. A truly mature person in society does not have such an idea. Look at the so-called human rights fighters in today's society. Which of these people is not a millionaire? Where do you think their power and wealth come from? It's the human rights business. That's right, the human rights movement is now a business, and it is a very mature industry. Maybe some naive, or stupid, or even bad guys are uncomfortable with this statement, but in fact this is the fact. Have you seen beggars leading human rights movements? I haven't seen it. No one would believe that a beggar can lead people to fight. So the question is, where do the so-called human rights fighters get their money from? Count on donations from poor people who can't even afford to eat? The word donation is naturally set for those interest groups. Those donations of $1 or $2 can't promote their so-called cause. With the donations of interest groups, how can the so-called human rights struggle be really pure? Behind this is business. Sebastian is such a businessman. It's just that he wants more. In fact, Sebastian likes people like Emma. Although the struggle for human rights is a business, you can't deny that there are people in this world who really fight for their ideals. Such people are often the best thugs and tools of those businessmen. If you don't have noble ideals, you can't be used. It is precisely those who can devote themselves to their ideals that are the best tools. But sometimes, these people are obstacles that these businessmen hate. For example, now, Emma actually dreamed of continuing to keep the current form of not interfering with the superheroes. How is it possible? What Hellfire wants to do is what those superheroes try their best to avoid. Superheroes are great? Sebastian has a very negative view of this. In his opinion, all the struggles in this world are caused by unfairness. The oppression of small countries by big countries, the exploitation of the poor by the rich class, and the oppression of the ruled by the ruling class. Capital writes all the contradictions in this world clearly and clearly. The reasons for any struggle and contradiction can be found from it. The essence of any contradiction is the struggle for interests. Superheroes are great, but have they changed the fundamental contradiction? Have they broken the oppressive class? Have they redistributed the benefits? They have done nothing. They are just a group of paper hangers, trying their best to bridge this seemingly prosperous but increasingly intensified society. They are maintaining this seemingly beautiful society. And what do the mutants have to do? Break the existing social rules and redistribute the benefits. This is exactly contrary to what the superheroes do. This contradiction cannot be bridged, unless one party gives up. But this is impossible. Emma was speechless. Unless Hellfire changes the nature of its organization and becomes a good baby from now on, they will sooner or later confront the superheroes. But Emma also has her own reasons. We are not their opponents. Yes, this is the most fundamental reason. It is because they cannot beat them that they are unwilling to have a conflict. You have to fight to know. Sebastian certainly knew that Hellfire was not the opponent of those superheroes, but he himself was not. His ability made him invincible from the beginning. Moreover, lack of strength does not mean that there is no way out. The biggest advantage of mutants is their strange abilities. As long as they cooperate well, it's hard to say who will win. Just when Emma was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook a little. Emma and Sebastian are both veterans, so this little movement naturally didn't escape their eyes. They looked at each other, and a bad light appeared in both of their eyes. Someone robbed my house. At this moment, Clarissa's scream suddenly came from below. Not good. Sebastian took the first step, and he put his hands together, and a shock wave blew up the room they were in. Then Emma turned into a diamond man and rushed out first. But the next second, Emma was knocked back. Ha! I finally caught you rats. Amidst a wild shout, a huge figure wearing a red steel vest appeared in the dust. Red Tank. But the tank didn't stay arrogant for too long, and Sebastian suddenly appeared beside the tank, pressing one hand on the tank. Then Tank felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he flew out like a spinning top. Boom! The huge body of Red Tank flew over the head of Deadpool Wade. At this time, Wade was holding Clarisse in his hand. On Clarissa's body, there was a disc-shaped device, which was locked on Clarissa's chest. In the center of the disc-shaped device, a core emitting blue light was buzzing. Clarisse, who was locked by the device, had an extremely painful expression. Her figure kept blurring and then solidifying, constantly changing between reality and illusion. Emma saw that her girl was being tortured, and she immediately quit and rushed to Wade. Hurry! Big guy, get up! That terrible woman is rushing over. Oh, every time I see her, I feel like I'm going to fall in love. It's a pity that I have Vanessa. It's too bad. Wade saw Emma rushing towards him, and immediately asked for help from Red Tank lying in the ruins in a very cowardly manner. Emma is Wade's ultimate nemesis. First of all, Emma has a diamond body, so Wade's guns and long swords are useless to her. Secondly, it's still because of Emma's diamond body. As we all know, Wade is extremely greedy. He is a complete bastard, but he is extremely pious to money. Can you imagine that? This guy who can rob children of lollipops when his dad never runs away? Yes, although he's a bastard, he has a mysterious determination when it comes to transactions. In addition, he spends money lavishly, so no matter how much money he has, he will spend it quickly. This leads to him continuing to work hard to make money, and then wasting it without hesitation. In short, in a word, he loves money very much. Diamond body. Even if he looks at it, Wade can't restrain his greed. To smash this priceless work of art will make Wade himself die of heartache in advance. So he has never been Emma's opponent. But obviously, he called the wrong helper. Tank was just beaten up by Sebastian and is now under the ruins and hasn't recovered. Tank's body is indeed very tough, so tough that ordinary weapons are useless to him. But this does not mean that his internal organs are as tough as his body. Although from a human perspective, his internal organs are already incredibly tough, Sebastian's shockwave is not so easy to receive. At least Tank's internal organs cannot do this. At this moment, Wolverine suddenly appeared and blocked Emma. Ding ding. Ding ding. A series of sparks lit up from Emma's body. Although this was not enough to cause any substantial harm to Emma, it was enough to stop her. Logan. You traitor, Emma screamed immediately after seeing the person clearly. All these people in front of her are mutants. In Emma's opinion, they are all traitors. They actually work for the human government. Forget it, Logan didn't care about this at all. It was actually quite rare to identify with a mutant identity. Most mutants think they are human beings. It is difficult to separate themselves from the human population. After all, their parents and the environment they live in are the environment of ordinary people. They are just humans with special skills. Racial identity is never something that can be achieved overnight. So many mutants don't like hellfire at all. Not all mutants suffer from discrimination. Many mutants are no different from normal people. As long as they don't activate their mutant abilities, they are ordinary people. Especially after the mutant environment has changed greatly, there are more and more such people. The spirit of resistance is actually a very valuable spirit, but it just happens that Westerners lack this. In short, Logan is actually not interested in this so-called mutant organization at all. His purpose is very simple, just to avenge his old friend. But just when Logan was about to attack further, the diamond light on Emma's body flashed, and Logan's claws turned a corner and pierced directly into Wade's head. Fuck. Logan. You are controlled again. Wade kicked Logan away and grabbed Clarice and retreated. Well, this is not the first time Logan has been controlled. Although Logan is strong and powerful, his super regeneration ability is also unmatched. Unfortunately, he is easy to be controlled. And it was the kind that hits everyone with one blow. Whether it's metal control or mind control, it works wonders on Logan. Sebastian also rushed over at this time, rushed to Wade, and surrounded him from the left and right with Logan. Help, Wade shouted. But in the end, no one saved him. Wade's head was cut into 3 pieces by Logan's claws, and he was in a hurry to be blown to ashes by Sebastian. Only 3 pieces of the head were left. Wow. Is this how it feels to see your body blown into pieces? Wade's mouth was still talking. Sebastian ignored Wade and went to save Clarice. No, Emma hurried to stop him. Emma saw the horror of the device in Logan's mind. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Emma reminded him, Sebastian had already destroyed the device with energy shock. Boom. A space wave like a ripple swept the entire underground space. Sebastian subconsciously embraced his energy absorption ability to absorb the shock wave. But he soon found out that this didn't work at all. This was a spatial fluctuation. Unless he could absorb the space. Otherwise, he couldn't stop the spatial vibration at all. Sebastian felt his body being kneaded into a ball, then stretched out, and then thrown into the washing machine to stir. The spatial vibration came quickly and went even faster. When the space was automatically smoothed out, Sebastian fell directly to the ground. He was seriously injured. And Clarice was injured and unconscious. At this time, Red Tank lifted the rubble on his body, stood up with red eyes, and then lowered his head and rushed towards Emma. But the next second, Red Tank was also fixed in place. His eyes were confused, as if he was demented. Emma's diamond face also showed an expression of being overwhelmed. Emma's mind control ability is very strong, but it does not mean that she can control anyone at will. Human will is a very complicated thing, especially when the person being controlled is determined and prepared. The complexity will increase exponentially. Logan was also controlled to gain experience. When his brain was fuzzy, He began to compete with Emma's will. In this situation, the difficulty of completely controlling a person is no less than that of a person riding two bicycles. To maintain double-line operation, there is a possibility of overturning at any time. What's more, there is now a red tank. So Emma also felt a lot of pressure. It was also at this time that a person who had been ignored suddenly drilled out from the ground. Phantom Cat. Katie reappeared from the ground, grabbed Clarice and Sebastian, and then the two followed Katie and sank into the ground. It was as if the ground had turned into a pool of water. Then they appeared again, and appeared in front of the switch in the underground space. Sebastian. Quick, Phantom Cat struggled to help Sebastian up. Sebastian also gritted his teeth and raised his hand to grab the wire. Ah! Phantom Cat screamed and activated his ability to sink into the ground again. Obviously, she was also electrocuted. As she grabbed the wire, the lights in the entire underground space began to flicker. Sebastian's complexion also recovered quickly. After a while, Sebastian recovered. Then a fierce light flashed in Sebastian's eyes, and he was about to go forward to kill Logan and Red Tank. No. Sebastian. Take them away. Our people are not coming to support us now, something must have happened. Hurry up. At this time, Sebastian also immediately reacted. That's right. The Red Devil should have brought people to guard. Why didn't they come to support when there was such a big commotion here? According to the Red Devil's ability, they should have notified them the moment they found out the situation. Unless. Sebastian immediately grabbed Clarice and shouted, Katie. Quick. Take us away. Phantom Cat Katie immediately appeared through the wall and grabbed Sebastian. But at this moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang. Katie's shoulder was hit. The little girl screamed and fell out. Sebastian immediately blocked the two girls. At this time, three figures walked out of the entrance. Frank, Kai and Hannibal. Emma's face immediately turned ugly when she saw them. The bloody smell on them was very strong. At this time, a red mist appeared behind Sebastian, and the Red Devil appeared beside them with wounds all over his body. Be careful. They have a device that can restrain the ability to teleport. Chapter 987 Happy New Year's Eve. Then the Red Devil realized, it seemed that he was too late. As the smoke gradually dissipated, an old man with a cigar in his mouth and a strong back walked in. I didn't expect that you rats would dare to stay in New York. The Punisher. Emma looked at the man with an ugly face and gritted her teeth and said his name. Frank is a man who can give everyone a headache. Even the mutants feel extremely difficult when facing such a man who is entangled with death. He is an ordinary person without any superpowers, but he gives people a temperament that can kill anyone. It's outrageous. In fact, many Hellfire mutants did die in his hands. If possible, Emma would definitely cut this bastard into pieces. But Frank didn't care about Emma's hatred at all. There were so many people who hated him, how could he care? Only after being treated by the magical potion, Frank felt that he was back to his 20s, with endless energy. Originally, when Frank got up every day, his body was like a rusty machine, his whole body was stiff, and he had various severe pains from time to time. However, he had never been told about this. He had never been to the hospital. He knew what was going on. But now it was different. He had been sleeping so comfortably these days, except for those nightmares. In fact, Frank had gotten used to those nightmares. Only in nightmares could he see his wife and children. Although they would always end up being killed, the incomparable pain of this kind of thing made him angry all the time. And anger was his best fuel. He thought that he would be at peace after killing his enemies. In fact, those 2 years were all bullshit. He pretended to let it go, opened a bar, and lived peacefully as an ordinary person. In his spare time, he listened to Logan's life philosophy, talked nonsense with Tank, and talked nonsense with the people in the town, but in fact, only he knew that every time he woke up at midnight, he would experience nightmares again. He knew that it was psychological trauma. He needed a psychiatrist. But he refused. He regarded those nightmares as his own punishment. He was a bad father, a bad husband, and he didn't protect anything, but at the same time he regarded them as his most precious memories. Having lost those, he didn't know what was left of him, a walking corpse with nothing? So sweet, so bitter, so painful, and so unforgettable. In short, he refused to split those things that made him live a life worse than death. The reason why he came out again, in addition to human feelings, was because he couldn't settle the anger in his heart. He couldn't save his own family. But he could let other people's families live well. The body that was getting worse and worse was not enough to continue, but unexpectedly, Kai brought him a miracle again. He knew the value of taking things. He didn't care about rejuvenation. All he needed was a healthy body to support him to kill those damn bastards. Hellfire is that kind of bastard. Don't think that Hellfire is a civil rights organization, but in fact their methods are definitely not pure and kind. Don't think that Clarice and Katie were adopted by Hellfire, so they recruit soldiers so tenderly. In fact, many times, their methods of recruiting people can be called wicked and smoking. For example, if they discover a mutant, they will secretly destroy that person's life, such as exposing the fact that he is a mutant. Or even secretly promote some tragedies to separate mutants from their previous lives. As far as Frank knows, there are more than 30 tragedies caused by Hellfire. Even if those mutants do not join Hellfire in the end, they will completely lose their peaceful life. Sometimes Hellfire will even eliminate some mutants to keep it secret. The best example is Red Tank. They kidnapped the fat man Russell to force Red Tank to do things for them. If Kai hadn't saved Russell, who knows what they would become? So Frank would never be soft on the mutants of Hellfire. When he saw Emma driving Tank and Logan to rush towards him, Frank raised his hand and fired a stun bomb. Boom. Emma in diamond form is indeed invulnerable, but it doesn't mean that she really has no shortcomings. After all, she still needs to breathe and hear sounds. At the same time, the vibration transmission efficiency of solids is very high. When the stun bomb hit her, Emma was hit. The huge sonic boom and bright light made Emma's head feel like it was hit by a big hammer. Her eyes went black and she couldn't concentrate at all. Tank and Logan got rid of the control in an instant. Then the two of them turned over and hit Emma with their attacks in tacit understanding. It was indeed not decent for two grown men to be so rude to a lady. But they also knew very well how terrible Emma was. According to the fantasy novel, she was a magician and a physical warrior who worked as a tank. She was very strong and could also use some insidious magic. For such an opponent, any relaxation would be irresponsible. Do you know why the blue-haired beast brother from Team X did not participate in this operation? It was because Emma used this mental illusion last time to confuse the blue-haired brother, who mistook his family for enemies and chased them relentlessly. Then he was hit on the head by the controlled tank again. If it weren't for the beast's strong physical fitness, he almost didn't get out of the IQ. Anyway, this time the blue-haired brother was a logistical support and did not appear on the battlefield. This is the end, so don't blame them for being ruthless. Boom. Emma was badly hurt. Tank's full-strength punch was enough to smash a main battle tank into discus, so you can imagine how powerful he is. Not to mention Logan's adamantium claws. This caused the diamonds on Emma's chest to break into pieces. This is not a minor injury. If she gets hit a few more times, she will crack. It is well known that diamonds are very hard, but their toughness is. Once they crack, they will soon be completely broken. Once she breaks, there will be no hope. Which hospital can put a broken person back together? Emma also knew this. She got up from the ground and ran to the Red Devil. We have to move. Otherwise. But just as the Red Devil rushed over to meet Emma, a yellow light suddenly melted the ceiling from above his head and hit the Red Devil. The Red Devil reacted very quickly, but he only had time to dodge half of his body. One of his arms and tail were illuminated by the yellow light. The Red Devil desperately used instant teleportation to flash to Sebastian's side, but one of his hands and tail disappeared. Fortunately, the temperature of the light was extremely high, and it directly burned his wound, so there was no possibility of heavy bleeding. Don't worry, he will die in a short time. The yellow light of destruction did not intend to let the Red Devil go, and swept over again in his direction. But the Red Devil did not intend to hide this time, and Sebastian took a step forward and took the initiative to meet the light of destruction. Before the light of destruction touched Sebastian, it was twisted by a strange force, and then it was involuntarily sucked into Sebastian's body. In an instant, Sebastian's whole body flashed with the same light, and then Sebastian's body began to swell gradually. From a gentle man, he suddenly became a 2-meter-tall devil muscle man. Then Sebastian punched out, and an identical yellow beam of light shot back. Boom. The huge explosion lifted the entire ground. The bar that was originally used as a cover disappeared directly. Sebastian only secretly breathed a sigh of relief after shooting out that beam of light. Even he couldn't bear the energy reaction just now. He absorbed too much at once and had to release some. But soon, Sebastian's heart, which had just been relieved, was lifted up again. A metal giant slowly descended from the sky. Sebastian and Emma's faces changed drastically. Finally, a troublesome person was attracted. "Leave immediately," Emma shouted to the Red Devil as soon as she saw Kai. The Red Devil looked at Kai, who was slowly descending, grabbed Clarice, who was unconscious on the ground, and Katie beside him quickly grabbed the Red Devil's body. Bang! The Red Devil disappeared with the two girls. Frank originally planned to stop them, and he still had a space locker in his hand. But Kai grabbed Frank's arm, shook his head and said, "Forget it, they are just two girls." Kai still had a psychological burden to attack two children who were obviously not very old. What's more, according to the intelligence, these two children did not commit any unforgivable crimes. There is no need to chase them. Just keep an eye on these two troublesome people. Sebastian saw the Red Devil running away with the two little girls, and his face turned ugly. If it was according to his idea, everyone else could be abandoned, and it would be enough to take him away. Although he was not afraid of these people, but he did not have the confidence to win after all. He was not a warrior, he was just an ambitious man. He was willing to vent his power in front of the weak, because that could gain fear and admiration. But he was unwilling to punch the strong, because that might kill him. To be precise, Sebastian should be regarded as a white paper fan. He had no problem coming up with ideas and plotting, but he was far behind in really competing in will and fighting to the death. Even if he had the most powerful ability in the world, it was the same. Emma was relatively simple. As long as Clarice was still there, Hellfire had a future. She and Sebastian could both be sacrificed. In fact, Emma had such an awareness after learning that Sebastian went to attack Tony. Someone must pay the price for this. After seeing the two girls leave, Emma completely let go of her worries, and she rushed towards Kai. Sebastian was startled. "Big sister, what's wrong with you?" But at this point, Sebastian couldn't just retreat if he wanted to. So he mustered up his courage and shot a beam of destructive light at Kai. The yellow beam of light shot at Kai first. Kai lowered his head, and his huge metal body completely blocked the people behind him. Frank retreated very quickly. He knew his position clearly. If he stayed where he was, he couldn't play the biggest role. Although his fighting skills were very good, they were still far behind the mutant's weird abilities. His specialty was firearm explosions. This thing was more threatening when he was at a distance. While retreating, Frank raised his M500 and shot at Emma. Speaking of which, Frank couldn't actually be called an ordinary person. At least no ordinary person could lift the M500 with one hand and shoot, and he shot very accurately. An ordinary person could be considered a strong man if he fired 3 shots with this thing without dislocating his arm. But Frank kept shooting with his face red and his heart not beating, making Emma retreat continuously. Each of his bullets landed on Emma's head, which made Emma very embarrassed. She needed to concentrate to control people. But now, on the other side, Sebastian's situation was much more miserable. He was beaten by a group of people. Sebastian's ability was very shameless. It was useless for others to hide him. He could absorb the potential energy of your fist. Your fist hitting him was just like caressing, and it was impossible to cause any damage at all. If you hit him hard, he would return the potential energy brought by your fist to you. This was equivalent to you hitting him, but he was fine, but you were injured. That's fine, but what's even more ridiculous is that those absorbed abilities can be used to recover injuries or strengthen his own physical strength. So don't look at Kai, Wolverine and Tank hitting Sebastian like a ball, but this guy didn't get anything wrong, and became more and more energetic as he fought. Tank punched Sebastian and sent him flying. In fact, it was not a hit at all, it was more like pushing him out. Kai? Think of a way. If this goes on, we will die of exhaustion and still be unable to do anything to him. Wolverine was not much better. His adamantium claws were indeed sharp, but they were still useless. Sharpness also required potential energy to cut his flesh. Even if he was wounded, he would recover immediately in the next second. Anyway, he could absorb energy to recover himself, so he was not afraid at all. Kai did not say anything, but continued to use the ultimate storm in his hand to hit the guy like a baseball. Ha ha ha. It's useless. You will never be able to defeat me. Give up. Why don't we sit down and talk? Sebastian was really relieved. He had never fought with Kai, and he himself was not sure whether his ability could restrain Kai. Sebastian was very clear-headed. There was no ability in this world that was unsolvable. He knew several of his shortcomings, such as telepathy, which was useful to him. Why did he give him a face? It was because Emma could restrain him. Emma only needed to use mind control to control him and prevent him from using his ability. A fruit knife could kill him. But now, he doesn't have to be afraid, because he found that the other party really can't do anything to him. Chapter 988 Hellfire. Boom. The flesh and blood on Wolverine's chest was completely wiped out by Sebastian's energy attack, leaving only the bare metal ribs protecting a broken heart that was still beating there. Every beat caused more blood to be pumped out. The scene was enough to make those horror film directors incontinent on the spot. Kai, Wolverine covered his wound in vain. He wanted to stuff all the organs in his abdomen back, but he still couldn't stop a large amount of internal organs from flowing out. Think of a way. I'm not afraid of death. But if this goes on, I can't stand it. Wolverine's regeneration ability is comparable to Deadpool. As long as he's not destroyed at the molecular level, he can recover. But the problem is that he is not immune to pain. It doesn't matter if it happens once or twice. Wolverine has lived for so many years and has experienced many similar scenes, but the problem now is not a matter of once or twice. He is now being cut into pieces repeatedly, and even the toughest man can't stand it. Roar. On the other side, Victor let out a wild roar and rushed towards Frank. Frank was also embarrassed. Fuck. Did I tell this bastard not to come down? Why didn't he listen to orders again? Just because he's called Sabertooth doesn't mean he's really a beast that doesn't understand orders. This idiot. Frank had 3 scratches on his face, deep and fleshy. Why did Victor appear here? Actually, Victor had always been here, but given that he and Logan, 2 idiots, had been hit many times before, Frank thought that it would be better for him and Logan to separate, otherwise they would both go crazy and it would be a bit difficult to handle. So Victor was left up there to be on guard. But unexpectedly, this guy was unwilling to be lonely, and he ran over for some reason, and then he got hit. Emma was originally suppressed by Frank, but Victor hated Emma and ran out to disrupt the situation, and suddenly threw Emma to the ground. To be honest, Frank still doesn't understand what this guy is thinking. Although adamantium is very hard and has very strong cutting power, Emma is a diamond. Diamond. Is this guy crazy? Then things turned out like this. Fuck. I told you not to bring him here. Wolverine sat on the ground and cursed weakly. Although Victor was a bastard, he was a very good bastard to his brother. Unlike Logan, perhaps it was his childhood experience that made Victor a hopeless brother control. Although sometimes the way he expressed his love for Logan was a little difficult to understand, there was no doubt that he would never allow others to hurt his brother. The bloody smell produced when Wolverine was injured stimulated the heart of this brother control, which made him unable to bear it and rushed in. The result turned out like this. Just as a group of people were complaining, a chilly breath suddenly came from the air. That feeling made everyone's heart tighten. It was as if they were being targeted by their natural enemies. Even Victor, who had been chasing Frank madly, stopped. He supported himself on the ground with his hands, and his back was slightly arched like a real canine. The hair on his head stood up one by one, and he kept making low roars. Emma wanted to control Victor's mind and make him move. But Vic's wild instinct made him ignore Emma's manipulation, and he just stared at a collapsed corner and growled threateningly. Oh my. Where did this little dog come from? It's very responsive. What a good dog. A person slowly walked out of the empty corner. Hannibal. You're late. Kai forced Sebastian back with an axe, and then snorted. Sorry, something happened on the way. Hannibal raised his hand and looked apologetic, but his tone was very perfunctory. Hannibal really didn't lie, he really had something to do. Just before the action, Kai's old friend Blade suddenly sent Kai a message that another friend of theirs had an accident. Fiery Johnny. That is, the evil ghost rider possessed by the spirit of revenge. Since accepting the fact that he was possessed by the ancient demon, Johnny has been receiving psychological treatment. Using the power of dragon bones to practice Kunlun's mental method to control the demon in his heart. At first, the effect was very good. Johnny was gradually able to live a normal life and would not have the urge to set the whole world on fire. But Johnny and Kai both underestimated the spirit of vengeance. This ancient evil spirit, even the king of hell could not tame it, so you can imagine how deep its desire for destruction is. Johnny is just an ordinary person. He can suppress his impulse, but he cannot fundamentally eradicate the uncontrollable anger of the spirit of vengeance. Even worse, as the suppression time gets longer and longer, the destruction impulse of the spirit of vengeance becomes more and more intense. Kai introduced Blade to Johnny to help him better master his power. Blade is definitely an expert in restraining desires. But obviously, it doesn't work. Finally, the spirit of vengeance broke out, and the long-term suppression made the spirit of vengeance completely out of control. Blade could not be the opponent of the Ghost Rider and could only ask Kai for help. Kai could only send his Hannibal incarnation over. With the help of Johnny's soul, the Ghost Rider was controlled by both internal and external attacks. Of course, Hannibal went there not only for this matter. After all, to deal with Sebastian, he needed something. "Did you bring the things?" Kai stepped back and came to Hannibal and asked. "It's done, but the spirit of vengeance is really difficult to deal with. I had to promise him something before he was willing to return to the Hellfire." Kai and Hannibal were one and naturally knew what that something was. The spirit of vengeance was very dissatisfied with his current situation. He hated being suppressed. He needed prey to satisfy his never-extinguished desire for destruction. Kai made a mistake in this regard. He asked Johnny to suppress his power, to keep him away from the hustle and bustle, and to live a secluded life. This was a good thing. But he didn't expect that the spirit of vengeance was like a spring. The harder it was suppressed, the more it would rebound. Now it seems that occasionally letting Johnny come out to hunt some criminals will help him and the spirit of vengeance coexist peacefully. Of course, there is a reason why the spirit of vengeance agreed to cooperate so easily. After all, Kai and his team have the ability to send him back to hell at any time. Compared to the filthy earth, the demon world is the place that the spirit of vengeance hates from the bottom of his heart. No, it shouldn't be hate, but hatred. Its days in hell are eternal torture. Those demons have an abnormal passion for torturing the spirit of vengeance, and they never get tired of it. Although the spirit of vengeance's intelligence has been completely distorted, even if it is as distorted as it is unwilling to be tortured forever. So even if it is sealed in a weak human body, he is unwilling to return to the demon world. It doesn't matter, as long as it is within a reasonable range. It's just killing a bad guy every once in a while. It's really not a big deal. Get him? Got it. Hannibal made an exaggerated bow, then flipped his hand and took out something. A ball of red flame. Sebastian has been paying attention to Hannibal. Since he appeared, he has been very cautious. But when Hannibal took out a ball of flame, Sebastian breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Kai and Hannibal had some secret weapon? That's it? Hannibal saw Sebastian's contempt, but Hannibal just looked at him with pity, then his body flashed and disappeared. Sebastian immediately looked for Hannibal's figure everywhere, but he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw an arm with thick black smoke coming out of his chest. It was Hannibal. Hannibal actually got out of his shadow. Sebastian was shocked and immediately backhanded a strike, and a burst of energy burst at the speed of light, but in the blink of an eye, Hannibal in the shadow suddenly disappeared. Sebastian hurriedly touched his body to see if he was okay. But soon he found that his body was intact. That's it? That's it, Logan, who had recovered, said to Hannibal, who returned to Kai in surprise. Too lame, isn't it? Hannibal glanced at him without saying anything, and Kai said on the side, keep watching. After Sebastian breathed a sigh of relief, he was originally going to say something to them, but the next second his face changed drastically. Ah! Then Sebastian let out an inhuman scream. Flames! Flames everywhere! In Sebastian's vision, the world he saw was full of flames. That's not all. Countless people who had been killed by him were resurrected from the flames again. They kept their dying appearances, howled Sebastian's name with all kinds of horrible faces, spewed the most vicious curses at him, and they caught Sebastian. Go away. Go away. You bastards. Get out. Go away. You are all hallucinations. You are all dead. Don't come over. Don't come over. In the eyes of others, flames suddenly appeared on Sebastian's body, but the magical thing was that the flames did not do anything to Sebastian, but his spirit seemed to be stimulated by something, and he desperately slapped his body and made all kinds of struggling and avoiding movements. Ah! Ah! You are all hallucinations. You are all fake. Fake. Emma. Emma, save me. Save me. Get rid of the hallucination from me. Sebastian's miserable scream shocked Emma, so the girl who cared about her companions immediately used her telepathic ability to try to remove the illusion on him, but the next second, Emma covered her head and screamed to remove the diamond form. Her spirit was severely damaged. Hannibal glanced at the woman and said with a little emotion, this woman is so lucky. Yes, generally speaking, at this time, It is very likely to burn yourself to establish a mental connection with a sinner burned by hellfire. Hellfire is not a real flame, its fuel is the sinful soul. The spirit is an extension of the soul, which is equivalent to actively adding fuel to the hellfire. Fortunately, although the spirit of vengeance is willing to hand over a wisp of hellfire, how generous can you expect the spirit of vengeance to be in this semi-coerced transaction? A wisp, it really is a wisp. It was enough to deal with Sebastian alone, but it was a bit inadequate to deal with two people. Of course, Emma was really lucky. The hellfire had just started burning in Sebastian's soul, and the fire was not strong. If it was a little later, it would not be as simple as mental trauma and coma. Wolverine also looked at Emma, and said to Kai a little embarrassedly, "Kai, can you let Emma go?" Kai was stunned. "What? Are you interested in her?" "No. Logan, you have to understand, you have a girlfriend. I heard from Meatball that you plan to get married next year." "You are. Kayla is a good girl, you can't make a mistake." In Kai's opinion, although Kayla has a bit of a dark history, she is sincere to Logan. It is already very wrong for a girl under 30 to be interested in Logan, an old man over 100 years old. It is too much for Logan to do this kind of nonsense. People can be a little bad, but scumbags are too much? No. She is Kayla's biological sister. She showed mercy to me several times before. If I really caught her or killed her, I can't explain to Kayla. Kayla's sister. Kai looked at Logan in surprise. This was the first time Kai heard of it. Kai knew that Kayla had a sister. Kayla was sent to Logan as an undercover agent because Kayla's sister was captured by Stryker. Kayla was threatened and had to go undercover with Logan against her conscience. As a result, Logan's hormones were high and he directly captured the female spy. This is outrageous. In the end, it was with Kayla's help that they were able to destroy Stryker's secret base in one fell swoop. But at that time, let alone Kayla's sister, they didn't even encounter a mutant. Later, Kai also helped to find the whereabouts of Kayla's sister, but unfortunately nothing was found. I didn't expect her sister to change her career to become a terrorist now. Kai was a little embarrassed. He actually knew only a little about Hellfire. Last time he was mainly to help Frank. This time, it was also to help Tony get back his face. Humph. Are we just going to let her go? Victor had a lot of resentment towards Emma. Victor also woke up at this time. Seeing Emma, who had already returned to human form from diamond form, Victor clenched his claws tightly, ready to move. Emma knew through telepathy that Logan was her brother-in-law, so even if she controlled Logan several times, she didn't do anything excessive. But Victor was different. Although his super regenerative ability made it difficult for Victor to die, he also suffered a lot. For example, once, she controlled Victor to rush under the train. Victor's entire lower body was crushed into meat paste. It took him a whole week to recover. Why don't I just deal with her directly? It won't hurt, and it will be fine soon. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you, and Kayla won't know. Logan rolled his eyes. Kayla and Emma are sisters. Although Kayla's ability is not as exaggerated as Emma's, she is also a psychic. Kayla can control other people's thoughts and actions by touching them. Logan and Kayla often have in-depth exchanges, and they can't hide it at all. Be generous, Victor. Anyway, you are fine now, huh? What do you mean by having something to do? Wait until you come to my grave to lay flowers. Victor was very dissatisfied with his brother's elbow. Just as several people were chatting, Sebastian over there also ushered in eternal silence. I saw bright red hellfire gushing out from his 7 orifices. As the flames were abused, waves of soul-deep wails lingered in everyone's ears. And Sebastian also knelt on the ground with his hands crossed and his chest as if atonement. His body was still intact, but his eyeballs had turned into 2 red charcoal. Tisk, no matter how many times you look at it, it's chilling, Kai shuddered and commented. But the next second, Kai's face immediately became a little speechless. Because he just learned from his golden finger that had been silent for a long time. Sebastian, the goods are out. It's really rare. Chapter 989 Resurgence. In the end, Emma still escaped and was rescued by the little girl named Katie. The girl actually ran out of the underground with her wounded body, grabbed Emma and sank into the underground. When Victor wanted to catch her, it was too late. However, except for Victor, the others did not react much to Emma's rescue. After all, according to intelligence analysis, Sebastian was the leader of Hellfire. Now that the chief criminal was killed, the other minions were not in a hurry. Since things here are done, I'll leave first. I still have a lot of things to do. Hannibal said hello casually, turned around and disappeared. Just like he came abruptly, he left very casually. Frank shrugged and said to Kai, you'd better remind your friend that there are many people watching him outside. Frank already knew that the potion Tony had came from the mysterious Hannibal. He himself was flocking to this potion, not to mention those rich men. What's more, Peggy Carter regained her youth because of this Hannibal. Kai did not reply immediately, but felt a new ability with all his heart and soul. Energy absorption. This ability can absorb all forms of energy and convert it into his own energy and release the absorbed energy at will or improve his physical strength, speed and endurance through energy. However, there is an upper limit to the storage of energy. Exceeding the upper limit will cause very serious damage to oneself. At the same time, this ability also has very awesome derivative applications. For example, as long as enough energy can be absorbed, this energy can replace the body's metabolism and even replace sleep. For example, Sebastian likes to stay alone in the power room of a nuclear-powered submarine. The nuclear radiation there can keep Sebastian awake forever without feeling any fatigue. Another example is to enhance physical fitness. As long as the energy is sufficient, his body will be greatly strengthened in a short time. For example, the speed and endurance of the body will be greatly strengthened. For example, the ability to heal itself will be obtained. What's more terrible is that this ability can also slow down the aging process, and as long as the energy is sufficient, it is not difficult to restore youth. In a sense, this is also a way to achieve immortality. But this ability has a drawback, that is, he cannot store energy. That's right, as long as Sebastian does not absorb energy for a period of time, he will become an ordinary person again, and all the benefits will disappear. Including delaying aging and returning to youth, they will disappear over time. Simply put, the best way to deal with Sebastian is to tie him up with a rope and throw him aside. After a while, he will die from lack of energy. Kai was quite happy when he first got this ability. On the one hand, this kind of thing has not happened for a long time. Once in a while, it is like playing a game for a long time and getting a top-quality equipment. Naturally, he is happy. But after thinking about it, he found that there seems to be nothing to be happy about. Because this ability is completely useless to him, and there is no enhancement at all. Enhance physical fitness? Sebastian's physical fitness has been significantly enhanced because he was originally an ordinary person with a low starting point, and any increase will be very obvious. 1 + 1 is naturally much stronger, but 1000 + 1 is no different from not adding. Restore youth? Kai himself doesn't know how long he can live. Even more useless. The only thing that seems to be useful is the defensive ability brought by energy absorption itself, which is really cool. Unfortunately, the destroyer armor on Kai is probably one of the most defensive armors in the universe today. It feels like you're a warrior who has been working hard for several weeks and finally got a magician's best equipment. And the equipment is bound after identification. This is not good. There seems to be no other way except to throw it into the warehouse to collect dust. Oh. No, the warehouse is shared by several accounts, maybe it can be used by other accounts. Which vest should be used? Kai? Frank had to raise his voice. What? Kai came back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Kai naturally couldn't tell him his little secret. What did you just say? I said. Hannibal, he needs to be careful. Those masters above even want us to capture him together with Team X, Frank said helplessly. Kai didn't want to say it. What could he do? Don't worry about him. If he is really caught, that would be a rare thing, Kai said indifferently, but Kai was more concerned about another thing. What about our X-team? Do you really plan to fight the government? For the time being, Frank obviously has his own career plan. Then you can take care of it yourself. Those people are not good people. They are willing to eat people without leaving any bones. I know, Frank nodded. They don't actually plan to use us all the time. Now they have begun to recruit new members of the X-team to replace us. Frank and his people can be described in one word, that is, troublemakers. This is very different from the idea of the government. They not only need combat effectiveness, but more importantly, absolute obedience to orders. But this is something that Frank and his people can never do. These people are old hands who have been on the battlefield for a long time. It's too much to expect them to obey orders unconditionally. In fact, it is also based on this consideration that Frank and Kai did not kill Emma. Who are they? How could they really let a little girl who is still wet behind the ears rescue people from under their noses? They underestimated them too much? They did it on purpose, not because of Logan's plea. Do you really think that Logan's sister-in-law can get preferential treatment? What are you thinking? Every one of the people here has come from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and each one is more decisive than the other. If Emma is really the target, Logan himself would not say that. The purpose of their doing this is to leave an enemy for Team X. Sometimes the role of the enemy is even more useful than that of an ally. The best in this regard is America. In addition to their strong strength, the more important thing for them to become the leader of the Western world is that they can create enemies. When the Soviet Union existed, they were crazy about confrontation, making the Western world and the Soviet Union confront each other. Of course, the first to do this was actually Britain. In order to maintain its international status after World War II, Britain forcibly opened the Iron Curtain. Then the United States. It's so delicious. After the Soviet Union was gone, the United States did prosper for a while, but soon they encountered problems. Since the Soviet Union was gone, was NATO, which was established for the Soviet Union, no longer necessary. The United States naturally did not want such a thug organization to disappear. So they started to create enemies again. Russia and China are both their targets. To be honest, can Russia's current national strength really threaten the United States' world hegemony? It's difficult, but the United States still portrays Russia as the most dangerous enemy. Even Saddam is an enemy created by the United States. After all, the reason for the Second Iraq War is too crude. In short, the United States needs to constantly create enemies to use fear to hold the Western world together, so that they have to rely on the United States in fear. It is also because of this constant creation of enemies that the military-industrial complex can become a behemoth. Frank's idea is similar to this. If there is no enemy, Team X is likely to become a tool in the hands of politicians to do evil, which is not good. On the contrary, if there is always a huge threat there, fear will force the US government to take Team X seriously. This situation will even benefit ordinary mutants. As long as such an organization exists, the US government will not dare to force mutants to the side of hellfire. In this way, Team X can grow healthily, mutants can be valued by the US government, and the US government will not dare to go too far. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. Okay, you know the plan. Let the police handle the trouble here, and we will withdraw. With that, Kai planned to leave directly with his people. Wait a minute. Kayanot Amasai. Did you forget something? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Who? Kai asked. Logan and Victor looked at each other and shook their heads. We are all here. Frank also shrugged to show that there were no missing people. In the end, Tank was more honest. Did we forget Wade? Fuck. You bastards. You actually forgot a handsome guy like me. It's too much? Dig me out quickly. Damn, something fell into my mouth. Fuck. Tank followed the sound and found a collapsed ruin, and carefully opened it. Wade's mouth appeared there. Well, only the mouth was left. This guy is really enough. He has become like this, but he still has a mouth left. Logan looked at the lower half of the head held out by Tank, and said a little speechlessly. It's amazing. He's still alive even after all this. Kai poked Wade's remaining part with his finger. You don't even have a brain. How can you think and speak? This is not scientific at all. Logically speaking, even if he didn't die, he should have completely lost the ability to think and speak after being treated like this. But Wade was still full of energy. This was too much? A group of people left the scene in a noisy manner. The fight in the New York bar did not leave any traces on the news pages of the day. At this stage, the U.S. government's ability to cover up such news has been greatly strengthened, and such trivial matters were covered up casually. Compared with the calmness in New York, Japan seemed a little precarious. What's going on? Why is this happening? Professor Sarazoy shouted to the people around him immediately after he finally stood firm in the earthquake. At this time, no one had the mind to care about this. Many researchers began to run around like headless flies. The earthquake scared them. In fact, this was not the first time such a shock had occurred, but it was the first time such a violent shock had occurred. It was not until the agents of the Monarch organization rushed in that order was stabilized. These agents were all recruited and trained by Nick Fury. Professor Sarazoy has always been curious about where Nick Fury found these people, But Nick Fury always changes the subject. Sarrazor has become accustomed to Nick Fury's mysteriousness, so he did not delve into it. The most important thing is that these agents have never made any mistakes. It's the Muto. The reason was soon found. Of course, this was nonsense. Nothing else could cause this phenomenon except the Muto. The life reaction of the Muto has become more and more intense. It is about to revive. According to the existing data, it is not difficult to see that the Muto has reached the point of breaking out of the cocoon. At the same time, a researcher ran in with a document. Professor, its communication frequency has changed again. Sarrazor spread out the document and it showed that the frequency of Muto's communication with the outside world has changed again, and the change is very large. At this time, Sarrazor immediately contacted Nick Fury. Fury, we can't wait. We must destroy it now. If we continue, no one will know what will happen. Nick Fury obviously has grasped the situation in Japan, and he is hesitant. This expression rarely appears on Nick Fury. But the current situation does make him hesitate. The Muto has been discovered by them for nearly 15 years. For it, the Monarch organization and he have invested a lot of energy and resources. He even once thought that the ultimate answer to maintaining world peace lies in the Muto. This has extraordinary significance to him. But now, it has to be destroyed. Nick Fury is naturally reluctant. No hesitation, Fury. We must make a choice. According to the purpose of the Monarch organization, for Titan creatures, they must adopt the principles of monitoring, research, prevention and destruction. They did not go well in the previous three items, because Titan creatures have surpassed the biological category in many places. If they want to truly understand them, they need to overturn their original knowledge and start from scratch, which is no less than redeveloping a discipline. But now time no longer gives them a chance. At least not in front of them. Then do it. Nick Fury finally made up his mind. Since there is already Kong, then Mutus is no longer unique. At this point, it is not unacceptable to be abandoned. With Nick's consent, Sarrazor immediately arranged for people to prepare the destruction program. In order to destroy this Titan creature, the Monarch organization had made preparations when designing this base. They connected their own power grid to the major power grids in Japan. Once the destruction program is executed, they will be able to mobilize the power of all of Japan to destroy the target in a short time. This will cause a short power outage in Japan, but once things reach this point, the power outage is a trivial matter. Grid connection, as the destruction program proceeds in an orderly manner. All departments have made preparations. Evacuate. With the alarms everywhere in the base, all staff members immediately left their posts and went to the bunkers prepared in advance for refuge. Evacuation completed. As the preparations were completed, everyone in the control room looked at Sarrazor. Many people here have never left here since the day the base was established. That giant cocoon is everything they have, but now it is going to be destroyed, and many people are filled with reluctance. But at this point, they were reluctant to leave, and they had to make a decision. Let's get started. Sarrazor was more reluctant than them, but he still made a decision. Buzz. Following the operator, the destruction program was activated. A buzzing sound caused by power overload filled the entire base. All the power was hid into the giant cocoon. As the power was injected, changes began to appear on the surface of the giant cocoon. What's the radiation situation? When the Mutos first came here, they destroyed 3 reactors. According to the design requirements of the reactors at the time, if there was a problem with the 3 reactors, most of Japan would be harmed by radiation. One of the reasons why they didn't kill the Muto larvae at the first time was that they found that the Muto larvae were absorbing radiation to prevent the spread of radiation. If they killed it, how would they deal with the radiation? That would involve the safety of millions or tens of millions of people. Now that the Mutos are to be destroyed, this aspect must be taken into consideration. No, the gamma reader shows that everything is normal, sir. Another researcher shouted, the signal is getting stronger. The target is still active. Increase the power, sir. If it continues, it will endanger the entire power grid. Chapter 990 is a big chapter of 5,000 words. I don't care about that. Keep going. As the current grew stronger, the giant cocoon also changed. Its rock-hard shell began to disintegrate, revealing an interior that looked a bit like a biofilm. Not only that, it was also emitting a yellow light. Quick. Keep going. Seeing the changes in the giant cocoon, Sarrazor's face turned pale. Countless alloy cutting wires were arranged in place, and the giant cocoon was wrapped around, and began to be powered, intending to electrocute it from the inside into charcoal. Crack! Crack! The debris on the giant cocoon continued to fall off, and a crescent-shaped thing like a pupa broke out of the cocoon. On it, bursts of light flashed regularly, and faster and faster. Finally, with a loud bang, the power grid connector exploded directly, and the power of the entire base was cut off at once, but the backup power system was immediately turned on, and the base resumed operation in less than 3 seconds. In the distance of the command room, the giant pupa also stopped moving, and then with a bang, the upper half of the giant pupa collapsed. How is it? All the detectors are back to zero. We succeeded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then, a silent sadness spread in everyone's heart. Killing the most amazing creature on Earth is undoubtedly a crime from a biological point of view. You know, even if there are other titans, the number of this creature is still in the single digits. Sarazol ignored those sad words, but picked up the communicator and said, "Go check it out." Soon a group of workers wearing protective clothing drove into the scene and began to climb up the giant pupa using modern engineering equipment. After approaching the giant pupa, the staff used high-energy searchlights to illuminate the wreckage, only to find that countless viscous liquids similar to crude oil were flowing out of the wreckage. For fear that these liquids were harmful, no one rashly touched them, but continued to explore the depths of the wreckage. A staff member suddenly heard a strange sound, and he quickly moved the searchlight over to check it out. As a result, he found something moving underneath a pile of viscous liquid, and the viscous liquid was stirred. But when he looked clearly, he found that there seemed to be a creature's head there, not particularly large, about the size of an elephant. This is not really big. You have to know that the size of this giant cocoon is as high as 40 or 50 floors. An elephant is very small. That thing looks like a snake, but it has no eyes. There is only a faint light flickering on the top, a bit like a firefly. "I have found something," the staff member shouted loudly. But the movement suddenly alarmed the creature, and it immediately retracted into the liquid. When the man was about to shout again, boom! A huge strip stretched out directly from the viscous liquid, and then suddenly hit the staff member who made the sound. Before the others could calm down, another huge tentacle stretched out from the giant cocoon. Boom! The huge engineering machine that was originally parked next to the giant cocoon was overturned by the huge tentacle. Then a sharp scream was heard. Then, with a giant cocoon as the center, all the lights and machinery inexplicably lay down in a burst of sparks. All the instruments in the command room were the same, except for a few devices that were electromagnetically protected, such as high-frequency sound wave collectors. It's an electromagnetic pulse. Then the ground shook, and a huge creature crawled out of the cocoon. With a bright moonlight today, people saw the general shape of this giant. The name of this creature was called Mudo by the Monarch Organization, which was originally an abbreviation for unconfirmed giant terrestrial life form. According to the naming rules of the current world, the first discoverer has the right to name it. Once the name is given, it cannot be changed except by the namer himself. Mudo has a triangular head and jaw, red eyes, and looks a bit like a strange mantis. It has a pair of huge forelimbs, which are also a bit like the forelimbs of a mantis. There is also a pair of relatively short secondary arms on the chest, and a pair of thick hind limbs under the body. When it stands up, the body is completely off the ground, making it look taller. Behind it is a pair of huge flesh wings. When the wings are not open, they will also be like a pair of forelimbs to help support the body. The overall appearance style is close to that of insects. Oh my god! What on earth did we let out? Sarazol looked at the behemoth in the center of the base and howled to the sky, and immediately felt something was wrong. In the deep sea of an unknown place on Earth, a giant creature opened its eyes at the moment when Mudo completely woke up. Then a burst of angry roars spread along the seawater to the distance. The human activity area closest to this mysterious place is facing the Human Research Station in Antarctica. The staff of the research station detected extremely strong energy fluctuations in the instruments, but the scientists there had no idea what this energy fluctuation represented. Back to Japan, after Mudo crawled out of the giant cocoon, it immediately attacked the base. Then, without waiting for the personnel at the base to organize a counterattack, the monster suddenly stopped attacking and then spread its wings, flying up. This scene shocked everyone who had basic biological knowledge. This is also possible. Ordinary people may think that it is normal for this thing to have wings and fly, but the reality is that such a large and heavy creature cannot fly at all, At least its wingspan cannot support it to fly. The length and even width of Muto's wingspan are completely incompatible with its body size, at least not enough for it to fly. And it didn't even have a running start, it just flapped its wings twice and flew up. Let's say that Titan is a creature that completely surpasses human biology. This thing is totally unscientific. Where did it fly to? Sarazual immediately asked his subordinates. The subordinates looked at Professor Sarazual with a confused look on their faces. Professor, all our instruments are damaged. We can't detect it at all. Sarazual was also stunned. It's over. Now he can't even give a warning. The next day, the news all over the world was taken away by Japan. A 6.3 magnitude earthquake occurred in Japan. Originally, this was nothing. Japan was originally located in an earthquake zone, and earthquakes and volcanoes were frequent. Earthquakes in Japan are nothing at all, and even slightly smaller earthquakes are not even worth making the news. But the earthquake happened near a nuclear power plant. Japan's largest nuclear power plant was destroyed by an earthquake again. This was another time 15 years later. This earthquake not only destroyed the nuclear power plant, but also killed tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of Japanese died in this nuclear power plant leak. Hundreds of thousands of people were affected. This time, the Japanese government showed not only super high action power, but also evacuated the people at a rapid speed and isolated the disaster area. At the same time, the Japanese government announced that due to the tragedy 15 years ago, Japan's nuclear power plants have adopted the world's most advanced nuclear processing capabilities. They have dispatched death squads at the fastest time to shut down the reactors at the fastest speed and seal them. But no one believes it. What does Japan say? The lying skills are comparable to those of the Koreans. The Koreans are deadly about face, and Japan is not. As long as there is a mistake, basically an apology is over. Because according to the logic of the Japanese, bowing and apologizing means that the matter is over. Anyway, as long as something goes wrong, it's just a few people bowing and apologizing under the flashlight. If you can delay the handling of things, delay it. If you can't delay, fool around. If you can't fool around, just lie down and die. Anyway, it's not solved. This time, the countries around Japan were almost mad. The Koreans even threatened that if Japan can't deal with the problem of nuclear power plants, then let the great Korean nation solve it. Japan's statement to the Koreans, just treat it as fart. If you say which country in the world looks down on the Koreans the most, then it belongs to Japan. After all, the Koreans were colonized by Japan for 35 years. It can even be said that the Korean culture was not only stolen from China, but also greatly influenced by Japan, including the set of bowing and kneeling at every turn. Even when South Korea was founded, most of the politicians were those Korean traders during the Japanese occupation. Even those conglomerates are the same. Many of the founders of the conglomerates have Japanese backgrounds. Moreover, the Japanese rule was not overthrown by the Koreans from the beginning. When the Japanese evacuated, I don't know how many Korean traders followed them to Japan and became second-class citizens. So from the bottom of their hearts, the Japanese looked down on Koreans. Regarding the Koreans' clamor, Japan simply regarded it as Koreans jumping out to show their presence. In fact, if they didn't have North Korea above them and China next door, South Korea would indeed be a country that is not worth noting. This is a country that relies entirely on its neighbors to show a little presence. In short, the Japanese directly ignored the Koreans' clamor. But soon, another big country also paid attention to this matter. Then the treatment was different. In order to let the rabbits next door put down their brick moving, the Japanese government immediately invited a rabbits expert group to conduct on-site research and evaluate the nuclear facilities. As a result, the rabbit actually went there, and then returned very quickly. He did not comment on Japan's handling of the matter. Of course, things could not be that simple. In fact, the Japanese government completely handed over its so-called secrets to the rabbit. Let the rabbit understand the whole story. Monsters. Japan is a country that loves fantasy. If we say which country has saved the world the most times in film and television literature, the United States and Japan are almost the same. The United States wants to increase national pride and create a culture where Americans are the best in the world, so there are so many plots of Americans saving the world in their literary works. Japan, on the other hand, simply loves fantasy. And thanks to Japan's magical imagination, they have created a lot of interesting things. For example, Ultraman and monsters. Just like Americans like to blow up New York and the whole universe speaks English, Japan has also become a place visited by various monsters. To be honest, if there are really alien monsters, who would be so bored to invade that island country first? What's the point? There are no resources, the resistance is not strong, and the place is small. In short, there is a rich monster culture here. So, the matter of the monster cannot be concealed at all, but others don't know that this monster has only been in Japan for 15 years, and it can absorb nuclear radiation. The reactor of that nuclear power plant was eaten up by the monster. Naturally, there is no way that there is any nuclear radiation left. No one knows how Rabbit reacts to this matter. Anyway, Kai is just watching the fun on the American side. Unfortunately, this matter cannot be concealed from the United States after all. The senior officials in the United States also know about the monster. The White House is very surprised. Japan. Are these grandsons planning to rebel and devour their masters? They actually concealed such a big secret. Up to now, the White House has not really regarded this matter as a problem. After all, they didn't expect the monster to come to the United States. In fact, what they don't know is that just a few days before the monster appeared, the U.S. 7th Fleet was carrying nuclear weapons and leaving Japan for the naval base in Hawaii. I don't understand. In the movie, the two monsters meet in the United States, so why do they have to run to Hawaii? Also, why did the Muto cub run to Japan in the first place? It's obviously closer to Taiwan, right? Taiwan doesn't have nuclear power plants. Then, without anyone knowing, the Muto went after the 7th Fleet. Maybe nuclear weapons are more to its taste? So, Kai treated this matter as a joke at first. But soon, he knew that things were getting serious. Just when Kai was secretly watching the news in his office, a circle with fireworks suddenly appeared in his office. Then a big bald man walked in. Ancient One. Kai was very surprised. Wasn't Ancient One very busy recently? How did he have time to run to him? Camelot gained new knowledge from the inner world, and this knowledge made all the Camelot wizards fall into a kind of fanaticism. From the moment they joined Camelot, they knew their responsibilities, but they never knew that their responsibilities would really be so great. After all, some things, no matter how good the slogans are, they are not as deeply rooted in people's hearts as more direct witnesses. For example, the apprentice of the Ancient One, Caecilius. Caecilius is a very smart person, but his mind is deep and even a little extreme. Caecilius is also a pitiful person. As the Ancient One said, Camelot only accepts those who are saved. Caecilius also has his own sad past. His wife and children left him one after another because of illness, which was a big blow to him. After being accidentally discovered and brought to Camelot by Mordo, he worked hard to practice magic, also in order to realize the forbidden magic and resurrect his wife and children. But the Ancient One rejected Caecilius. The Ancient One is a very good person. If there is a shortcoming, it is the attribute of the riddle man. She always hopes that the apprentice can understand it by himself, instead of simply telling the other party what to do. So, she didn't explain Caecilius too clearly, but just said a lot of things that are mysterious. This made Caecilius fall into darkness, especially after he found that the Ancient One also practiced the dark power, which made him fall into extreme emotions. It was also at this time that Camelot discovered the inner world. There, Caecilius witnessed the immortals' dedication and greatness to the world. He was touched by the greatness of the immortals, so he no longer sought the power of darkness. He turned to seek these great powers to resurrect his wife and children. Unfortunately, he found that the immortals did not have such power. If even the immortals could not resurrect the dead, who else could do it? This despair made him confess his thoughts to Guyi in pain. Guyi realized for the first time how desperate and painful his disciples were. So Guyi told his disciples, resurrection is not impossible. But she also told her disciples that resurrection has extremely strong limitations. First of all, human souls are not eternal, and there is no real hell or heaven in this world for human souls to rest. Human souls, especially ordinary people's souls, cannot stay for a long time. Often in a very short time, the soul will dissipate. The souls of Caecilius' wife and children disappeared a long time ago, and there is no power in this world to resurrect them. Caecilius asked Guyi, can't Dormammu do it? Guyi only then knew that his disciples had actually contacted Dormammu. Caecilius told the Ancient One that Dormammu promised him that as long as he gave the earth to Dormammu, Dormammu would give him eternity and the secret of life, so that he could resurrect his wife and children. This is of course nonsense. Even the eternity promised by Dormammu is nonsense. Dormammu will only make Caecilius a part of him. From a certain perspective, eternal life is not nonsense, but resurrecting the dead who have disappeared. As far as the Ancient One knows, no existence in this universe can do it. Although this answer broke Caecilius's heart, the Ancient One also noticed Caecilius's not. So the Ancient One personally took Caecilius to travel around the inner world of the earth, and used the great wisdom and sentiments of the ancient immortals to influence Caecilius. It must be said that the Ancient One really did the right thing. Caecilius gradually got rid of the unforgettable pain and devoted his body and mind to the maintenance of the world. After all, in front of the greatness of the immortals, Caecilius's selfishness about himself is really nothing. Caecilius' state is also the normal state of the current Camartage mages. After they felt the greatness of the immortals more intuitively, they became clearer about their duties. Moreover, as a mage, the knowledge left by the immortals also has an incomparable attraction to Ancient One. She actually had time to come to Kai at this time. "We are in trouble, Kai," Ancient One stated his purpose without any greetings. "A Titan has appeared." "Huh?" Kai looked at Ancient One with a surprised face. Ancient One pointed to the news about the earthquake in Japan on TV. "It's right there." "Huh?" Kai turned his head and looked at the TV. Then he understood it all at once. "Fuck. Those little Japanese." Kai slammed the table. "At this time, they are still playing this game? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991 Behemoth. Speaking of which, the Titan riot back then, wasn't it the Japanese who did it? Kai then thought of the Titan riot that had caused him so much trouble last time. After all, that thing was in Japan, and the most likely person to discover it was the Japanese. The Japanese like to play tricks again, and who knows if they will come up with something messy to cause the Titan riot. This Ancient One was also a little unsure. "Forget it, let's talk about this later." "Do you know where the monster is now?" Kai asked. Ancient One's face became embarrassed. We really don't know. Although the Great Guardian can allow us to monitor the world, it seems that the Titan creatures are not under its monitoring, otherwise we would not know nothing about the Titan for so many years." Kai nodded thoughtfully. This statement was very reasonable. After all, the Great Guardian itself is also a link in the Earth's defense, and it is the outermost layer. It doesn't seem to be unacceptable that it cannot monitor the last firewall of the Earth's defense. "Looks like I have to go find Tony." Fortunately, he's almost recovered. Tony had left the regeneration cradle yesterday. I have to say, this thing is really amazing. Such a serious injury, healed in a few days. Just when Kai was about to call Tony to borrow their satellite, Mila suddenly rushed in. When she saw that there was a bald woman in Kai's office, she was also stunned. When she just came in, the secretary at the door clearly said that Kai was alone in the office, and Mila didn't think much about it and rushed in. Mila had never seen Ancient One. Looking at the bald woman, she was not beautiful, but definitely not ugly, on the contrary, a little handsome. But she was not the kind of real heroic spirit, more like a temperament that transcended men and women. You can't even define it as neutral beauty. Anyway, it's very weird. Could it be that Kai likes this type? Mila went shopping with Kai and also hinted to Kai a little. What? Why hint instead of saying it directly? Please, Atlantis society also has the concept of reserve. She is a princess of a country after all, and it's not like she can just be a man when she is in heat. Of course, she couldn't be so naked. She still hoped for a more romantic process, even if her purpose was full of utilitarianism. But Kai pretended not to see it. Now he was meeting with a bald guy here. It hurt her self-esteem. In fact, she really overestimated Kai. Don't think that Kai's a love veteran just because he has several girlfriends. He is a good boy, and others took the initiative. What's more, Mila is the real heir, dealing with this and that noble all day long. She speaks and acts in a noble style, but she doesn't speak directly, but likes to beat around the bush. In short, she can't let people catch her words. This level is a bit high. It's strange that Kai can understand. If Mila said directly that she wanted Kai's good genes, Kai, who was corrupted by capitalism, might just agree directly. It's just jeans, he can have as many as he wants. You, Mila said a little hesitantly. Guyu was not surprised by Mila's appearance. After all, with her strength, she had seen Mila clearly before she came in. On the contrary, she was a little confused about her hesitation. I can only say, Ancient One may be very wise, but she doesn't understand human nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see the darkness in the heart of her disciple Caecilius. What do you want, Princess Mira? Ancient One asked directly. This actually made Mira feel uncomfortable, especially since Ancient One's eyes were clear and even kind. Damn it, she actually looked at me kindly. Mira was so anxious. Fortunately, this also reminded her that she did have an urgent matter. I just received news that our patrol team discovered a monster that has never been seen before. It should be the Titan creature you mentioned. There is no shortage of sea monsters in the underwater world. Those who can be tortured and reported urgently are obviously not the sea monsters they know. Then it can only be the Titan creature that Kai mentioned. Kai was stunned. There is a clue so soon? Where is it? It is heading towards Hawaii and it is estimated that it will arrive in the evening. Hawaii, Oahu, Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is located at the lowest point of the plain between the Kala Mountains and the Waianae Mountains on the south coast of Oahu Island. It is adjacent to the only deep water port of Honolulu. It is only 13 kilometers away from the tourist resort of Honolulu, on an island, and can be reached quickly by car. This is the base and shipbuilding base of the U.S. Navy, and it is also the headquarters of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The U.S. 7th Fleet will arrive here tonight. The headquarters of the 7th Fleet is located in Hengang, but since the 7th Fleet itself also belongs to the Pacific Fleet, it will occasionally perform cruise missions and go to Pearl Harbor for repairs and maintenance. Generally speaking, since Japan is the only country in the world that has suffered a nuclear attack, its domestic perception of nuclear weapons is very bad, so the 7th Fleet is unlikely to carry nuclear weapons, but the previous conflict with Atlantis made the nerves of the world's navy more nervous. So the 7th Fleet also carried nuclear weapons at that time. Until recently, the situation finally stabilized, and the mood in Japan was also relatively large, so the 7th Fleet returned to the home port this time to dismantle nuclear weapons. But they didn't know that their move led to a hungry monster eyeing Pearl Harbor. Just in the middle of the night, when the fleet began to unload nuclear weapons, the originally windless weather suddenly had a ripple. Hey, why is it windy today? The Marines on duty on the aircraft carrier were a little surprised by the weather changes tonight. What's the matter? When have those guys who observe the weather been accurate? Another Marine said casually. This is a bit too much. Navigation is not an ordinary industry. In this industry, a slight change in the weather will have a huge impact. Therefore, generally speaking, the fleet's weather forecast is updated in real time and is relatively accurate. Several sailors on duty did not care and continued to work. Now that the aircraft carrier has entered the port and has dropped anchor, there is actually nothing to do. But just when a group of people were about to drink some coffee and fart, there was a sudden power outage. Huh? What's going on? This is the first time that there has been a power outage on an aircraft carrier. Just when a group of people were confused, suddenly there was a very loud noise from the bridge. A group of people ran out quickly, and then something that they would never forget happened. A huge black shadow came quickly from the sea to the military port. The Japanese are coming, I don't know which idiot shouted. Then there was a big chaos in the naval port. It's not that the Japanese really came to kill them, that's just a brain problem. The Japanese were tamed very well by the American father. At least before the United States really weakened, Japan didn't have the courage to bite its master. But the shadow had arrived at the naval port, and people with better eyes had already seen what the thing was. A huge monster. Before the monster landed, the hurricane blew the warships in the naval port and made them bumpy. Just as people were scrambling to escape, a loud noise came. It was the Mutas. It swooped down from the air and smashed hard on the aircraft carrier. The huge weight made the keel of the aircraft carrier make a sound of being overwhelmed, and the solid landing deck of the aircraft carrier cracked in the first time. At this time, people also saw the appearance of the monster clearly. The monster had a triangular head and jaw, its eyes emitted a faint red light, and it had two pairs of huge forelimbs. It raised its huge forelimbs and smashed it hard on the landing deck of the aircraft carrier. Swish! After a sharp sound that made people feel like they were going to heaven, the deck of the aircraft carrier was dug open by it. Then its forelimbs destroyed the hull of the aircraft carrier like a dog digging the soil, and it kept digging down. In less than 3 minutes, The monster stopped digging, and the monster's triangular head stretched into the deck. A naval engineer who had already run away saw the monster's actions and suddenly stood there with a pale face. "Run. Are you crazy?" A person next to him hurriedly pulled his friend. No, we can't run," the engineer said in despair. "Are you crazy?" The friend was going crazy. The monster destroyed the nuclear power room. The engineer sat on the ground. As an engineer, no one knew the consequences of the monster's actions better than him. "You mean, that's right, even if we are not killed by the monster, we will die from nuclear radiation? Oh my God." Soon the monster raised its head, and in its mouth, it was biting a huge cylindrical device, which was the nuclear reactor of the aircraft carrier. But what no one knew was that all the nuclear radiation failed to escape the body radius of the monster and was absorbed by the monster's body. From this perspective, the monster's mouth is completely for show, and it doesn't need to rely on its mouth to eat. Of course, other people don't know these things. But fortunately, not many people really know that the thing is a nuclear reactor. Everyone was scared and no one notified others. Soon the nuclear reactor of the aircraft carrier lost its function, and the monster threw the nuclear reactor out with a shake of its head. It was also at this time that many planes flew in from nowhere and began to fire at the monster. These planes did not hold back and vented all their firepower at the beginning. The huge explosion submerged the monster at once. Screech, the explosion obviously had some effect on the monster. Well, the biggest effect was to anger it. The monster jumped up from the aircraft carrier. The huge reaction force made the aircraft carrier sink a lot at once. Coupled with the previous damage, the aircraft carrier was overwhelmed and broke into two parts from the middle. Then the monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a sharp and piercing scream. Screech. The next second, the dark blue electromagnetic pulse, with the insect beast as the center, instantly spread out to the surroundings of the naval port like a surging tide. Boom! Under this strong electromagnetic pulse, all the electronic equipment around broke down. Even all the lights in the naval port went out in an instant. The planes in the sky also turned off in an instant, and then fell straight down. Boom boom boom. One of the planes fell directly into the fuel depot, and then the entire fuel depot exploded. The sound of the explosion could be felt very clearly even in Honolulu, and the huge shock wave caused all the high-rise buildings in Honolulu to shake very obviously. At this time, how many people can still survive in the naval port? It is really unknown. After doing all this, the monster was still not satisfied. It seemed that the attack just now made the monster angry. It also gave up the nuclear weapons that it originally planned to eat, and flapped its wings and flew towards the distant Honolulu. The lights there were bright, and it was simply too conspicuous. Cry! A sharp roar opened a prelude to the destruction of the city. Mutas crashed into a building. In the billowing smoke and dust, its terrifying insect body like a giant insect was looming. Then it stood up from the ruins and thick smoke. This monster was even taller than all the buildings. It was useless. Mutas' bodies were not big, at least the males were, but its legs were too long, and it looked very tall when it stood up. Without any hesitation, it waved its forelimbs and screamed to destroy the surrounding buildings. One tall building after another collapsed. The crowd could only cry and run away. Unfortunately, the city was paralyzed, and the chaos would only bring more people misfortune. The apocalypse has turned this small coastal city into hell on earth. Another blue electromagnetic pulse, with this Muto as the center, spread out like a surging tide to the surrounding areas of the city in an instant. The whole city instantly became a dark city without any light. This aggravated the panic, and more importantly, the cars were all broken. I couldn't even drive away. A pastor looked at the monster that was abusing in the distance and knelt on the ground in a daze. The day of the Lord will come like a thief, and everything will be destroyed in the fire from the sky. Everything will be destroyed. The earth and everything made on it will disappear. Since everything will be destroyed like this, what kind of person should you be? You should live a holy and pious life because you are looking forward to the coming of God and accelerating its coming. That day will burn the heavens with fire, and the visible will melt with heat. God, have you really abandoned us? Just when the pastor was desperate, suddenly bursts of blue light appeared on the sea outside the city. The moment the blue light appeared, the mutas stopped destroying and turned to look at the blue light in the distance. As the blue light approached, more people noticed the thing. They now hoped that someone could save them. But the next second, they were even more desperate. Because when three huge dorsal fins cut through the sea, a cruise ship was right in front of the three spikes, and then Those spikes cut it into pieces without hesitation. With the sound of an explosion, a huge dark shadow emerged from the sea. The huge black shadow came all the way to the seashore, and then it suddenly stopped. The sea water pushed by the huge body rushed to the coast. Boom! The huge dark body stood up from the sea, rising quickly, and half of the body was completely exposed to the air. A pair of strong front claws hung on both sides of the body. The head, which was slightly smaller than the body, looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the pair of small black eyes on it flashed with anger. Staring at the mutus opposite, it suddenly stretched its head and opened its mouth. Roar, Gulu. Everyone who saw this scene swallowed hard. Now, no need to run. Just wait to die. One monster is already like this, and now here comes a more powerful one. Let's say our last prayers and go to see God together. Chapter 992. It's too late to play cards. I'll update 2,000 words first and make up for it during the day. I don't know if the prayers of those guys worked, but the two monsters started fighting. That's right, they started fighting without even saying hello when they met. First, the dinosaur-shaped monster that ran out of the sea swung its forelimbs directly to hit Muto with a big pendulum, knocking Muto dizzy, and then raised its tail and hit it hard again, knocking Muto to the ground. Well, the two guys fought, and it didn't make it easy for humans. After all, the size is there. Although Muto looks smaller, it is also 91.4 meters, and the one behind is even more exaggerated at 108 meters. They can trample to death countless people with just two casual moves, not to mention that they are still fighting. So, the weather in Hawaii is very good today, but it's a bit useless. Muto is not a vegetarian. After being stunned twice, it immediately started to fight back. It may not be as big as that monster, but it is more flexible. It jumped directly into the air, and aimed its two huge forelimbs at the head of the dark monster opposite, and hit it a few times. The dark monster was not easily beaten. Its body tilted and it fell on a nearby building. The builder of the building was quite conscientious. The building did not collapse. The dinosaur monster even held on to the building to stabilize its body. Then it turned around and punched it again. This time, the Muto had experience. It flapped its wings and dodged the punch lightly. Then it attacked the big dinosaur again. The big monster also had a bad temper. After being attacked, it immediately got angry. The three dorsal fins on the back of its body first emitted a blue glow from the tail, then the back, and finally the dorsal fins on the back of the neck. Then the big monster opened its mouth and aimed at the Muto. Boom! A thick blue beam of light was sprayed out. I don't know if it was because the precasting time was too long, which made the Muto prepared. This attack missed and the Muto flew up. Then it was the human's turn to be unlucky. The huge beam of light swept through the city, just like pouring a bucket of water into oil, and it exploded directly. The place where the beam of light swept through disappeared directly, which was very unscientific. From the way the air was distorted, the temperature of that thing was definitely horrible. The good news is, humans touched by the beam of light will not feel any pain, but will be turned into ashes in an instant, without even a slag left. This thing is not a one-shot deal, but a continuous spray. Wherever the Mutos hide, it will spray. This has caused disaster to the city below. Large pieces of buildings were directly vaporized under the spray of the monster, leaving only deep glassy pits. The flexible movement of the Mutos made the big monster's big move directly invalid. The clever Mutos even jumped onto the back of the big monster and stabbed it hard with its forelimbs. The big monster had a short neck and could not turn its head to attack its back, which made the Mutos discover the blind spot. What about the greeting? The big monster has thick skin and flesh. Although the Mutos' attack is not fatal, it is really painful. At this moment, countless halos suddenly appeared above the city. One by one, Camartage mages ran out of the halos. Fuck, Kai brought Mila to Honolulu, and was shocked by everything in front of him. This city doesn't look like a city anymore. The whole city is full of flames and wailing. And it feels like hell. Hurry up and save people. Guyu was also shocked by everything in front of him. She understood why the immortals used these titans as a means to restart the world. How long did it take for them to receive the news and rush over? The city disappeared. If all the big guys in the inner world run out, it is estimated that in less than a day, the entire surface will be burned to scorched earth. The mages of Camartage did not say anything. They had already released a mirror space together as agreed before, and pulled everyone in the city into the mirror space. As for the two monsters, sorry, it is not within the scope of business. In fact, This is also doing our best and leaving it to fate. How many people can survive in the city really depends on God. Mila was also shocked by the horror of the Titan creatures. Sea monsters are all big, but compared to the two giants in front of her, sea monsters can only be regarded as bigger dogs. Only the king of sea monsters can be compared with the two monsters in front of her. But the problem is that there is only one Karazhan in the entire underwater world. And here, just when Mila was thinking about it, the big monster finally seized the opportunity, grabbed one of the forelimbs of the Mudo, and threw it out of its back. Then the big monster launched a breath attack on it without thinking. Unfortunately, the Mudo flapped its wings in the air and dodged the attack by the edge. This is not a big problem. The breath attack fell in front of the mage who was casting a spell. Now the mirror space has not been opened, so many mages can't move at all. Such a large-scale mirror space cannot be opened casually. Fortunately, there is the Ancient One. The Ancient One flew directly into the air and opened a huge portal, allowing the breath attack to enter the portal. Then the portal was opened from the other side, and this time, the portal was aimed at the Mudo. Mudo didn't understand what was going on at all, and was sprayed in the face by the breath. Fortunately, due to the special structure of the Mudo, it couldn't be killed. It just fell down, and its face was burned. But judging from its appearance, it shouldn't care. The big monster was also stunned. It didn't expect this to happen, but soon it was overjoyed and rumbled towards the place where the Mudo fell, intending to beat the drowning dog. Kai also flew up at this time, picked up his ultimate storm, and aimed at the Mudo and shot it. Kai's axe chopped into the Mudo's head at once, and with a strong current, the Mudo immediately let out a painful howl. Just when Kai was about to continue, he suddenly felt hot behind him. Turning his head and looking. Damn it! That big monster has no martial ethics. Damn, it wants to spray Kai to death. Feeling the powerful breath, Kai slipped away without saying a word. Are you kidding? If that thing really hits him, Kai will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. But even so, Kai was still affected by the breath. The energy of the breath was very strong. Just by touching the edge, the destroyer armor was burned red. Kai, who was inside the armor, was even more burned. Fortunately, he ran fast. If he was slower, he would have died directly. The Mudos were injured 3 times in a row, and they did not dare to entangle with the big monster. They flapped their wings and flew up in the breath. The big monster wanted to catch it, but it was still a step slow. The Mudos flew into the sky and did not dare to stay. They spread their wings and flew high into the sky. The big monster wanted to knock it down with its breath, but this grandson ran too fast. In the blink of an eye, he ran away. Today, several uncles came here for dinner, and then it was the traditional project, playing cards, 3 tables. It was so lively at home. After playing cards at around 2 o'clock, those who won money naturally had to treat them to supper. The midnight snacks here are really excessive. We opened on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year, so we ate until about 3 or 4 o'clock. When I came back, my forehead was sweating and I drank too much. Actually, I can't drink much. I'm tired, sleepy and uncomfortable now. I can only do this. I will make up for it tomorrow. I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 993 makes up for yesterday's 2,000 words. Please vote for me and keep writing. This made the remaining big monster very angry, and it kept spitting in the direction where the Mudos left. By the way, it destroyed the already dilapidated city even more thoroughly. At this time, the mages had already pulled the survivors in the city into the mirror world, so they didn't care. After all, after being ravaged by these 2 big guys, the city was almost ruined. What's more unfortunate is that it seems that after their ravages, the foundation of the city has also had problems. Some areas have begun to collapse, and seawater has poured in. Even if the big monster leaves quietly next, the city will be abandoned, and it is estimated that there is no way to rebuild here. After about 10 minutes, the big monster also calmed down, turned around and walked towards the sea, and finally disappeared in the ocean. The monster appeared. Recently, media staff feel very tired because there are too many big news. Originally, everyone eats this bowl of rice, and what they want is big news, the more lively the better, but I don't know since when, big news has become very ordinary. The world is changing too fast, and every day and every moment, there are a lot of things that make people reshape their worldviews. This makes people feel overwhelmed and even aesthetically fatigued. These journalists have a deep understanding of this. For example, in the past, Anyone who took a photo of a superhero could sell it to the media for money. At the beginning, the photo of Tony Stark, who liked to show off the most, could be sold for $1,000 if it was exclusive, and $100 or so if it was not exclusive. For a less popular character, such as Daredevil, it is more valuable if you take a clear photo. There is no way. Daredevil is not high profile, and he appears and disappears mysteriously, and there is no chance to go abroad. If there were not many witnesses, people would not know that there is such a superhero in New York. This is also thanks to Tony, who didn't know. Otherwise, with his temper, who knows what kind of moth he would have. For example, Batman. Let's put it this way, if you can take a clear photo of Batman from the front in the past, you can start at $20,000. But now, the market is no longer there. Photos of superheroes are not valuable at all. If someone can take a photo of Batman without makeup, then it is valuable. There is no way. Who said Batman has been on TV? In a word, if there are too many of something, it will lose its value. Nowadays, those superhero activities can't make the headlines. It's sad to think about it. But there's nothing we can do. The public has gotten used to it. This makes those hard-working journalists feel tired. There's nothing we can do. The public has been spoiled. If we go back a few years, the media would make a series of special reports about a vigilante, and they would make money every day. It wasn't until this morning that the real big news finally came. Pearl Harbor was destroyed again, and Honolulu became a ruin. The murderer was a big monster. There were two of them. These finally made the public excited. This is what news is. Who the hell cares about the Flash's mental journey? Who the hell cares about the collusion between the government and superheroes? That's what we need to watch. Logically speaking, with today's information dissemination capabilities, the news cannot be broadcast until the next morning. When the incident happened, it was 8 p.m. in Honolulu, which was still early on the west coast of the United States. But the problem is that the MUDOs damaged all the electronic equipment in Honolulu and Pearl Harbor. Even if there was news, there was no way to get it out. So it was delayed until the next day. In the White House, President Benjamin threw a piece of information delivered by the military on the desk. Who can tell me what the hell is going on now? In addition to his cabinet staff, the leaders of several major intelligence agencies are staying in the president's office. For example, Carter of the Shadow Bureau, the director of the CIA, Nick Fury of SHIELD, and even Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, were called in. You can imagine the seriousness of the matter. Why did the Japanese hide that monster under our noses for 15 years? And we knew nothing about it? The director of the CIA kept wiping his sweat. The CIA is definitely the kind of existence that people hate and dogs hate in the international community. If there are gongs in 10 places, there are 9 of them. Basically, if a country has civil unrest, don't ask, it will definitely be related to the CIA. Of course, they will not let their allies go. In fact, the US government's defense against allies is no weaker than that against enemies. When monitoring and eavesdropping on the enemy's leaders, they still need to act carefully, and they may not even dare to do so at all, but for allies, there are no taboos. They even dare to monitor the president of an ally. Not to mention Japan, which is basically their own backyard. The monitoring has always been strong. But now such a big mess has happened, and the CIA has no news at all. It would be strange if the CIA director was not afraid. However, this time Benjamin did not trouble the CIA, but looked at the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD. Carter was very calm and didn't care about her. Instead, she wanted to talk about this matter. President, the Shadow Bureau does not want to shirk responsibility, but the problem is that we haven't even set up the domestic framework, let alone Japan. Benjamin frowned and looked at Carter. Ms. Carter, I remember that the Shadow Bureau has been established for 2 years, yes, but we haven't received the things promised before the establishment of the Shadow Bureau. The establishment of the Shadow Bureau is not something that can be counted by just finding a few people to make a living. An intelligence organization is very complicated. If you want to build it from scratch, let alone 2 years, it may not be built in another 20 years. The intelligence network is not something that can be done overnight. It takes time to train a single person. So in this case, the best thing to do is to merge other agencies directly. Before the establishment of the Shadow Bureau, the federal government had already made preparations for this, preparing to split some large agencies and directly merge them into the Shadow Bureau. Although this would lead to more sands in the early stage of the Shadow Bureau, at least the framework was there. Besides, for those big guys, mixing sand is also a good thing. Benjamin's face changed immediately. This is not a small problem. He was just about to ask which link went wrong, and found that Carter was staring at Nick Fury. It's okay, the case is solved. Director Fury, I need a reason. Benjamin squinted at Nick Fury. This is not a small matter. It means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been out of the control of the federal government. This is a very bad signal. If you want to say which agency has the biggest loss from the establishment of the Shadow Bureau, it is undoubtedly S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has the ability and motivation to play tricks. And President Benjamin is not talking nonsense. This is really S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trick. Nick Fury certainly knows the federal government's plan. They plan to split S.H.I.E.L.D., just like they did to the FBI. Nick Fury is used to being overbearing, and he always thinks that politicians are bullshit. They don't know anything about world security, so he doesn't intend to listen at all. Now he is desperately emptying the department that is to be allocated. Even if it is emptied, he won't give it to the Shadow Bureau. Anyway, he just wants to prevent the Shadow Bureau from gaining momentum. The naked hatred is between peers. Division takes time. Nick Fury pushed back neither softly nor hard. Alexander Pierce almost kowtowed to Nick Fury on the side. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is more detached, but no matter how detached you are in front of your father, you have to know your limits. We will get it done soon, Alexander Pierce quickly said. Time. Benjamin looked at Nick Fury coldly. Next month, Pierce insisted, and held Nick Fury tightly. Damn, are you crazy? There is still something to be done. You are arguing with the president at this time. Okay. Then the next question is, why don't you, S.H.I.E.L.D., have any information about the problem in Japan? Benjamin hasn't forgotten the business yet. Chapter 994 Asking for help. Nick Fury shut up. What could he say? He had known it for a long time, but just kept it a secret? It would be better not to say it. It seems that Japan is going to speed up, clean up everything, hide the imperial organization, and put all the blame on the Japanese. Anyway, Americans never take the Japanese seriously. Haven't you seen that a black defense minister was so arrogant when he went to Japan? Nick Fury will only be more unscrupulous than that black defense minister. Seeing Nick Fury silent, Benjamin became more and more angry. He had been unhappy with S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. During the nuclear bomb incident in the New York War, he almost fired Nick Fury. However, the situation changed again and again afterwards, and the matter was left unresolved, but it did not mean that Benjamin did not remember it. Speak up. Are you dumb? When it came to allocating funds, you were more active than each other. Now you are all dumb, Benjamin yelled at a group of people. Those who didn't know would think that he was targeting S.H.I.E.L.D., but in fact, Benjamin was targeting all of them. Whether it was the CIA, the military or S.H.I.E.L.D., Benjamin was very dissatisfied. What the hell is this? Pearl Harbor was bombed. That was the most important military base for the United States to control the entire Pacific Ocean. And because it was bombed by Japan, the historical significance there became even more important. Well, now it's gone. And Honolulu. The entire city was destroyed and can basically be abandoned. The foundation sank and the seawater poured in. At most, only some small bungalows can be built around it, and high-rise buildings can be forgotten. The capital of Hawaii will need to be moved to another place in the future. What's more terrifying is that Hawaii, there is no one. According to conservative estimates, more than 500,000 people died that day. You have to know that the city has a total population of only 410,000. If it weren't for the large number of floating population, so many people wouldn't have died. After all, it's a tourist destination, and the total population of Hawaii is only 1.21 million, of which 70% of the population live in the Honolulu metropolitan area. In fact, the main population of Hawaii is concentrated in Honolulu, and there are not many people on other islands. After all, there is no arable land, no industry, and so many people are not needed. Now, what was once the safest state in the Pacific Ocean has completely become a place of corpses. Hawaii has a population of only 1.21 million, but the floating population is as high as 1.334 million. In the end, because of Kamartage's intervention, only more than 200,000 people survived in the city. What's worse is that due to the destruction of Pearl Harbor, the 7th Fleet and the Pacific Fleet were completely paralyzed. Now for a while, the U.S. government can't even catch up with the rescue, and even the plane can't go there. Both the airport of the military base and the airport in Honolulu are destroyed. Well, things are stuck here. Hawaii is a good place, of course, with beautiful scenery and far away from the hustle and bustle, but it's too damn far. It's hanging alone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. What's more, the last time the Atlanteans went crazy, it caused a cold winter in the shipping industry, and it hasn't recovered yet. What's more, Hawaii is mainly a tourism industry. It's no longer on the popular shipping routes. And it's hard for ships from other countries to pass by for a while. It's too miserable. For such a big loss, the federal government must give some explanation. Benjamin is planning to quit right now. It's too fucking miserable. Since he took office, not since he took office, but since he just ran for election, every day has been a good day. First there was the Battle of Los Angeles, then the Battle of New York, then the Atlanteans came, then there was the earthquake, his White House was fucking breached by terrorists, he barely survived, and now there are monsters. Gods, aliens, vampires, terrorists, Haitians, and now monsters. Just ask, which American president has been so unlucky as him? He did nothing after taking office, just cleaned up the mess and rescued the disaster. Maybe Benjamin is so miserable that the people can't stand it anymore, thinking that since you're so miserable, just keep being miserable, and changing a president may not be better than you. So the funniest scene in American history happened. Benjamin's approval rating soared to the highest, and no one could shake it at all. The two parties have basically given up the idea of pushing new candidates. Well, you can continue to be the president. After all, the people recognize Benjamin's governance level. The economy is not bad, as long as it is not too much. What's more, because there is destruction everywhere, reconstruction has been led to increase employment. The government's large-scale reconstruction plan has in turn stimulated the economy, companies have orders, and people have job opportunities, which in turn promotes consumption. So, a magical thing happened. Benjamin had so many disasters during his term, but the domestic economy actually improved. Who doesn't like a president who can appease the people, is supported by the people, and has a very good economic situation during his term? By the way, his measures to cut military spending have also been brought out and boasted. It is said that he loves peace, which is Benjamin's original intention. In the past 2 years, the United States has rarely made trouble internationally. Without the lighthouse, the world has become much more peaceful. I heard that the Nobel Prize has contacted Benjamin and wants to award him the prize. Now those saints also support Benjamin very much. The two parties even discussed whether to amend the Constitution and change the clause that only allows 2 consecutive terms. After all, the moral standards of Americans are very flexible. It's just adding a supplementary clause, not overthrowing the Constitution. Benjamin didn't want to do it now, but he was forced to sit down. So even though the people in the office are powerful now, they really don't dare to speak casually in front of a president who has a strong public support base, a stable position, and is not ugly or lame. You don't even have a few useful superheroes. At least superheroes don't need the federal government to spend money. Benjamin and Kai have a good relationship. It's no secret in the United States, and it's even a plus for the president. But saying this in front of government officials, it's a bit of a slap in the face. Ahem, Mr. President, one of Benjamin's staff thought it was a bit too much, so he planned to remind the president to restrain himself a little. What? Did I say something wrong, Tom? Such a huge monster ran to American soil and turned an entire city into scorched earth. My people were wailing there, but none of my generals, my agents, and my officials knew about it. Do you think they will be embarrassed if I say that? Bullshit. They were already embarrassed when my people were engulfed in flames and I, the president, knew nothing about it. They were already embarrassed when they came to my office and told me that they knew nothing about the enemy. Do you know what I want to do now? I want to grab everyone in this room and go to a press conference. Let them tell the people about this surprise. I don't even dare to show up in public now. Why? Because I feel embarrassed, because we still don't know who the enemy is or where he is. Are you afraid that they will be embarrassed? Fuck. Fuck. Tom. Fuck all of you. Who the hell is going to think about my face? Ah. There is a routine press conference in the afternoon. What the hell do you want me to say? Tell me. How to say it? Benjamin swore very rarely. This is not just a question of quality, but real pressure. You know, these people in front of you are not just officials, but also representatives of a political force. The president cannot insult people, right? But everyone, including the man named Tom, knows the pressure of the president. Are you kidding? A state is going to be ruined. Is he going to remove a star from the national flag? Then he will really go down in history. Scolding people is considered a high-quality performance. If you have a bad temper, you will just slap them in the face. Nick Fury pretended not to hear when he was scolded. If this was just a fault of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would naturally not be so relaxed, but the problem is that everyone is wrong, then it's easy to deal with it. Just pretend to be dead. Anyway, the Monarch organization, the Titans and S.H.I.E.L.D. have nothing to do with each other. Absolutely not. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be the first to kill him. He is a traitor. You can do it, but you must never let anyone know. Very good, it seems that you have nothing to say, which proves that I was right to scold you. I hope that America will be finished sooner or later. Benjamin calmed down a little, and then turned his head to look at Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, the Shadow Bureau should be effective within 2 months. Can you do it? Yes, Carter nodded. This is actually forcing the duck to do something, but if it is not done now, it will be abandoned. Okay. I hope you are not as useless as them. Benjamin was too lazy to even say basic politeness. Then he looked at his cabinet and staff. What about you? Do you have good news that I need? How to provide disaster relief. How to resettle the victims. How to transport supplies. And post-disaster reconstruction? The resettlement of the dead and injured. Benjamin has gained experience. He has been through these things 3 or 4 times and is very familiar with them. But he was happy to say it, but there was silence below. In fact, it is not only Benjamin who has experience, but the people below have more experience, but there is a practical problem. How should they get there? That is not just a few dozen people, tens of millions of people. How to do it? Okay. Gentlemen, I don't want to swear anymore. But I'm disappointed in you. Benjamin shook his head in disappointment. Since you have no solution, then follow my solution. After that, he picked up the phone. Banning, has Kai arrived? Yes, he's outside. Let them in. Hearing Kai's name, the others probably knew what the president was going to do. Isn't it to use the power of superheroes? But the problem is, for such a big thing, what can a few superheroes do? Nick Fury's eyes flashed, his mind turned quickly, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Don't forget, Aquaman is in the Avengers. And Kai was involved in the Atlantis incident, and he seemed to have something to do with Atlantis. Thinking of this, Nick Fury regretted it. Why didn't he think of it? Maybe, this dead black guy didn't think about those people in Hawaii at all. He just wanted to kill them as soon as possible to eliminate the influence. Soon Kai walked in with Mila. 4 other people. Kai greeted them if he knew them, and nodded if he didn't know them, which was considered a greeting. When the others saw Mila, they also suddenly realized Mila had participated in the negotiations, and the senior officials of the human world government had some information about Mila. At least they knew her appearance. Others couldn't go to Hawaii now, but the Atlanteans could. They were professionally matched, and the Atlanteans were powerful, so disaster relief was just a small problem. The only problem was, it was useless even if they thought of it. However, considering that Atlantis and the United States had never established diplomatic relations, they couldn't do anything even if they thought of it. Because they didn't know how to contact them at all. Should they call? Or find a few people to jump into the sea? Welcome, Princess Mila. Benjamin had already stood up to greet Mila, although according to the principle of reciprocity, Benjamin didn't need to do so. But the problem was who asked his family to ask for help? The more courtesy, the less blame. Mila was impeccable in this regard. Even if she looked down on Americans from the bottom of her heart, she didn't need to show it. She behaved very decently. After a few pleasantries, Benjamin made a request very directly. I think Kai has told you about my request. I need your reply. It is very impolite to ask this question, especially in the exchanges between the 2 countries, but the problem is that there is no time. Regarding this, Queen Atlanta needs to communicate with you. Mira did not force the front. After all, this matter is not in tune with the political atmosphere of the Kingdom of Zabel. The overall atmosphere of the Kingdom of Zabel is hostile to humans, and it is better not to let the heir of the Kingdom of Zabel bring up this matter. So Mira pushed Atlanta to the front line, and she also explained this matter to Kai specifically, just to avoid losing points in front of Kai. Kai also expressed his understanding of this. After all, Mira is the princess of the Kingdom of Zabel, and has nothing to do with the United States. She naturally cares about her own citizens, and Kai is not such a bastard. The reason why Atlanta was chosen is that her tendency has always been like that, and all Atlanteans know it. In addition, since she returned from the deep sea in the center of the earth, her reputation has been surprisingly high, because many people believe that it is the will of the sea god, not to mention that she also brought back the trident of Neptune. Although Arthur had used the trident, most of the time, this artifact was still in the hands of the queen. There was no way the Atlanteans would not allow their artifact to be mastered by a half-blood. Of course, Arthur could use it when he needed it. After all, it was in his mother's hands, so it didn't matter. Anyway, the queen was in charge of the Neptune trident, and she could legally command the entire underwater world. Since she brought up this matter, Mira's father could go with the flow. In this way, even if the people had opinions, they couldn't blame them. It was a typical politician's behavior. But it must be said that it worked. Then how do we contact Queen Atlanta? Kai took out something like a round badge and placed it directly on the president's desk. Then he swiped it, and a ball of pure water popped out of the round badge, and then the water ball began to rotate, forming the image of Queen Atlanta. Everyone else stared at this scene with wide eyes. Although remote communication was nothing to human technology, it was rare to see it so cool. More importantly, this thing was actually taken out by Kai. This means that Kai and Queen Atlanta are definitely related. Of course, no one thought too much. After all, the queen had a lover on land. Everyone just envied Kai's wide network of contacts, and had friends everywhere. After Her Majesty the Queen showed up, she greeted Kai first, and then talked to President Benjamin about the rescue. This kind of thing must be conditional. This is not a question of whether there is sympathy or not, but a necessary procedure. No one has to pay for other irrelevant people. Especially between countries, some things are better to be made clear. Otherwise, you will definitely see what it means to push for an inch. Never underestimate the extravagance of some people. Chapter 995 Quarrel. After a series of diplomatic rhetoric, the two sides reached a consensus. In fact, Atlantis' request was not excessive. It just asked the US government to introduce more stringent environmental protection policies, and it had to be legislated. This made some hardliners feel very uncomfortable. This was a naked interference in the internal affairs of the United States. In fact, as early as after the Atlanteans attacked the coastlines of various countries, many countries took the opportunity to introduce strict environmental protection laws, which must be politically correct in itself. But there are always some countries that are not so convinced, or they are fearless, because they think that once the Atlanteans go to war with them, it means that the Atlanteans are going to war with the whole world. They are not afraid at all. They can drag the whole world into the water at a critical moment. In fact, there are quite a few people who are unhappy with the Atlanteans. These are the so-called human supremacists. God knows how this trend of thought came about. There are always some people who have some inexplicable ideas. They think that humans are the masters of the earth, not the fish in the sea. Everything should revolve around them. The Atlanteans should recognize their position, instead of giving orders to humans. These people are just full of themselves. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the strength of the Atlanteans is far stronger than that of the land people. The reason why there has been no government for so many years is because they simply look down on human territory. The land is very rich. But in the eyes of the Atlanteans, the land is barren, and the ocean is dozens or hundreds of times richer than the land. There are still some barbarians on it, just like the ancient Central Dynasty naturally looked down on those places where smoke and miasma are rampant. The cost of ruling is too high, and the benefits are too few. In this regard, the Atlanteans are right. The ocean is indeed much richer than the land. The rare minerals on the land have large areas of natural open-pit mines on the seabed. Gold, diamonds, gems, etc., which seem meaningless to the Atlanteans, no one cares at all. The things that humans fight for are not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Atlanteans. Unfortunately, the Atlanteans still underestimated the destructive power of humans. In just 200 years, the world has been destroyed beyond recognition, and it even affected them. This is the fundamental reason why the Atlanteans started the war. Conquering their land? What's the benefit? Only those people are so stupid that they think they are important. Of course, the leaders of various countries are very clear about the power comparison between them. They really can't beat them. In short, Benjamin doesn't care about these people at all. Shame? Haha, when you have the strength, you naturally can't give up, but now you don't have the strength, right? It's not shameful to be a coward. Americans are still good at pretending to be grandsons, but after they became developed, no one mentioned it, which doesn't mean they really forgot it. In this regard, all countries in the world are the same. When they don't have the strength, they pretend to be grandsons, and when they have the strength, they immediately become uncles. It's very cruel. Benjamin naturally understood this truth, so he agreed without hesitation. I will promote legislation and strongly support new energy and crack down on old energy. Let those petrochemical groups die, Benjamin said nonchalantly. Are you kidding? He has the support of public opinion. Environmental protection is politically correct. He has foreign aid from the Atlanteans, and support from superhero socialites like Kai. In the political arena, he has the support of a series of new energy interest groups such as the Stark Group. In addition, he represents the interest groups. It is not difficult to kill the old energy groups. In fact, the biggest reason why the United States has been so slow in proposing environmental protection is the lobbying of those old energy interest groups. Now he sacrifices those bastards to build a golden body for himself. Why not do it? After all, the trend is that the old energy is destined to be eliminated. He is just taking advantage of this trend to make himself a leader. Why not? As for interfering in internal affairs? Who the hell cares? That's good. The Atlantis rescue team is already in place and has launched a rescue until your people take over. You can rest assured that they have enough supplies and technology to settle the refugees. Benjamin smiled immediately. Thank you very much, you're welcome, Queen Atlanta said very politely, and then Atlanta turned to Kai and said, Kai, I hope to meet with you. Well, I will go to Hawaii to meet you. Kai probably knew what Atlanta wanted to talk about. After all, the appearance of Titans is not just a matter for humans. The Atlanteans are also the target of the Great Purge, but it just so happens that the people on land are suffering first. Wait, Benjamin spoke at this time. The others looked at him. Well, I think Hawaii needs a little comfort and encouragement at this time. So I hope to get some help from Atlantis to help us transport a batch of supplies, and I will go there to express my condolences. This is more naked. To put it bluntly, it is to brush up reputation. But, doing this is really effective. At this time, the president went to the disaster area despite difficulties and obstacles. Although it may be said to be a show, at least it was done. It's much better than talking nonsense. Atlanta didn't look at Benjamin, and didn't take him seriously. She wanted to see what Kai said. Kai curled his lips. It's really good, you are using this to win people's hearts. Ahem. Kai spoke too directly, making Benjamin embarrassed, but he couldn't resist the thick skin of politicians. In a word, help me or not. This time, Margaret has to go too. After all, the affinity of the First Lady is also very important in this regard. Kai directly gave the president a middle finger. If it were anyone else, Kai would really not give face, but Margaret. Kai and Margaret are friends, and even a little ambiguous. Having an ambiguous relationship with the president's wife. Only Kai can do this. In fact, Benjamin also knew it, but he couldn't say anything. After all, there were some problems in their marriage at the beginning, and Margaret ran to Chicago alone. Strictly speaking, it was not Kai's fault. Of course, this was also thanks to Kai. If it were someone else, the sanctions of the president of the U.S. Empire were not a joke. Kai was really his savior, and Kai saved him twice. In addition, Margaret finally returned to her family and did not do anything unacceptable. Benjamin naturally pretended not to know. And Kai and Margaret only contacted each other by phone afterwards, and rarely met. That's enough. No need to care about it anymore. Is there any benefit in caring so much? For the sake of face, he pushed away a huge helper and fell out with his wife. What the hell is it worth? Politicians and ordinary people have different ideas, not to mention that he didn't really wear a green hat. So, it's not shameful to use your wife's friendship. How long will it take for your ship to arrive? Kai asked the Queen directly. Atlanta didn't hesitate at all. Soon, I will send my flagship out. Ahem, I may bring some entourage. Kai agreed without thinking. Okay, but don't do anything small. I can't afford to lose face. Does the president really carry his head on his shoulders when he travels? Don't be funny. There are at least 200 people, not counting the people who are remembered. What? Why bring reporters? Come on, brother, he's going to show off. Without reporters, who is he doing it for? For the natives of Hawaii? How many tickets are worth that? Of course, it should be shown to the whole world and the whole United States. No. No, Benjamin promised immediately. It's better this way. That's the Queen's flagship, and there are many royal guards on it. If something happens, if someone is thrown into the sea by the Atlanteans, I will definitely not stop them. By the way, I will do something on the Queen's flagship. Even if the Atlanteans destroy a few ports to protest, I will pretend not to see it. When Kai said this, he looked at Nick Fury with flickering eyes and a few idiots who had the same plan. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't take it seriously, Kai had to emphasize again, especially Nick Fury, if your people dare to show up, I will find you immediately. Then I will send you to the hands of the Atlanteans. Believe me, Arthur will never save you for this kind of thing. Nick Fury's face immediately turned pale. Okay, Atlanta, we will meet on the flagship later. Kai didn't pay attention to Nick Fury and said directly to Atlanta. Okay, I'll wait for you. Kai didn't notice how shocking his attitude was. They were so polite to the Queen of Atlantis. Even though they were not convinced just now, no one dared to stand up and provoke them, and they didn't even dare to say a word. But Kai was casual everywhere, and even had the intention of taking the lead in the conversation. This was very surprising. Benjamin could see it, but he wouldn't ask. There would be plenty of time to ask privately later. This was his own unique resource. But some people couldn't see the situation clearly. Princess Mira, please go out. We are going to talk about confidential issues next, Nick Fury suddenly said at this time. Everyone in the room was shocked by his words. Is this man sick? Alexander Pierce immediately pulled Nick Fury's hand. Damn it, don't make trouble here. But Nick Fury still looked at Princess Mira stubbornly. Slave. You seem to have a misunderstanding of your status. Could Mira give Nick Fury face? Impossible. Although the Atlanteans didn't understand human society, they were not completely ignorant of it. You have to know that the slave trade was going on right above their heads, and as far as they knew, all other races on land were developing, except for the blacks. What should I say? They were still savages. When Mila said this again, her eyes glowed with blue light. And then the tea in everyone's teacups was all moved in an instant, turning into a stream of water around Nick Fury's neck. Don't underestimate this, a fast-moving stream of water can cut gems. Nick Fury was not panicked at all, but looked at Kai. Kai Wayne, are you just going to watch like this? Kai's face was not looking good either. Ty raised his hand and pressed Mila's shoulder. Mila, forget it, after all, others suspected that he was raped. What could he do? He could not care about Nick Fury's life or death, but being raped was a bit too much. But this slave, are you discriminating against my skin color? Nick Fury's face was quite bad, and black people all cared about this. Unexpectedly, Mila was even more straightforward. That's right. You and your people are all scum. From what I've seen in human history, you can't do anything except being slaves. This is a fact. We Atlanteans just can't understand why you treat slaves well. Don't you know that slaves should get whips? If you give them respect, they will only want more, because slaves have no gratitude at all. Damn, this hits my heart. Black people can't stand this the most. After all, they are spoiled. In the past, whenever there was such a topic, they basically had the upper hand. But this time, Nima, what should I do? Okay, don't be so straightforward. Just think about it in your heart and don't say it out loud. Kai held back his laughter, patted Mila, and asked her to leave first. Why? Mila stood up and asked a little puzzled. You actually restrict freedom of speech here? Cough cough cough. Now the others can't hold it back. Damn, this princess is too straightforward. Nick Fury stared at Kai now. Oh, no, I'm afraid of making people sad, Kai said with all his strength. Sad? I can't even accept the truth. Slaves are slaves. They don't know what respect is, Mila said disdainfully. Kai couldn't bear it any longer, so he raised his hand and slapped Mila's butt. It was a slap that shook the waves. Ah! Mila screamed a little, then covered her butt and glanced at Kai, charming and charming. Wait for me outside. Kai quickly withdrew his hand. Damn, he made a mistake. But the touch was great. Oh, Mila responded very gently, and then walked out quickly. When he went out, the first person to break the silence was not Nick Fury, but President Benjamin. Nick Fury. Can you give me an explanation? Why are you in my office? Driving away my guests? Or has S.H.I.E.L.D. already started to guide the White House's foreign policy? Benjamin was furious. Damn, he has the right to speak here? This is a diplomatic matter. Which intelligence dares to speak on this? This is fucking overstepping authority. I am doing this for the benefit of humanity. Nick Fury probably got mad at Mara, and he stiffened his neck and said. Then he turned his head and pointed at Kai. I seriously doubt Kai Wayne's position now. Kai sneered at Nick Fury. Being able to board the Queen's flagship is a great opportunity. We can get a lot of intelligence, and even understand the technology of the Atlanteans. This is also very important to us. But this superhero in front of us actually stopped us from doing this, just for his so-called face. Kai was completely pissed off and laughed. Benjamin was just about to speak, and Kai raised his hand to stop him. Do you know what you are talking about? Kai asked coldly. Of course. Nick Fury stared at Kai unwillingly. Unless you prove it. Proof? To whom? To you, a waste, Kai said mercilessly. S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for, is the world safe? I know, but may I ask, what are you responsible for? Monsters have been in Japan for 15 years. 15 years. Are you shit-eaters? Kai still didn't know that this matter was carried out under the operation of Nick Fury. How dare you tell me you're responsible? If you were useful, you wouldn't be completely useless. If we had known the news earlier, how many people could we have saved? You're a piece of crap. All of you in S.H.I.E.L.D., it would have been fine if Kai hadn't said this. The more he talked about it, the angrier he got. What a piece of shit. You can't do anything, but you're the best at showing off. Alexander Pierce's face was also horribly ugly. He had been blamed for a big mistake. Chapter 996 God Bless America. Nick Fury was breathing heavily and looked very angry, but actually, he was calm inside and even wanted to laugh. What do you, a policeman, know about world peace? Peace requires sacrifice. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. and only him can maintain world peace. Who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the confidence to tamper with the Queen's flagship and think that others would not find out? Was it your ancestors from your African tribe? Kai scolded mercilessly. Asshole. You are discriminating. And that Mara. She is also discriminating. This made Nick Fury unbearable. He is black and grew up in the black equality movement. He suffered a lot because of his skin color. Even though he is successful now, he still hates that experience. Really? Tell me, what I said was discriminatory? Also, you are a director, don't learn those rubbish to label people. I don't buy it. As for Princess Mira, you think she discriminates against black people? Go sue her. Even find a bunch of rubbish to march with. I can even send you in those rubbish to the beach, jump in one by one, and march in the sea. Kai's impression of Nick Fury has never been good, and now he hates him even more. Nick Fury calmed down. Indeed, political correctness is not enough in front of this level. Who is not a 1,000-year-old fox? Let's put it this way, the Black equal rights movement in the Martin Luther King era did have beliefs and lofty goals, but now these people. American politics does not allow such people to appear, so, under the intervention of many parties, the real human rights fighters have disappeared quietly, either in prison or dead. Baidu Black Panther Party, that is the real civil rights activist, but unfortunately all of them did not end well. Those who were left behind were the smart people who were willing to cooperate with the government. This is also the consistent policy of the U.S. government, implementing identity politics. To put it bluntly, it is to divide and rule. Split the people into different ethnic groups, let them be hostile to each other and fight, and cannot form a joint force. In this way, the ruling class can divide and rule and act as a referee. No matter how the people below make trouble, they are sitting on the diaoyote. These things, as long as the status is a little higher, can see through them. To put it bluntly, it's all business. Where are the lofty ideals? Those who can sit in this house are all old foxes. Who doesn't know that little thing? Nick Fury talked about this kind of thing. Who can fool him? Huh? But the information about Atlantis is very important. As for being discovered, isn't it you? Nick Fury calmed down. Haha, it's a beautiful idea. If nothing goes wrong, you will get the credit, and if something goes wrong, I will take the blame for you. Kai was really shocked by his shamelessness. This is for mankind and for the United States. The implication is that your little grievance is nothing. What about the refugees? Kai asked sharply. Yes, I can help you resist the wrath of Atlantis, but what about the refugees? The queen of the entire underwater world has been insulted. Do you expect all the Atlanteans to be blind? Do you think they will still help the refugees after being insulted like this? Nick Fury stopped talking. It was hard to answer this question. Besides, what does the refugees have to do with their shield? They don't care about this. That's right. When has S.H.I.E.L.D. ever cared about those assholes? Anyway, they'd die, right? Just like the time in New York, just use a nuclear bomb directly, Kai said sarcastically. Now everyone present looked unhappy. Regardless of their political stance, they were extremely dissatisfied with a nuclear bomb in New York. That was in the United States. A bunch of outsiders actually planned to drop a nuclear bomb in the United States without notifying the US government. This is absolutely a great shame. What about our shield? It has nothing to do with you. Is that what you want to say? Kai didn't believe it at all. Some things really can't be thought about carefully. Afterwards, the more Kai thought about it, the more wrong it was. The plane carrying the nuclear bomb took off from your flying aircraft carrier, and more importantly, why did your aircraft carrier carry a nuclear bomb? This is the biggest loophole in this matter. You didn't plan to drop a nuclear bomb on New York, so why did you have a nuclear bomb on your aircraft carrier, and more than one? Who would believe that there was no prior preparation? And the pilot suddenly took off, and your shield couldn't intercept him? Damn, this didn't sound like anything at the time, but the more I thought about it, the more funny it became. Is this possible? In other words, it is very likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. let the Security Council take the blame for this matter. Of course, there is no evidence for this. But everyone present is smart, and they will know it after thinking about it. And this thing does not require evidence, free conviction is enough. Alexander quickly grabbed Nick Fury. Big brother, please, don't do it. If this continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become a public enemy. Also, there is one last question, why should I help you? Kai said disdainfully. S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury still wanted to talk about this. S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai's disdain was already evident. He turned his head and looked at Benjamin. What? Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is in charge. Benjamin was already furious. The next topic has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, you can go. President, Nick Fury immediately quit, for the whole world and for America. Get out. Benjamin was already very dissatisfied with Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. America must have its own supernatural power. No matter how high Nick Fury thinks of himself, he needs to understand one thing, S.H.I.E.L.D., it is not as powerful as imagined. Looking at Alexander forcibly taking Nick Fury away with a look of despair on his face, Benjamin said to the rest of the people, next year, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding will be cut by 80% and allocated to the Shadow Bureau. The others looked at each other, and finally a cabinet member said with a stiff upper lip, President. At this stage, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still needed, 80% is too harsh. Even if you want to clean up, you can't do it all at once, right? That would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. How much do you say? Benjamin was so angry that he said that. How about 50%, said the cabinet member. Okay, Carter couldn't hide a smile on her face. She came here to be scolded, but she didn't expect to make a lot of money. Ms. Carter. The Shadow Bureau should not disappoint me again. Yes, Mr. President. Then Benjamin looked at Kai. Let's talk about business, Kai, I need information about those things. Speaking of this, Benjamin got angry again. Damn, I've said that those intelligence departments are more useful than superheroes. Spending so much money every year, in the end, they are not as well informed as other people's private intelligence. It would be strange if Benjamin was not angry. Even if they didn't spend their own money, they couldn't fool around like this. I don't know much. The Wizard of Camelot told me that they call those monsters Titans. Titans, are they related to that Ares? There is no way. Greek mythology is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. It's just a name. Kai waved his hand and continued, however, these creatures are much more powerful than the Titans in Greek legends. Let's put it this way, these Titan creatures have only one mission, and that is to destroy the world. Destroy the world. God, well, the apocalypse has come again. But it's almost the same. Why? President Benjamin was very nervous, and the quantifier he used was not a few, but these. In other words, more than two. There must be a reason. Also, Camartages, those wizards, by the way, those wizards, is this matter related to them? It is the nature of politicians to habitually pass on the blame. Don't push everything onto others. Kai shook his head speechlessly. Others in Camartage are completely confused about this matter. After all, they didn't know this thing was real before. Moreover, according to Camartage, Titans will only appear when the Earth is beyond redemption, destroy the world, and then restart the entire world. But the problem is that the world has not reached this point yet, and they are also trying to find out what caused those things to awaken. At this point, Kai suddenly said, "It is most likely that the Japanese are behind this, otherwise these monsters should sleep obediently until the day of destruction before waking up." Japanese. After hearing this, a group of people really doubted the Japanese. After all, they concealed it for 15 years. Who knows what they did during these 15 years? Let me continue. That monster, well, that's the name passed down from Japan, Muto. Then Kai told all the information, including Godzilla. Well, this name was found by Camelot from the ruins in the center of the earth, and it describes that big monster. Godzilla and Muto are natural enemies. Muto needs Godzilla to reproduce. Muto feeds on radiation, and Godzilla has a biological natural atomic reactor in its body. This thing is the most suitable incubation pool for Muto cubs, so Muto will lay eggs in Godzilla. So the two are mortal enemies. Once Muto appears, Godzilla will definitely appear. As for Godzilla, Camelot has the most records. They call it the King of Monsters. It is the defender of the natural order of the world and feeds on nuclear energy. The destruction of the world was started by Titans, and then ended by it. When the world becomes a scorched earth, Godzilla will reshape the entire world and rebuild a new ecology with it as the apex. Hearing this, everyone present turned green. According to Camelot's speculation, the reason why Muto ran to Hawaii should be because it was hunting. I remember that the 7th Fleet has nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons. These things are a feast for them. How can this be played? Mutos can release EMP, which has a devastating effect on modern electronic technology. In this way, the aircraft, artillery and warships that humans are proud of have become decorations. No matter how many there are, they are just food. Even nuclear bombs are useless to them. The structure of nuclear bombs is very delicate, and they are all electronically detonated. Throwing a nuclear bomb at a Muto is almost the same as throwing a stone. No, the Mutos will probably like to eat this thing. Can the mages of Camelot help us? Benjamin grabbed the last straw and asked anxiously. It's very difficult. Titan creatures are simply bugs. Camelot really can't defeat them. It's not that there is no means, but the cost is too high. What's more, this is not the Titans' fault. They should wake up at this time. What should we do? Benjamin was a little confused. Nothing can be done now. We can only pray that Godzilla will kill the Mutos quickly and then go back to sleep, Kai said helplessly. If nothing goes wrong, Godzilla should fall asleep again after killing the Mutos. Benjamin certainly didn't want to hear this. Who would be willing to put their life and death in the hands of a monster? What if it doesn't fall asleep? Probably not. Although Godzilla looks like a carnivore, it actually survives on the seabed by absorbing natural radioactive substances. If we use a nuclear bomb to blow it up, can it be? Benjamin asked tentatively. Didn't you just listen to me? It feeds on radiation. Throwing a nuclear bomb at it is equivalent to giving it a 10-fold tonic pill. The more you use a nuclear bomb to blow it up, the more energetic it will be, Kai said speechlessly. Benjamin felt that the future of mankind was bleak. Really? There's a way. Yes, Kai looked at these people with faces that looked like their parents had died, and finally said a way. This matter needs Batman. Batman, well, the artifact in his hand can appease the Titan creature. As soon as Kai finished speaking, a group of people's eyes lit up. The Secretary of Defense immediately asked, Mr. Wayne, can we let Batman? Don't even think about it. Kai looked helpless. This was the reason why he didn't want to say it before. These people are always like this. Do you know what a divine weapon is? It means that the divine weapon has its own thoughts. It has always been the divine weapon that chooses its owner, not the person who chooses the divine weapon. We can. No, you can't, Kai interrupted directly. But in this case, the safety of the whole world will be in the hands of one person? We don't even know who he is, but the problem is that it will only be worse if it is in your hands. Bullshit. If this kind of divine weapon is in the hands of the Americans, who knows what will happen? Also, I have to tell you a fact. That divine weapon is called the Trident of Poseidon. Understand? It is the divine weapon of the Atlanteans. You'd better not spread these words, otherwise you will be hunted down by the Atlanteans. Kai had to use the Atlanteans as a banner. Kai's answer was naturally unsatisfactory. After all, if it had this thing, the United States could rule the world. Okay. Everyone, have you forgotten our current situation? Benjamin certainly has ideas about the artifact, but now he hasn't even started yet. Just thinking about dividing the spoils. Where does his confidence come from? Just because Batman doesn't kill people? Now, can we locate the Mudo? There is a reason why Benjamin is president. No, I borrowed the satellite of the Stark Group and found that I couldn't find it at all. Think about it, after all, others can release EMP. It's normal that the satellite can't find it, then where do you think it will go? The Mudo is already scary, not to mention that it will attract Godzilla. This time there are only 2 monsters. Buy one get one free if they come to the United States. According to the nature of this world, it must be the United States that suffers. Is there any need to ask? But Kai can't say that. Only God knows, Kai shrugged and said helplessly. God bless America. Chapter 997, I came back late. Here are 2,000 words, I will make up for it tomorrow. At night, Benjamin brought a large number of entourage to the Norfolk Naval Base, 250 kilometers away from Washington. The Norfolk Naval Base is the base of the Atlantic Fleet, where the 4th, 6th and 8th aircraft carrier squadrons are stationed. The Norfolk Naval Base is the home port of the U.S. Navy's 5 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, namely the Eisenhower, Roosevelt, Lincoln, Truman and Bush. Now it has become busy here, because the U.S. military has decided that the 5 aircraft carriers and the Atlantic Fleet will start to move, carrying a large amount of supplies to Hawaii. Of course, they will inevitably arrive late. Other ships are fine, but aircraft carriers are not. The Panama Canal has restrictions on passage. The last type of aircraft carrier that can pass through the canal smoothly after the war is the Midway class, and even some Essex classes cannot pass through after modification. Therefore, all active U.S. aircraft carriers that need to be mobilized between the 2 oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific, must bypass the southernmost tip of South America. This will be much slower, and the aircraft carriers also need escort fleets, so they will be much later. But no matter how late, these fleets must be transferred to the Pacific Ocean, because the Pacific Fleet suffered too much loss and is no longer competent for the suppression of the Pacific Ocean. After these aircraft carriers go there, it is very likely that some of them will be directly allocated to the Pacific Fleet. In short, this time, all 5 aircraft carriers of the Atlantic Fleet will be sent there, which is also to deter the scoundrels, especially Japan. Now the U.S. top leaders are very worried about Japan. Just this afternoon, the news came that more than a dozen senior officials who were originally to be handed over to the U.S. government by the Japanese government disappeared, committed suicide, and there were continuous accidents among senior officials in the Japanese government. This is too much in line with the Japanese way of dealing with things. When there is a problem, they rarely really work hard to solve the problem, but only solve the person who discovered or created the problem. It's a consistent style. This made the U.S. side very angry. At this critical juncture, Japan actually played this trick with them. What does this show? It shows that Japan has already shown signs of breaking away from U.S. control. Given Japan's frightening gambling nature, few people in the world believe that Japan would be the first to go to war with the United States. The gap in strength was too big, and the gap in all aspects was very large, but the Japanese did it anyway. Who knows, will they come again? After all, Pearl Harbor is destroyed and the Pacific Fleet is also severely damaged. At this time, as long as we seize the opportunity, it is not impossible to give the United States a hard blow. In short, it is better to be careful. At this stage, the U.S. military stationed in Japan has entered a state of combat readiness and is ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Japan is also panicking now. How did things become like this? Seeing that the American father was going to attack itself, Japan hurriedly sought protection from the 2 major powers around it. In short, the international atmosphere has become very bad. Of course, this has nothing to do with Kai and the others. Even if the United States and Japan go to war, superheroes will not participate in it. A group of people are waiting at the port of the naval base. Suddenly, the radar of the base found something abnormal. The Atlanteans are coming. Everyone cheered up and prepared to deal with this Atlantean fleet in the best condition. Soon they found a blue light on the sea surface of the deep water port. Then the light became brighter and brighter, and even the surrounding sea area became dazzling. Boom! After a burst of water explosion, a huge alien warship broke out of the sea. This warship is different from the squid-shaped warship Kai saw on the seabed before. It looks more like a sword. Kai thinks it looks like Captain Nemo's Nautilus, but this one is bigger and wider. There is also a statue of Poseidon driving a chariot pulled by seahorses at the bow of the warship. It looks very majestic and domineering. The generals of the Navy looked at the warship and were stunned. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders saw more things. They originally thought that the ships sent by Atlantis during the negotiations were already their most advanced ships. After all, according to their logic, this kind of demonstration work must bring out the best things in the bottom of the box. Unfortunately, it now seems that the Atlanteans really don't take the land people seriously. The Queen's flagship in front of us is more than 200 meters long out of water, not counting the underwater part. In addition, the naval professionals can't recognize the guns on both sides, but they have seen the power of the Atlantis ships during the negotiations. The Queen's flagship in front of us will be even more terrifying. Soon, according to diplomatic rules, when the leaders of the two sides meet, a simple military review is required. The Atlanteans also have such a tradition. But when the honor guards of both sides unfolded, the gap was revealed again. Others are all powered mechas with energy weapons. And the human side? Oh, it can't be compared. The honor guard, just dress nicely. How can you really bring weapons? But the problem is that other people's ceremonial weapons are so much stronger than the special forces, which is a headache. Fortunately, Benjamin embodied the qualities of a politician. Although he knew it was embarrassing, he still smiled and reviewed the military with the Queen. There was nothing else after that. In fact, Benjamin really wanted the Queen to hold a joint press conference with him, but unfortunately, the Queen's entourage directly rejected the proposal of the presidential entourage. The Queen is different from the president. The president needs to maintain exposure and show results, but Atlanta doesn't need that. Her bloodline determines that she is the Queen. She doesn't need those fancy things at all. Moreover, in the minds of the Atlanteans, it is undoubtedly a very shameful thing to let the average person who only cares about the Queen's behavior to lick her face. Is the Queen something that these low-level barbarians can question? Don't be funny. Strictly speaking, the Atlanteans don't have the concept of democracy. Their political system is dictatorship, and the king has great power. They can't pee in the same pot with the United States. The funny thing is that the US government even wants to play the NGO game in Atlantis, peaceful evolution, spreading sesame oil and so on. They think that the political system of Atlantis is so backward that they can definitely be peacefully evolved. Unfortunately, this plan was abandoned before it even started. The US government is not all idiots, there are also smart people. The Atlanteans have been maintaining this kind of political system for 10,000 years, and there have never been any problems. That means that their system is advanced. A bunch of people who know nothing about the social culture of Atlantis are talking about peaceful evolution. They are sick. Damn, you can't even do basic infiltration. In short, the Queen doesn't like this meaningless thing, so she turned around and left, and walked onto the flagship with Kai. President Benjamin was left to hold a press conference on the spot. Although he failed to hold a joint press conference with the Queen, he could achieve his goal with the Atlantis giant ship as the background. Just as Benjamin was holding the press conference, Kai and Mila walked into the Queen's lounge. It's better to say that it's a palace than a lounge. As for the interior decoration, because it's the Queen's flagship, the sense of technology is not very strong, and it highlights a luxurious atmosphere. The Queen's throne is anti-gravity. The throne is very large, at least more than 10 meters high, and the width is even more exaggerated. There are anti-gravity floors everywhere around it, arranged in sections around it, which seems to be where the ministers stand. The Queen and Kai's meeting could not be here, but behind the throne room, in the Queen's bedroom. The three chatted for a while, exchanging information. After all, the Titans were a huge threat to the Atlanteans. That kind of creature could not be solved by simple technological means. After all, when the Immortals designed it, they had thought of many possibilities. These Titans were more deadly than each other. If they could be easily solved, they could not be called the last resort. When they were almost done talking, Atlanta suddenly threw out a topic and sent Mila out. Kai was stunned. Then he went straight to the nest. This situation is not right. Mila didn't doubt anything, but just felt that the two really had some secrets to talk about. This is normal. Even if Atlanta trusted her, she couldn't tell her everything. She is Princess Zabel, not the princess of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So even if she is very curious, I will officially go to work tomorrow. My boss invited me to dinner today, so it's late. I can only update 2,000 words first. I can't bear it anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998 Gap. After Mila left, the atmosphere between the remaining two people became awkward. As for Kai, if you say he is a good person, to be honest, Kai himself dare not say so. According to the moral values of his previous life, he is a morally corrupt scumbag. Of course, different places and different people have different views on this point, but Kai has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, then joined the army, and then became a policeman. He has always lived in a large collective atmosphere and is a little disconnected from society, so his moral standards are quite high and not so impetuous. For this kind of fickleness, in his previous life, he would have despised the goods. But hasn't this fallen into the core of capitalism? It has been corrupted. Capitalism is a bad guy. Although the decline of moral integrity is heartbreaking, it can't withstand the profound education of the previous life, and it really can't let go of everything. For example, now, although Atlanta and him, that thing, both of them know that it was just the result of a momentary impulse, and the two have no emotional foundation. After Kai came back, he forced himself to forget about it. She is a married woman, and he is not a thief. But now, it's really exciting. No. I can't degenerate. It's really embarrassing for the successor of socialism. Ahem. Well, how have you been recently? Kai was just trying to find something to say. After all, the business was over. Actually, Kai really thought too much? Atlanta is a queen after all, so she still has some dignity. It's not like she will die if she doesn't have that thing. She has been alone in the inner world for 30 years and it's nothing. She really has business. The trident of Poseidon. This matter concerns the entire Atlantean people, and it is impossible to really entrust it to Mira. To put it bluntly, if Mira really gets Batman and gets the trident of Poseidon back, it will not be a good thing for Atlanta and the Kingdom of Atlantis. That means that the leadership of the Kingdom of Atlantis in the underwater world has been completely subverted. And then again, is Mira really completely for the public interest? Is it possible? No matter what, Mila comes from the royal family and is a natural politician. What is the logic of politicians? Of course, it is about the pros and cons. This kind of person can't really be that kind of naive. Atlanta is 1 in a million. This is also the disadvantage of the theory of bloodline. No matter how excellent the bloodline is, there will always be a few incompetent rulers. Atlanta's actions are not considered a wise ruler for her kingdom. But this theory of bloodline has another advantage, that is, no matter whether there is an incompetent ruler or not, the throne will only flow in this bloodline. Besides, wasn't Atlanta still young at that time? After being in prison for 30 years, even the most stubborn people will change. In short, Atlanta has finally matured. But Atlanta wanted to talk about business, but she didn't expect Kai to go off the track. Atlanta saw Kai's nervous look and immediately found it interesting. So she changed the topic temporarily. Not good, Atlanta said decisively. Oh, Kai was in a difficult position to answer, because from her expression and tone, Kai could sense something was wrong. Tom is old. When Atlanta said this, her mood naturally became depressed. Humans are too weak. In just 30 years, Tom Curry has gone from a high-spirited sailor to an old man. And, he and I, can never be together. After Atlanta stabilized the domestic situation, she went to see Tom, and the family of 3 spent a day together. But it was only this day. Unlike what many people had guessed at the beginning, when the identity of King Uther was exposed, the governments of various countries, especially the US government, were actually very happy. After all, according to the conventions of the human side, there will soon be a landman, the Prince of Atlantis, plus Arthur's identity. This makes many people feel that they can influence the policies of the Atlanteans through these relationships, and even bring countless benefits to humans. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Apart from that day, Tom was forgotten, and the Atlanteans did not recognize this human. Arthur was accepted by many Atlanteans because of the underwater battle, but it was just acceptance. Indeed, according to the law, Arthur was eligible to inherit the throne. But the problem is that the law is one thing, but the actual implementation is another. No one can prevent the succession to the throne, but it does not mean that no one will do bad things behind the scenes. In short, the Atlanteans pinched their noses and accepted that Arthur was a prince. But for the throne, they still preferred Orm to inherit it. After all, Orm was only exiled and not sentenced to death, so he could still come back. This is why Atlanta did not let Arthur stay in the underwater world. Neither of them really recognized each other, and letting Arthur stay there would only make things worse. As for Tom, if Atlanta didn't want Tom to drown in silence one day, the best way was to never see him again. Although the Queen was in charge of Atlantis, she was not omniscient and omnipotent. Naturally, there were corners that could not be seen. But the problem was that this made Kai unable to respond. A guilty conscience. Yes. That's right, Kai said incoherently. Seeing Kai like this, Atlanta suddenly felt much better. Her smile also became brighter than usual. Does Atlanta really love Kai? It's true that she has a crush on him, but love. That's far from it. There's only impulse between them, no feelings, and both Kai and Atlanta know this clearly. Can you accompany me? But so what? Can't we play friendly games without feelings? If the world is really so simple, there won't be so many troubles. Kai swallowed his saliva. Next. What should happen happened. Men. Hell, they're all pigs. They say no, but when they really start, they will eat it all up without any ambiguity. 2 hours later, Kai walked out of the Queen's bedroom, touching the strawberries on his neck and shoulders, and shook his head helplessly. Damn, the trouser pockets are getting looser and looser. To be honest, Kai also understands Atlanta. Love is love. With Atlanta's body, Tom, even if he boiled his old bones into oil, it would not be enough for Her Majesty to eat. According to the lifespan of the Atlanteans, Her Majesty is now at the peak of her health and the most mature. If Tom is really with Her Majesty, he probably won't wait until he's assassinated. Not long after Kai left, the Minister of Royal Guards, Vico, appeared silently in the Queen's bedroom. Your Majesty. Vico looked at his queen helplessly. He now seriously suspected that his queen must have some special XP. Otherwise, why would she like to get together with land people? But obviously, Her Majesty did not intend to talk about her private life with Vico. After all, Kai is different from Tom, and his identity is extremely special. Strictly speaking, all Atlanteans are Kai's descendants, and he was a tough guy who talked and laughed with Poseidon. Are those humans ready? Yes, then set sail. It's been 1,000 chapters, and there is no comment. But I didn't post a comment yesterday, and it feels weird to post one today. Forget it. Please vote. Chapter 999 Hawaii. President Benjamin really made a big splash in Hawaii. After the disaster, Hawaii has become an isolated island in the prosperous world. No one can come in from outside, and no one can go out from inside. Many countries with citizens stranded in Hawaii are also actively contacting them, hoping to take their citizens back. But at this stage, only the Eastern powers first dispatched warships to Hawaii to carry out the evacuation operation. But this undoubtedly irritated the nerves of the U.S. government. However, given the usual style of the Eastern powers, their attitude is very tough. They have informed the U.S. government. As for whether the U.S. government agrees or not, that is really not within their consideration. In this regard, the U.S. government can only pinch its nose and admit it. The attack of the Atlanteans destroyed the naval forces of most countries. Only 2 countries maintain a considerable advantage in military strength. One is the Eastern powers, and their naval power losses are almost negligible. The other is the United States, but that is because of its strong foundation. Although the losses are large, there are also many left. Unless the United States is willing to really go to war, it can only pinch its nose and admit it. Besides, this is not the first time. Although the Eastern powers are often too lazy to speak, once they speak, they cannot be changed. So, the U.S. government can only reluctantly agree to the request. Of course, this is just for fun, everyone knows what's going on. Other countries also want to bully the United States at this special moment, but unfortunately, they don't have the strength. At this moment, Benjamin landed in Hawaii, and its significance is not only to appease the refugees, but also a manifestation of strength. Look, the United States did not fall. This is actually a practice of using the power of the Atlanteans to scare those countries that are ready to move. And the best thing is that the Atlanteans will not expose this kind of sleight of hand. First, because the Atlanteans don't care at all. The fox is using the power of the tiger, and the other party may not know it at all. Just like you won't go out of your way to learn about an African tribe whose name you haven't even heard of. This is probably the view of the Atlanteans on the countries on land. Secondly, even if they know, the Atlanteans are not interested in clarifying it. They had no channels to communicate with the land countries, nor did they plan to establish any channels. In fact, many people were really fooled. There was no way, the facts were there. Shortly after the disaster, the Atlanteans landed for rescue. After using the mirror space to rescue the survivors of the city, the mages of Camelot only provided basic food and a small amount of medical assistance. It's not that they don't want to, but they really can't do much. There are only a few people in Camelot, and Camelot does not rely on external objects. They don't have much material storage. Where can they help those refugees? Medical assistance is even more ridiculous. As mentioned before, healing spells require talent. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. There are only a few mages in the entire Camelot who can use healing spells. There are hundreds of thousands of people here. How can they heal? They can't heal even if they die of exhaustion. Fortunately, the Atlanteans are fast. There are tens of thousands of Atlanteans who landed this time. With various high-tech equipment, the death toll after the disaster is not so ugly. At the same time, the efficiency of the Atlanteans also greatly shocked the world. Their medical equipment is very advanced. For any external injury, they only need to wrap it with something like glue to stop bleeding and disinfect it. As for healing, that thing is also high-tech even for the Atlanteans. Even if the Atlanteans have a spirit of internationalism, they can't take these good things out for humans to use. After all, they are not really willing to come. After understanding, Kai didn't mean to blame. It's very good that others are willing to help. How can they be picky? What's more, even so, the efficiency of the Atlanteans is much higher than that of the rescue teams of various countries. Because of the efficient intervention of Atlantis, and the fact that the US president arrived in Hawaii on the Atlantean warship. It would be strange if countries didn't murmur about the relationship between the United States and the Atlanteans. With the Atlanteans as a backing, the United States has saved a lot of points. In addition, the United States is also desperately promoting that this is a major victory for American diplomacy. In short, it highlights President Benjamin's personal charm and diplomatic means. This is no longer Benjamin's own publicity needs, but the whole United States needs this layer of skin to pretend to be powerful. In this busy period, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. also rushed over. This time Nick Fury did not show up, and the people who came were Phil Coulson and Aquaman Arthur. Phil needs to evaluate the damage caused by the two monsters and provide the most authentic and reliable information to the S.H.I.E.L.D. science department to study ways to fight those monsters. When Phil arrived in Hawaii, it was impossible for him to ignore Kai. When Phil found Kai, Kai was standing on a hill and chatting with the Queen of Atlantis. Phil saw this scene, his eyes flashed, but he did not disturb him. When Atlantis saw her son coming, she did not continue to chat with Kai, but went with Arthur to talk about the mother-son relationship. It must be said that Atlanta's life was indeed not good. Trapped for love for 30 years, after escaping, she could only be separated from her lover for life. She finally saw her two sons. One son was exiled, and the other son could not go home to reunite with her. Phil came over only after the mother and son walked away. To be honest, Kai didn't hate Phil that much. After all, compared to other S.H.I.E.L.D. people, Phil was a little more human. Other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, how should I put it, are very similar to Nick Fury. They always think, I'm protecting the world, so everything I do is right. Where the hell do they get all that confidence from? On the contrary, Phil, Nick Fury's confidant, is the exact opposite of Nick Fury. He is very friendly, doesn't do things in an extreme way, and is willing to consider other people. What the hell are you carrying? When Kai turned his head to look at Phil, he suddenly discovered that several strange-looking things had come down from Phil's quinjet. Fuck. Is that a shark with long arms and legs? What is that? A dog-headed man walking upright? And who is that guy wearing fancy clothes and looking like he has social phobia? This is our S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers. Phil didn't think there was anything wrong with his team members, but after Kai said that, he also felt that his team members were weird. Especially compared with Kai's superhero friends, it's really hard to say. There's no way. In the superhero industry, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a bad reputation. Many superheroes knew about the nuclear bomb dropped in New York. How many superheroes are willing to accept the management of this organization that may stab them in the back at any time? There's no way. S.H.I.E.L.D. can only seek the same path as the previous Suicide Squad, which appeared in the Tahiti plot. Find some superpowers who have no place to stay and recruit them. Most of these people are desperate and easier to be controlled. That's Nanis, the Shark King. Phil introduced him to the members of the Avengers. He was afraid that if they met Kai in the future, they would be killed as bad guys. After all, none of these people looked like good people. Nanis, the Shark King, actually didn't look scary at all. Although he looked like a shark-shaped monster that walked upright, he was a little cute because he was chubby. Don't look at Nanis, who looks very fierce on the surface. In fact, he is full of curiosity about the world, simple-minded, and eager to learn. Well, eager to learn. Do you mean he reads the book upside down? Kai looked at the 3-meter-tall man who was holding a book that was very small for him and was reading it seriously. Kai could see the name of the book, Humorous Stories, and it was upside down. Phil covered his face and shouted, "Nanis!" The Shark King looked up stupidly, then looked left and right, and then saw Phil. "Phil. Friend. I'm hungry." "Friend, wait a minute, dinner will be served soon." Phil was embarrassed to say that this stupid fat shark had eaten a person before coming. That was a criminal they caught, who was originally imprisoned in the prison of the Quinjet, but was secretly eaten by Nanis. When they went over, this guy was holding a skull and eating meat with his teeth. Phil also introduced other members by the way, such as the one with a dog's head, covered with hair, and big eyes that looked smart, the Weasel Man. This thing. Kai found it more and more weird. The limbs were shriveled and thin, the belly was big, and it dragged a hairless tail, the hair was messy, the eyes were bulging, full of bloodshot, and it kept yelling at the SHIELD agent next to it, making an unpleasant sound. As for the social phobia patient, he was more weird. His code name was Polka Dot Man. He used to be a researcher at SHIELD. Not only him, but also his brothers, sisters and mother were researchers at SHIELD. Well, their main responsibility was to be studied. As for what his ability is, Phil didn't say. The Avengers still have some members, but they didn't come together this time. If possible, Phil wouldn't want to lead such a team. He is a positive character. Why does he have to lead a group of scum? I won't talk about King Shark, he eats people. Although he looks kind, in fact, everyone should be careful not to be eaten by him. Weasel Man, even more ridiculous, this guy is a murderer. His real name is John Monroe, and he is a top student at Stanford University. He's thin, lonely and unsociable. He is bullied by many classmates, and he has no other sense of existence. People in the school either don't think of him or call him a weasel. Then, the consequences of bullying an honest person come. Monroe was finally twisted because of his long-term repressed life. He didn't know where he found a weasel skin and transformed it into a mask and clothes. Then, in the name of Weasel Man, he began to madly retaliate against those classmates who bullied him and the teachers who ignored him. But after revenge, the weasel not only did not restrain himself, but became more and more crazy and became a perverted murderer. What he likes most is to bully the weak, such as abusing and killing children and women. And the layer of skin on his body can no longer be taken off, and it grows together with his flesh and blood. And his behavior pattern has become more like that of a beast, which gives him supernormal speed and strength. At the same time, this guy is extremely tenacious. He was originally sentenced to death, but after the execution, he came back to life. As for the Polka Dot Man, that is even more tragic. The Polka Dot Man's original name is Abner Corel. He and his brothers and sisters were used as test subjects by their crazy scientist mother. His mother hoped to create superheroes to prove how good our genes are. His mother exposed him and his brothers and sisters to an unknown virus in an attempt to turn them into superheroes. God knows how this experiment was passed. In short, he got a disease that caused him to grow multiple color dots. Over time, the pustules on his body would glow, causing him to discharge at least twice a day, and could be used as destructive projectiles. After killing his mother, he was sent to a secret prison of SHIELD due to his painful upbringing. The Polka Dot Man has a mental illness. He regards everyone around him as his mother. Once his emotions get out of control, he will kill everyone around him, so he needs to take tranquilizers for a long time. At the same time, he also created this extremely socially anxious look. He never dared to stare into other people's eyes, for fear of losing control. Facing this group of problem children, Phil also felt very tired. Kai felt that this group of eccentrics was not authentic, but what can I say? SHIELD, it is a good match for this group of eccentrics. Tell me, what do you want to find me for? Your director was scolded by me today, and you still dare to come here? Phil smiled bitterly. Does he want to come? It's all for work. Let's understand each other. Understand each other. Phil can only be humble. There is no way. Others don't know, but he knows very well that the birth of the Mudos is inseparable from their director, and he was introduced to the Monarch organization by the director, and now he is inseparable from him. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, he must take over the director and finish the rest of the work. According to the intelligence, Kai seems to know a lot about these titans. Nick Fury and Monarch are very interested in the intelligence Kai knows. S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun a comprehensive search for the location of the Mudos, but we currently have very little intelligence about them. We need more intelligence, and, about the other titans you mentioned before, we also want to know. We must confirm whether there will be other titans. You even monitor the White House? Kai asked in surprise. He only talked about this information in the White House president's office. No. Phil was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. This accusation was too scary. It's just the intelligence that was passed on later. What I know is limited. As for whether there will be more, only God knows. Kai once thought that all titans were in the inner world, but the reality is that there was a titan hiding in Japan for 15 years. How can Kai be sure whether there are other titans hiding in some corner? Chapter 1000 Murphy's Law. Phil looked at Kai cautiously, and then said, well, can we contact the Wizard of Camartage? S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about Camartage a long time ago. But the amazing thing is that no matter how S.H.I.E.L.D. looked, they couldn't find any trace of Camartage. It's not right to say that Camartage doesn't contact the outside world. The legend of Camartage has been spreading secretly all over the world. Many frustrated people will get some vague guidance and then find Camartage. S.H.I.E.L.D. has also collected some such intelligence, so S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people are excited to send undercover agents into Camartage. If they succeed, they can not only contact Camartage, but also get a wizard for free. Unfortunately, no matter how good the acting skills of S.H.I.E.L.D. are, they get nothing. No one looks for them at all. Someone suggested that since undercover agents can't work, why not look for those possible targets? As long as they keep an eye on them, can't they follow the clues? Unfortunately, it's still unreliable. The principle of Camartage's selection of people is frustrated people. What is a frustrated person? This range is too broad. There is no way to determine the target at all, and S.H.I.E.L.D. still cannot contact Camartage. Not to mention other ideas. In fact, no matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. is, it cannot find Camartage. First of all, Camartage has its own set of procedures for selecting people. The so-called frustrated person is not nonsense. Camartage will rotate those who are disappointed with the real world and have abandoned the pursuit of material things. Because such people will have little obsession with the material things, and only by seeing through the joys and sorrows of time can they be more in line with the transcendent attitude of the Camartage wizard. Otherwise, every wizard will be obsessed with profit and desire, and they can fight each other, so there is no need for Camartage to exist. Secondly, any wizard is a smart person. This is very important. Without a little wisdom, even if those magic books are thrown in front of you, you can't learn. So if you randomly find a wizard in Camartage, you will find that they were all the best in their own industry before entering Camartage. The last and most important thing is talent. This talent depends entirely on the face. Just like mutants, there is no rule to tell, so in Camartage, there are very few wizards who are inherited from father to son. There is no such thing as a wizard family, it is all inherited from master to apprentice. This is why, although it has been standing for thousands of years, the number of wizards in Camartage is still scarce. Kai is not surprised that Phil wants to contact Camartage. In fact, Miss Carter has also secretly tried to Kai, as well as the President of the United States. Camartage is so powerful that any force in this world is extremely concerned. Unfortunately, they all got the same answer. Give up, they won't have any contact with you. Although Phil had expected it, he still didn't give up. I know Camartage is the guardian of the earth, but if they can cooperate with us, wouldn't it be better to protect the world? Phil thinks that if S.H.I.E.L.D. and Camartage cooperate, it will definitely be a strong combination. Kai looked at Phil strangely and said strangely, when Camartage was established, Europe was still full of savages. Why do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. can cooperate with others? In the past 10,000 years, the countries in this world have risen and fallen, and Camartage has watched coldly. Why do you think that your S.H.I.E.L.D. is an exception? Don't take yourself too seriously. Phil. In front of an organization like Camelot, your SHIELD is just a dispensable passerby in 10,000 years. Your so-called strength and glory are worthless in the eyes of Camelot. Phil was a little choked. In fact, any SHIELD agent has a very strong sense of pride in SHIELD. Now that he has been slapped in the face, Phil can't say anything wrong. After all, others are really awesome. 10,000 years. Just ask if it's awesome or not. Human civilization hasn't even started yet, and others have started to protect the world. Your SHIELD is nothing. Phil is smart and knows that it's useless to argue with Kai on this. So he quickly changed the breakthrough point. Since Camelot is the protector of mankind, why not share their knowledge? I believe that if more people participate, the knowledge of Camelot can make greater progress. Humanity faces too many threats. If we can enhance the strength of all mankind, wouldn't it be a better protection? Phil's words somewhat reflected Camelot's knowledge barriers. Americans are like this, double standards have become their nature. They Americans are right to build technological barriers and knowledge monopolies, which is for the sake of world security. But once others do this, they are easily labeled and use the great and glorious reasons such as human interests to speak. Anyway, they are right no matter what they say. Kai curled his lips. Do you think this kind of words will work? Even I can see through this provocation. Do you think that mages are all nerds who stay at home all day and don't hear anything outside? Let me tell you this, the Temple of Camelot contains the knowledge of the whole world. They are the embodiment of wisdom. You are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Besides, how do you know that Camelot has never tried to spread knowledge on a large scale? Camelot has been around for so many years, how could it not know this truth? Anything will develop naturally only when more people participate. For example, the men's football team, which has been very popular recently, is often regarded as stupid by people. Although this statement is correct, the fact that men's football is so rubbish also has problems in the football industry itself. According to data, as of now, there are less than 10,000 registered players in China, while there are more than 1 million children under the age of 18 in Japan who are engaged in football. More than 500,000 registered adult players, and a total football population of more than 5 million. Similarly, the number of registered football players in South Korea is currently around 500,000, and our neighbor Vietnam currently has more than 50,000 registered players. That's it. It's not impossible to lose to Vietnam. And with that bunch of white-cup chicken, it's normal to lose. For the same reason, the women's football team is really awesome. The same is true for magic. Without a sufficient population, it will naturally develop slowly. Camelot naturally cannot fail to understand this truth. But the problem is that there are some things that you know the root cause of, but you just can't solve it. The same is true for Chinese football. You know it's rotten, but you just can't fix it. Camelot has tried it, but the result is very bad. What will happen if you suddenly get powerful power without strict selection? Need I say it? Camelot itself took a long time to clean up that disaster. Then Camelot never mentioned it again. Phil can also think of this. Just think about those superpowered criminals. We strictly control the process. How? Kai laughed disdainfully. Camelot is not blind. Don't you know what kind of moral character you shield are? How blind must Camelot be to believe you? You control the process, you can even say that. Phil's face turned red. He was not embarrassed, but angry. He felt that Kai was insulting their shield. In Phil's eyes, shield might have some means worth considering in some matters, but their hearts are good. Unfortunately, Kai didn't give them a chance. Don't be unconvinced. Anyway, in Camelot's eyes, shield has never been a partner that can be cooperated with. Phil wanted to tell Camelot that things were not like that, and there must be some misunderstandings. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact those wizards. Kai, on the other hand, had a naked prejudice against shield. He even suspected that the reason why Camelot had a misunderstanding of shield was that Kai was interfering. But even if it was true, he couldn't do anything, because shield couldn't contact Camelot, and it was useless to say anything. Phil was unwilling to accept this. It was fine that the dragons of Camelot were elusive before, but this time, they were dispatched on a large scale. It would be a pity not to seize the opportunity. The two were arguing. Suddenly, Kai's phone rang. It was Elizabeth. The call was short, but the fewer words, the bigger the matter. At least Phil saw that Kai's face was already livid. Damn it. This monster meeting is required. Elizabeth's call just now was very simple. The Prophet Leslie was drawing again. This time it's a big trouble. Another Mudo. Phil asked curiously, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "It's a big trouble." Kai didn't want to tease him anymore, and hurried to find Benjamin. Phil followed him immediately. Originally, Benjamin was very happy to come to Hawaii this time. After all, he was in the limelight. He now felt that he could promote the constitutional amendment. Although the president's work gave him a headache, he couldn't resist the fact that the power was really great, especially for a president like him who had a strong political force and a deep public opinion base. Once re-elected, he was confident that he would become one of the most powerful presidents in American history. Roosevelt was able to be re-elected for 4 terms, so he could catch up. But such a good mood was soon broken by the news brought by Kai. "Oh my God." Benjamin sat down on the chair with his eyes dull. Phil next to him asked, "Is the news reliable? What do you think?" Kai looked over coldly. Others were unwilling to believe this news. Another monster appeared, and it was in the United States. If the disaster in Hawaii, the United States could still accept it. After all, it was an enclave, and the economy was just so-so. The United States had a strong financial foundation and could withstand it. But in the United States, if it was in the desert wilderness, it would be fine, but if it entered the city, then the loss would be huge. Politicians, these people are most afraid of bad news. Their first reaction to bad news is never to solve the problem, but to cover it up. For these politicians, the best thing is that nothing happens. As for the follow-up, let's talk about it later. But the Atlanteans don't think so. They attach great importance to those monsters. After all, they are titans. The Queen asked directly, "Do you know the detailed information?" "It should be another Mudo," Kai said. At this point, Kai had even worse news to tell Benjamin. "By the way, if Mudos appear, Godzilla, and you better pray that the one in Hawaii won't go to meet its compatriots, otherwise, 3 titan creatures." Kai didn't say the next words, but you can imagine it by looking at the miserable situation in Honolulu. These are just 2. If 3 get together, can you be sure that they are in the country? President Benjamin is more responsible than ordinary politicians. At least he accepted the news. As for whether the 3 monsters will meet in the United States again, the experience of the past few years has made Benjamin understand one thing, that is, Murphy's Law may not work for others, but it is absolutely effective for him. He refused to believe in his luck because he was an unlucky guy. How stupid would an unlucky guy be to believe in his luck? Nevada, Las Vegas appeared in Leslie's painting. This is not good, nor bad news. After all, most of Nevada is desert. How much damage can it cause? That's good, it's a blessing in disguise. Phil was concerned about another thing, that is, the source of the information. This is very important. The last earthquake shocked S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D's internal analysis showed that the information should have been provided by Kai to Batman. After all, Kai and Tony talked on the phone, and although S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to monitor it, don't forget that Black Widow was still with Tony, and Black Widow also made a report afterwards. So what was the source of the information? Batman must know something, otherwise it would be hard to explain how Batman believed that the earthquake would definitely happen. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very interested in the source of the information. Now it's here again. The Monarch organization doesn't know where the Titan creatures are hiding, but Kai insists that they are in Nevada. But at this time, he can't ask, anyone here is higher than him. Besides, now is not the time to ask. At this time, the president has made a decision and immediately notified the country to evacuate. Unfortunately, bad news came again. At 11 o'clock in the morning, an emergency message came. The Palo Verde nuclear power plant in Arizona was attacked by a bat-winged monster. Looking at the few surveillance images, Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes, it is the Mudo in Hawaii. Benjamin was very calm at this time. Murphy's Law, I'm used to it. 3 monsters gathered in America. Others are not so good. The appearance of 3 monsters is bad enough. What's worse is that the Palo Verde nuclear power plant in Arizona is close to the boundary between California and Arizona, and is only 300 kilometers away from San Francisco. After the Mudo attacked the power plant, it flew northwest at a very fast speed. Come on, San Francisco is on this route. Benjamin covered his forehead. Notify San Francisco, prepare to evacuate. But, Mr. President, I'm afraid we are too late, someone reminded immediately. Benjamin, the useless president, immediately turned his head to look at Kai and begged without any scruples, "Kai, save us." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.